Yo, 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 what's happening? All right, finally, we're live. I didn't know if I was actually going to go live tonight. I've been trying to go live for like all week, pretty much. And I guess we finally did it. So, hey there. Hey, what's up? So, what I'm going to do tonight is I've got a couple of tests. I got new internet. So, I don't know what happened. I'm not sure why in the beginning of 2024 everything kind of came together like it did, but last stream I was testing this new monitor, like for HDR streaming and video editing and stuff like that. Just like more colors, I needed a special monitor, and some of the newer gaming monitors had some of the specs that I was trying to test. So I did that last time. And then the time before that, I was testing the new Intel i9. My computer, my old one, it's ancient. It's way back there. We already kind of, I don't know, had the ceremony kind of, pushing the old one down the river. And then we got the new one in. So that old one is still pretty good too, but I've had it forever, right? That one's like 2018, 2017 or something. And man, that one back there, that is a damn good computer. It's so fast. Like you could barely tell the difference between that one and this new i9. But the new i9 is definitely cooking with some super fast single core clock speeds. So I'm checking that out. But then while all of that is happening, right, we're doing the tests and everything is working just like designed. Then all of a sudden, Comcast like rolls up into my neighborhood and just completely tear my neighborhoods to shreds, installing fiber. So they're installing this new, I don't know what kind of fiber it is. I don't know if anybody like understands, you know what I mean? Like nobody's really been able to explain it because nobody's technical enough to understand what they did in our neighborhood. But anyway, they did something, and they put this new fiber in that's like cutting edge. It's going to be for their next 10 gig products. So I guess they're going to have like 10 gig residential. I'm going to be one of the first on that. So I was like, oh, that's cool. I mean, it's Comcast. It's Comcast residential. We're not talking about like any enterprise level fiber or anything like that. But it is fiber to the door and it is symmetrical. So I got some new fiber coming in, and I just want to see if it can stream. And we're doing that test, but we're going to play some World of Warcraft. I've got WoW up right now. You can probably hear some of the WoW sounds in the background. But here's the trippy thing about the fiber. And not very many people know this. But just because you have 1,000 over 1,000 fiber, and when you run a speed test, it's 1,000 over 1,000, that doesn't mean you can live stream on it. A lot of people don't understand that. And I'm just saying this because like I want people to know, because you'll be surprised. Like I work with a lot of people and they'll be like, why can't I stream? I have like, 1,000 over 1,000 symmetrical fiber. My internet's like super fast. And I'm like, that's not how the internet works. It's like you could have 10,000 over 10,000. It doesn't mean that you can upload 8,000 kbps from that. You know what I mean? Well, I know some people don't know what I mean, but the reason why is because you might have like a 1 gig or a 10 gig connection to the ISP's gateway, but that doesn't mean that your ISP can connect to other places in the internet with sufficient speeds. And so what I found was when I got this fiber, I was like, okay, let's test it. And let's see if it can really stream. Now, before I tell you if it can stream or not and like what the results of my test were, I'll tell you that my previous ISP was cable, kind of the old style DOCSIS cable, which I don't want to say old. I mean, it's old because coax is old. But the technology itself is always updating when it comes to DOCSIS and when it comes to cable modem and stuff. So it's like pretty new cable, but it's gig, and I think it goes up to like 2 gig or something. But the upload is only 50 megabytes a second. So the 50 up is rough, because even YouTube, you can stream 50 to YouTube. So like I wouldn't be able to take advantage of the full 50, because as you know, cable modems, like once you start approaching the limit, they start getting weird and there's buffer bloat and all kinds of weird things happen. That's not supposed to happen with fiber. So 1,000 over 1,000 was like, to me, is like, okay, well, obviously that's an upgrade, right? Well, let's see. Now what I found was that if I test to like local gateways and to Comcast directly, I'll get the 1,000 over 1,000. But the second I leave their network to anywhere else, even major data centers, even nearby data centers, or major data centers around the country, the speed just goes. And in fact, my last ISP with the old cable modem has faster upload and download than Comcast's new fiber product. So I'm investigating that a little bit more. I'm not going to like go to the local newspaper or anything about it before I like do some more testing, or invite the engineers to, you know, console me and be like, no, Psynaps, it's okay. It's just because we just need to like turn on the Super Psynaps mode on our fiber for you, because, you know, you're a special customer. So I want to give them a chance to do that first, but then if not, then I'll share with you guys the full report. But I think the overall like important, like the point of all of that is that, you know, just because a company, an ISP, offers a product, if it's in the case of internet, like residential internet, which most of us, if not all of us, have some form of residential internet at your home, they're shared products, and shared as in like you're sharing it with your neighbors, and they don't really cater to gamers. Not saying that I'm a gamer, but you know what I mean. If we were to think of ourselves as gamers, you know, they're definitely not. And not catering to like low latency live streaming people, because if you take a look around, what I see is that most people know nothing about low latency streaming. I think most people don't even know Zoom is considered streaming. So that's your average person, your average customer is like that. And they're probably also not low latency competitive gamers, although you will get more gamers than streamers, definitely. So what do you do? Well, you do what I do. You test. Oh, guess what? I have a pfSense router that I use. It's an Intel i3 10th gen, I think. And so that's my firewall, which is pretty cool, because the firewall software and the OS like understands Intel performance cores. And so it's actually a super kick-ass router. So I can compare, I can do Comcast and my other ISP at the same time. And I can do like one or the other. So I can test the exact same like upload and download to one data center and then switch it to the other one and test that one. You know, everything else being equal, which is pretty cool. So I'm actually getting some interesting data points. But you can imagine if I go and share that with my ISP, they'll be like, there won't be anyone like smart enough to even understand what those data points mean. Because I don't know if you've ever called your ISP before, but I would say that half or more than half of internet tech support agents at major ISPs, more than half of them don't know the difference between download and upload. Like they don't. I think they understand those are two different things, but they have no idea what that means. They're just like, if you start talking about upload and download, they're like, yeah, it's 1,000 over 1,000, you know, upload and download. And I'm like, that's what it says on their paper, I guess. I don't know. Cause I've never worked as tech support for an ISP before, but, I just know I get dumber every time I call in. Like, I really try not to call in, but sometimes I have to call in and yell at them. You know what I mean? So check this out. Let's see if this... I think Simetheus is on. I think. But... I only think that because I did some Simetheus tests and my tests were working. But check it out. So now we're in World of Warcraft. And what do you see? Like the colors look okay? Because for me on my monitor, the colors are like super like saturated and stuff. Like I feel like what I see on the monitor is... Oh, you know what is actually a good test? If you're wondering if your OBS matches your monitor and stuff, just like pull out your phone or like a tablet or something that is like kind of pre-calibrated with colors and check your stream there. And I think that should give you a pretty good idea about what it should look like. Hey, look, Marcelo is here. What's up? I was, because I got the new monitor and, oh, you're watching from the Apple Vision Pro. Well, I don't know. How do the colors look? Because I was talking with somebody else too. One of the guys that I work with on the IRL stuff and the weather chasing and all that stuff. And he just got new monitors and he was trying to figure out, he was also having a hard time, kind of like how I was having a little bit of a hard time. Just like trying to figure out if the colors are right. You never really know. Is it too much contrast or not? And that's the whole thing with HDRs. It's all about contrast. So it's really hard to tell because if you look at it on the actual monitor, it looks one way, but on a different monitor, it looks a different way. And so like, how do you compare? Well, I think one of the ways is probably like how Marcelo is doing it. Pull out your Apple Vision Pro or like, like an iPhone or a Samsung, something that has, good colors kind of already calibrated. Just standard colors, and then check how it looks on there, and then check your other monitors, just so you don't like psych yourself out, because you'll end up psyching yourself out. You'll be like, it looks one way on one monitor and different on another, and then you change the settings, and then it looks different. It's like shit, and then you don't know how everybody else sees it, and that's one of the problems with the HDR stuff is. Like, does everybody see it that way, or is it like just me? Because right now my game, it looks like the colors are very saturated. The blacks are very black. It's like the full spectrum. But OBS is partial blacks. It'll go like 16 to 255. I think so. It's got like the partial cutoff. And that partial color cutoff, I think, makes it look a little softer. It's not quite as punchy, or is it the opposite when you switch it to full? But anyway, partial colors is the default on OBS. So that's a good thing for delivery because we're compressing. You don't have to compress all of those values, and you end up getting a little better quality for the bitrate. But you sacrifice the colors and you sacrifice the full color spectrum. Yeah, everything should be Rec 709. If you're not Rec 709, it's probably not going to work right. I think you have to be. YouTube is the only cool place where you can stream different colors and they'll actually respect your colors. I'm not sure what Twitch will do. Maybe we can. I actually haven't tried it. So maybe on... I don't know what'll happen with Twitch's transcoding. We haven't tried to stream HDR on Twitch, so maybe we'll try it. But there's no reason to do it because nobody would know what you're doing. Like nobody would know what. I don't think anybody would care. I think, and then also the problem on Twitch too is nobody really cares about quality on Twitch. Some of the big streamers do. I work with streamers who care about quality, and that's why they use the Synapse servers, because they actually do give a shit. But the viewers themselves, they're like, that stuff is like, forget it. You try to do quality for the viewers, they're like, they don't know what's going on. But I thought I turned off the ads. It looks like it's still trying to do ads. Oh. I thought I found a place in the settings where I could just like drag the bar down for like bare minimum, like 0 ads, but it looks like it's still trolling with the ads possibly. Let me check my YouTube. I do have. I'm just making sure I'm set to public, because one problem with YouTube is well, it's actually a cool feature, to be honest. On YouTube, you can switch between public and private when you're live streaming, so you can actually stream private. So that's kind of nice when I'm doing testing and stuff, but then I'll forget to actually make it public. So yeah, we're streaming on YouTube. No HDR test, but I'm testing the fiber tonight. So I'm checking if this fiber can stream. Because, you know, they say 1000 over 1000, right? Symmetrical. And it is. If I do a speed test to the ISP directly, it's 1000 over 1000. But what I discovered today was once you do a speed test outside of the ISP, the uploads and downloads go even worse than my last ISP. The downloads and uploads are even slower. So I'm like, oh man, you know, I really wanted to get those high upload speeds, only to find out they don't exist on this home fiber product. So always check, you know, your internet to see if you can stream. And I'm going to try streaming to some different servers, because I have servers at all the major data centers and major locations all around the world, you know, and especially in the US, of course, because I think most people are streaming in the US. So I have plenty of places to send, but a lot of the servers that I normally send to, they're not working as well on this new fiber. So it's kind of like, here's an example I'll give you. Think about it like this. On your, wait, I had a good analogy earlier. What was I thinking of? What was the analogy? I tried to like not use networking as an analogy. I tried to use something else. And I had a good one. Fuck, maybe it'll come to me. But it's like your home network. It's like if I have a 10 gigabit switch here in my house, right? That doesn't mean I'm going to get 10 gigabit download. No, because the internet, the ISP is limited. They are limited to 1 gigabit, right? So I could do 10 gigabit from my living room to my garage, right? Or to my office, to my living room, I have 10 gigs. But the second I leave my house and go out into the world, it goes to 1 gigabit. But here's the thing. It's only 1 gigabit on your ISP's network. It's not 1 gigabit outside of that. So it's the same analogy as your house. It's like I got 10 gig here. My ISP has 1 gig, but only internal to them. Their connection to the outside, at least the connection they let you have, is lower than that. And it's just high enough to make you, you know, not call in and complain. Unless you're me, I'll still call in and complain, right? So there's another analogy I was thinking. Oh, I think it was like, no, I can't remember. But that's what I discovered was that we have a really nice infrastructure. I think I'm going to go ahead and continue investing into that infrastructure here, because I like what they're doing with that, with the way they laid the fiber. It's they did the right thing and they did it the right way. But once you leave their network, then you know there's no more bandwidth. So I would like to hope that in the future that changes a little bit. And maybe I could talk to the engineers a little bit, and see if they would be interested in working with me on that. That's why a point-to-point link costs a fortune. Oh, like, well, yeah, I'm not talking about business or enterprise products. Like, you can get your SLA fiber connection where they guarantee you the speeds and all that stuff. But I'm sure those are still issues. I mean, I work with the data centers. You know, I'll lease bandwidth from the data centers, and even them, they will have the same struggles when it comes, depending on who they peer with and stuff like that, whatever their peering relationships may be. The the total speed starts fluctuating. So it takes a lot of design. It takes a lot of money because you have to, you have to be working with the right people and having the right product. But it's also about design, designing it. So for me as like a residential person, I have to choose between whatever limited residential internet products may be, which is going to be a shared environment. There's no quality guarantees. They'll guarantee me a connection, 1,000 over 1,000 to their local hub. But then from there, like, trust me, I'll call support. They won't even know what I'm talking about. They won't even know the difference between upload and download. Like, basic residential ISPs guarantees nothing. They won't help you with anything. Then there's like, the business products. And if they serve residential, they will also serve you business usually. But what they don't tell you is it's the same thing. The only thing that's different is the support. They say that they'll answer your call sooner, but in fact, it takes about the same amount of time. I tested it. I compared the residential product to the business product. What they don't tell you, their dirty secret is it's the same exact thing. It's like no different. It's just, I think business, it'll cost more because when businesses, I think it just has to do with zoning. So as a residential, you can have business, but in business zones, you cannot have residential. So that's how they lock businesses into the upgraded internet in some cases. And so I think they don't really care that their business is the same as residential. It's just like they just inflate the price because some zones are locked into business and can't have residential. So that's a little business trick they do, I think. And then there's like the enterprise stuff, which is, your direct fiber, your SLA stuff. And I'm not too familiar with those. I'll call in and I'll get quotes on those. But those are things that are like, no one's going to pay that. It's actually cheaper for me to just like lease servers on the cloud than to try to bring in one of those lines here. And even if I did bring in one of those lines for a good price, it's unknown how much money you're actually going to save by doing that. You can run the calculations and it kind of looks like you definitely don't save any money, but you can do cool stuff like invest in your own infrastructure and invest in your own hardware and stuff. And that has its pros and cons. The pros are it's yours. You're not leasing it, so you own it and you can sell it and whatever. The cons are, technology and computers move so fast that whatever you buy, like if I buy this computer, it's the same thing when you're buying servers. It's like this computer will last 5 years if you build a nice one. But then in 5 years, you have to replace it. And so if you build a data center, you have to replace your entire data center in a couple of years, right? So you always replacing. Or the other option is you can lease it and let the data centers replace their own hardware every couple of years, every 2 or 3 years or 5 years, and you just keep leasing it like that. But of course the prices go up and up and up because the hardware goes up and up and up. So I think there's like a very, it's a very fine line. It really depends on what you're trying to do. And when an engineer told me one time when I said I wanted to build a data center, he says, that's ambitious. And I was taken back by that response. And I was like, what does it mean ambitious? Like ambitious in the good way or a bad way? Because it could go either way when someone says that's ambitious. Ambitious, it might mean, oh, you're ambition. Like you have ambition and you're working towards a goal and you're not afraid to, keep working hard and to reach your goal, whatever it takes. The other meaning of ambitious could be like, you're biting off more than you can chew. It's a bit overboard. It's like, it's kind of like, in other words, it's not a good idea maybe to do that. So I never really knew which way it was going, but I think it goes both ways. It goes both ways just fine. And I think when he said that's ambitious, it means, cause he's been there, he's done that. He's built data centers and they use some data centers for some stuff, and they just use leasing the cloud for other stuff. And so I think that's really the strategy. So even if I had like the really good fiber, that's, the kind of fiber that's equal to or better than what you can lease at a data center, then I would only still run some stuff on it and not like, like a ton of stuff probably. But anyway, I came live today because I'm testing the internet, and I have a little bit of a goal here. I don't play games just to play games. I'm competitive in every part of my life, so there's no way that I can, but not like super competitive. Not like, we're not going for like world rank 1 or anything. Okay, I just want to be like, top 10 in the server I play on, and I passed it. I'm like number 2. Like I'm fighting for the number 1 spot right now. So I don't care if I'm number 1 or not. So it's more casual competitive. It's competitive as in I feel the drive to understand the theory, and I have the drive to be efficient, not just wasting time in the game. I want to like be very calculated of what I do. If I'm going to do something, I do a very specific thing. So I'm not just like doing a bunch of stuff, because World of Warcraft will suck all your time. Like you can go and you can farm herbs, and you can put the herbs on the auction house and make gold. Like you can do all kinds of stuff, and you can go do achievements. You can collect mounts. I got the new peacock mount, but it was free. It makes a cute little sound. When I saw this peacock, I said, I have to have that. Now, why is that? Why do I have to have this peacock? There's no good reason why I should have it, but I like the glowing feathers. So I said, okay, what is that? And I went and got it. But anyway, this game will suck down all your time. So for me, I like to do a little more competitive healing. And am I a good healer? It depends on who you ask. Some people say I suck. Like I'll join these groups, and the guys will literally tell me, they'll be like, dude, please never heal again. Please never queue a mythic ever again. They'll tell me. They'll tell me publicly, and also sometimes whisper me. I get it pretty often. They're like, dude, you're not cut out for this. They'll be like, just stop. Like stop healing. And then I'll get another group, and they'll be like, that was really good healing. And then the other guys in the group will be like, holy shit, yeah, you're right. Like that was like really good. Good job, dude. And so like, it depends on who you ask. Am I a good healer? Yeah. There's absolutely no doubt about it. I've been healing for a long time. If somebody said I was a good healer, I would be like, that's correct. But the guy who says I should stop healing, he's also correct, because I'm not at the top when it comes to like the skill and the rank and the competitive drive and the amount of time that I put into it. Nowhere near. There's thousands of people that are ahead of me when it comes to that kind of stuff. So, and I wouldn't say I'm in the middle either. I'm definitely way past the middle, but I have a long way to go. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to push into the harder stuff. And so that's as I get harder and harder and harder, then I start getting more and more of the guys that are like, stop healing. It's kind of funny because last week, I probably did about like 20 keys at least, and burned them all. Like we just couldn't time anything. And this week it's the same thing. I can't time a single thing. So all I'm doing is I'm messing up everybody's keys. But it's not me, it's everybody else too. So that's the other thing. When you're a healer, I think you feel responsible for everybody because you have to heal them, and you have to make up for their mistakes too. So not only do you have to be perfect and play perfect, but you also have to do extra work for when your teammates don't play perfect as well. So it can be a lot of pressure, but I like that because that's why I became a healer, because I was sick of crappy healers not taking more responsibility and not like, sometimes people are not okay picking up your slack. Like sometimes people get mad if they have to carry you and make up for your mistakes. I'm not like that. If the teammates are making mistakes, I won't even say anything. Like if we're going to win, I won't even call them out. But if we're trying to win, but we can't win, then if I see something, then I'll call it out. I'll be like, okay, look, we're trying to win, so you need to like do it right. Okay. And then if I know how to do it right, then I'll tell them. But most of the time I don't. Most of the time I think people need to tell me how to do it right because I'm still learning. So I did a little bit of research. I've changed my spec a couple of times. Just to see what, if there's like a different style I like. I started kind of adopting some of the higher key specs. For this other left side, this one here, I'm still trying to figure out how I want to, like what I think is like helping me the best. But I think on the right side is like the core healing. This one here, I don't think there's a whole lot of flexibility on. I think there is a little bit, but usually what you see is Blizzard will kind of have a meta that develops that it's difficult to change. It's kind of like there'll be like a preset spec that you're kind of expected to use, I think, at some point. And then I was watching a video because I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing something. And I checked out a YouTube video on Druid healing, and some of the Druid healers that make a lot of YouTube videos about Druid healing, they were mentioning the fact that Druids have, well, one of the creators called a skill gap, where I think the point he was trying to make was that healing at lower keys is different than healing at larger keys, that there's this big gap in skill that you have to kind of really change your attitude to learn the higher keys. And that's, I think, what I've had to go through the last couple of weeks was, everything was fine. I shot straight up to 3K pretty quickly. And then all of a sudden that's where it stops. So that's my skill gap right there. It's like I kind of reached that glass ceiling with whatever it was I was doing previously that was working, right? I'm thinking, hey, I'm a good healer. I'm healing. Everybody's living. I'm not going, everything's fine all the way up to 3K. And so I'm like, obviously I'm doing it right. And then it starts to get hard. And like, if just one person sneezes, we die, so that's not right. So that means I need to like work on it a little bit more. So I can't play everyone's character for them, nor do I want to. All I want to do is make sure that I'm doing my job right and not standing in shit. And that's where we're at. So I don't know if I even want to kind of attempt to talk about this, but I will say a couple of things that I noticed some of the end game healers were doing. For example, they don't seem to like improved regrowth, so they don't want any extra crit on their regrowth. So I thought that was interesting. Maybe they want it, but they don't. They're choosing other things instead of that. Another controversial one was this cultivation here. Healers, are saying that they don't want to use rejuve. They just don't want to use that button. I'm still trying to wrap my head around that because rejuve is like such a powerful druid ability. And so I think we should probably say it like, we don't want to focus on rejuve, but I'm hearing some guys saying like they don't even want to cast it. So like, what are you talking about? So cultivation is not one that you see on there, but I put it on there because I'm thinking, that I want the mastery benefits. So I want to have lots of different heals cooking on the players that I'm trying to heal. And the more you have, the more gains you get from that mastery mechanic. And so my heals are actually, getting more and more powerful the more hots I have on a player. And the hots by themselves could potentially keep the player alive. So that's why I put cultivation there, because I'm thinking, doesn't that just play into it? Especially when they're getting low. You're in a tight spot where everybody's a bunch of assholes and they're all below 60%. It happens. That's when the other players start telling me I should stop healing, because they're never supposed to even get that low, but it happens, right? Shit happens. And And in that case, I think, that one should be working there. So sometimes people will not spec that, and then they'll, I've seen both some of the higher mythics. Some people will not use improved iron bark, and some people will. I'm kind of thinking I should, if I have a problem with my current spec, I'm going to go back to specing that, because I think the defensives are actually incredibly powerful. And I used to heal as a Holy Pally, so I think if you're coming from Holy Pally to Resto Druid, I would think you would probably want, some of these other abilities. I don't know, though. I don't know. It's been a long time since I even played Holy Pally, so whatever. But you'll see this kind of... I chose Flourish only because I love Flourish. I play Flourish a lot, so I'm kind of speccing that. It's good. I think anyone can spec it. If you're playing Flourish, I think it's a powerful ability. I think there's no reason not to. But I also see people speccing this Verdant Infusion, which is for your Swiftman. Your Swiftman is a instant cast. And I think Swiftman comes around like every 15 seconds. So, if you're very, you're playing Swiftman, that's like a every 15 second kind of thing. So I can see that being a very powerful option, because now you've got that cooking every 15 seconds, whereas Flourish can only happen once every minute. So Flourish, I think, is potentially a lot more potent for the entire group, whereas Verdant Infusion is more like specific to the player, but you're doing it a little more often. So that one I can definitely see. You could go either way on that one for sure. But Jarvis here says, the problem that you're going to get taking advice from people who may run with a regular group. That's a good point. Jarvis, it's a good point. Like, right. Is that they have expectation of little consistency and performance with the people they play with. So they know how reliant on them their party members are. So, right, you're talking about like the consistency with a group. It's different than with a pug. With a pug, it's like, yeah, that's a really good point. With the pug, there's a lot of variability, whereas when you're running with a group consistently, it's, you can actually tune your spec to your group. And it also has to do with the comps as well. So, yeah, I didn't even mention that stuff, but you're right. I think that's another struggle that everyone is going through with Mythic Plus, is that we're going into pugs and we're expecting, to be able to time a key in a pug. All right. And that only works up to some point. I will counter that, though, and mention that there's a lot of people running pugs at, I don't know, 3,500, 3,300. Like, I go into these pugs and everybody's like 3,300 or something. But I think it's getting hard for me because I'm a Resto Druid, and the style of Resto Druid healing really puts a lot of pressure on me to perform a perfect Resto Druid to get past that. Whereas if you were a different healer, that cap, might be a little bit wider. There's not this skill gap that the one YouTuber I was watching talked about. And I was like, well, that's interesting. That was just his opinion. But other people were also seconding that on the forums, talking about Druid, how Druid healing changes at some point. Like, it's one thing at lower keys and then it's a different thing at higher keys. I think it's like that for everybody, but the people who play lots of different healers were like, but Druid is, for whatever reason, different. On the other hand, once you get through that hump, that little bump in the road, that break through that glass ceiling, Druid's very powerful, and you see a lot of Druids putting up some pretty big numbers. You see some pretty high ranked Resto Druids out there. So they've somehow figured it out, I guess. So where am I in this? I don't know. I think it's just consistency. It's like, like sometimes I'll go in there and just like, I'm like Neo in the Matrix. I'm just like, putting hots on everyone, and I have full mana somehow. I'm just like jacked in, because the comp kind of like supports that or whatever, And then I'll be in another group and it'll just be like a fucking struggle. It'll be like, I just can't catch up, I'm feeling behind. And in some instances I actually do get behind. And so, then I'm trying to catch up. And so I start panic clicking, I start popping CDs, and then my CDs get off rhythm, and then you never really fully recover, right? And then you kind of just like get through by the skin of your teeth, or you don't get through and you burn a key. So that's kind of where it is. It's kind of hit or miss. Jarvis says the balance between healing and doing damage. Yeah, yeah, I think that's a different topic. I think, because I'm still trying to get through the skill gap of being an efficient healer, being a perfect healer. We're not even talking about DPS. I don't even care about DPS. Like, my team needs to live. Like, I need to not get behind on healing. So DPS is not even on the menu, really. So now once you kind of figure out your healing, you should be able to DPS. And so I think what a lot of people are talking about is, that skill gap is on one end, you are running out of mana, doing 0 DPS, and barely keeping up with healing. All right, that's on the one extreme. And that's the complaint that a lot of groups have. They're like, I'm working with healers that are like going right? And that's happened to me a couple of times. It doesn't happen too much. Now that I'm experimenting with the spec a little bit, it's not happening. But the thing is, it could happen like that. And also what also can happen is everybody can die like that. So you're conserving your mana and you're, pre-hodding and stuff like that. And then you're having time to DPS. But if I switch over to Cat and I start working my dots, for DPS, somebody can die like that. Like, that can actually pressure you into becoming behind. Whereas if you wouldn't have gone and started stacking dots for DPS, if you would have been instead, stacking hots, then your group may live. So I think it's like a very fine balance. And what you need is, like what you said, is you need a consistent group. Like, you need the right comp. Like I went into a fall, for example, and the DPS were like mostly melee. They were melee heavy. There was like demon hunters, right? These guys are like, they're dealing with damage a lot better. And then I go into another group that's got like some squishy ass fucking mage and some other classes and some hunters that just refuse to live. They just want to die continuously, right? So I think it really is the comp too. And then it's the week too. Like, something I think, like I've gone in a couple of groups. Like this week we have Afflicted. Afflicted is where those little spirits pop up and you have to dispel them. And there's like a million dispels, right? There's like forums just full of like all the different 100,000,000 ways you can dispel these fucking things. Like, they're the easiest things to dispel, right? But I'm going into groups and no one's dispelling them. I only have one dispel. I'm not a priest, as much as I would love to be a priest and a druid at the same time. I am not. Blizzard does not let us have that much fun. That sounds like fun. And as you know, Blizzard doesn't want us having any fun. So I'm not a priest because Blizzard. And so somebody else has to help me with those. But no one wants to. And I'm like, okay, well, I guess you don't want a key either then. So it's like, I think it's also the week too and what people are willing to do. Like today for me, it's Wednesday. It's going to be Thursday. It's Wednesday night, Thursday morning. Maybe by Sunday or Monday, people will be dispelling those spirits. You know what I mean? I think it takes a whole week for like the pugs to start to realize that if they don't start dispelling those, that you're probably not going to get very far. But yo, 008 is here. Hey, 008, it's good to see you in here, man. Wait, let me fix my, gotta fix my colors. My computer has the night light function on. Have you ever used that? Because sometimes I'll be like coding late at night. So when the night light comes on, the blue goes down and it kind of gets a little dimmer. I like that, actually. I put that on my phone and also on my computer. But obviously it's going to mess up the colors because, it cuts off the blue light, becomes a little more red, a little dimmer. But 008's in the future. It's Thursday at 5 p.m. for you. Down under. And how's the weather down under? I wonder. I wonder if you guys are you transitioning into fall and winter yet? Is it getting cooler or is it still hot and all that? Hope it's getting cooler for you guys. For me, we're the opposite. So it's getting warmer and I'm not looking forward to the heat very much this year. Oh shoot, I just saw this chat, Chris Cat. Are you still there? It says what keys? I only made it to 16 to 18 rain. For Chris Cat, I hope I didn't ghost your chat message there, but I've got my chat like on both sides of my monitor, so but anyway, the keys that I've been running, here's the problem. I can only benefit from like 24 key, like plus 24 plus right now. It's the only thing that'll give me points. So I'm like in a spot where the only mythics that give me any points are the ones that I'm trying to get through. Just tune management. Okay, got you. Yeah, Chris Cat. And I would like to do some like 16 to 18. You know what? You know what's really weird is like I can do 20s, 20, 21, 22, and it's totally different from like 23s and 24s. So I think I've actually found my like calibration point. And that's what I got to try to break through, because I'll go into like the 20, 21, 22s and just like, it's no problem. I feel like I'm doing a 16. Like a 21 to me is like a 16 was not long ago. You know what that kind of sounds like to me? It kind of sounds like it might be like my gear. I know that I don't have certain stuff on my gear that I probably need. Like I've had really what I think is bad luck on the vault. The vault won't give me any of the stuff I need. Like I've got some trinkets that I've been trying to deal with and some rings. And it'll just like always give me the same stuff that I already have. Like I've got some nice 489 pieces on here. Only a few, mind you. But it'll just keep giving me like the same pieces. So I definitely did have a little bit of bad luck, I think, on the vault. And I think that might be what I'm struggling with. But I don't want to blame the gear, because I think people can, when you're really good at the game, you don't need that much gear, to be honest. So gear is supposed to scale with you. But I think we would all suffer less if Blizzard would just give me like a few key pieces of gear. I think we'd be good. And then of course I don't do like the crafting and stuff, so I'm a little bit messed up there. But yo, D-Machine, holy smokes, man. D-Machine in the house? Whoa, D-Machine, what are you up to, man? What's happening? We should catch up, dude. We should catch up, because there's so much crazy stuff. I don't even know what you're up to nowadays, but you know who I talked to the other day was I talked to I don't know if I mentioned it or not, but I talked to I don't know exactly what his title is, but he's the guy who manages all of the infrastructure for YouTube Live, like I guess the boss of YouTube Live infrastructure engineering or design or something like that. Because we were talking about Stream Tech, and that's what I've been doing. Stuff like that, just like, hardcore, worldwide stream infrastructure and stream services for streamers, on all. I'm even testing Psynaps Stream Tech right now. All my streams are going through my, all of my technology and all that stuff. And so we have, I think, I'm okay saying I've really become comfortable saying, yeah, I have the highest quality stream tech in the world. You can't even find it quality that matches my services in enterprise offerings, because enterprise moves slow compared to what I can do. So that's like my full-time commitment all day, every day, working with streamers. But Demon, she said, nothing much, brother. It's been a minute. I'm a game designer at Blizzard now. Amen on M plus gearing. It's hard out there. Right on. Hey, game design. That's awesome, dude. And I've watched D-Machine through your evolution through, World of Warcraft. And then we worked together with the esports stuff. I think I still play some of those videos we did a long time ago. And then I think when I was still in Arizona, I was a postdoc. I was super busy during that time. That was a time where we were supposed to do like an animation deal with Blizzard and stuff. And I couldn't do it because I was building my company and stuff. I was still building that up, which went really well. It's worth a tremendous amount of money right now. And so I stayed very, very focused, and I kind of missed out on some of those Blizzard opportunities. But it does come all the way back around. You know who we worked with not long ago? There's a new real-time platform that I made, Stream Voodoo. And Marcelo, he's over on the Twitch side. He was here earlier. He's my partner on that. And we worked with Blizzard, the music department. See, I didn't even know Blizzard had like a music thing, but it makes sense. But I was working with them. They were using my real-time platform to stream like internal Blizzard music related stuff within the offices at Blizzard. And so they needed like a secure encrypted way to do high quality real-time streaming. Think about Zoom, except at the quality of Twitch or YouTube. Like if Twitch were 4K, that, 4K, 1080 to 4K real-time quality, that's my real-time platform. And they used it for a while, but I don't know if, what solution they found or whatever, but we continue to build up that particular product, as well as just anything you can imagine related to streaming is pretty much what I do, from real time to distribution to high quality to HDR, all of the transports, all of the codecs, all of this stuff is what we set up for people. But and the website hasn't changed either. So, and then that's cool. You've been checking out the website, but I don't even list the stuff that we provide on there. It's just word of mouth. It's like companies will come to me and be like, we want to build this thing. And that's like what we've kind of been doing. Like, I don't even advertise. Like, my partners want to advertise, but me, I don't do like any marketing or advertising. I'm just like, yeah, I do all this streaming stuff and it's the best in the world. And then somebody will come to me and then we'll set them up. And that's how I operate. So a lot of companies want me to do that for them because they want to market and they want to advertise and they want all that stuff. But for me, it's just like, no, I like streaming. So if you want good streaming, fine. But it's not cheap. It's not cheap. That's my problem. That's my downfall, is that it's not cheap. Well, actually it is. It's inexpensive compared to like enterprise offerings. So, but it's not, I don't do the $30 a month crap or even $100 a month crap. Like, my stuff is like, it's real out there. I think IRL streaming research brought me to a splash page and Discord channels. Oh, nice. You're getting into the IRL stuff. The IRL stuff is how it started, because back in like 2017-ish, there was no such thing as IRL. There was no just chatting. There was no IRL. There were no apps. There were no Streamlabs mobile app. No apps that you can like just go outside and stream. And at Twitch, the Twitch guys were inventing the streaming backpack. And then I was working on cloud streaming with alerts. And so Twitch came to me and they were like, we need to put alerts on our backpacks. And I was like, say no more. Like, that's what I'm working on. So we started putting streamers on backpacks so they could get their OBS alerts and all of their monetization, basically revenue driving interactive alerts and stuff like that. And so we just pumped that. I pumped it. It kind of blew up. It kind of went viral, and it stayed that way. So when you go to Twitch or YouTube and you see people outdoors streaming with 1080, like high quality overlays with chat and alerts and donations and all that stuff, that's my tech. That's what I made. That was my contribution to IRL and to Twitch, and that's what I provided today as a service. But obviously, in order to do that and to have these cloud GPUs and this cloud technology and this worldwide infrastructure that's calibrated for IRL, for outdoor streaming, that calibration is very specific. And so it works with everything. So I can also do the same thing for esports. For example, esports organizations will come to me and they'll be like, okay, we've got 10 guys in the US and 10 guys in EU, or it doesn't have to be that, but it has been that many times. And they all need to contribute a high quality, low latency stream to, the esports center or to the cloud. I've done it both ways where sometimes they'll bring it into their own studio. And then we also need the commentators to have a real-time voice that's synced up with all the gameplay and then switch between all the gameplay. I'm just talking about typical esports production, which you've done, right? And so my platforms do that too for cheap. You don't have to buy any expensive hardware. You can literally do that with OBS on my platform and do all of that and have all the bandwidth in the world and have all the feeds in the world, all at high quality, the highest quality you can imagine, with future codecs like SRT and HEVC. And that stuff's just built in. That's how it works, because I've had to design that to meet the challenge of IRL, which is more difficult than esports. Esports is easy. If we do esports, it's like, oh wow. It's like a vacation. It's like, compared to like how hard it is to deal with cell phone bandwidth and all the technology we've had to throw at outdoor streaming. But if you ever want to know more on the IRL stuff, that's what I do all day, every day for years. There's nobody currently in the industry that does it like I do it. And I wrote the whole playbook for all of that. So that's like my baby. But now we're moving on to IRL still going. It's pretty much the meta. If you're not doing IRL, then who are you? No one. And I'm not saying it should be that way. I'm just saying that's like the meta, right? And so that's going, and that's going fine. But if you know me, I'm very competitive, and I am trying to save the world and change the world. So we've already changed the world. We already did that. We invented that and made that, and that works. And everybody else tries to do it too. But it's already done. That mountain has been defeated. So now we're moving on to I don't know, broadcast and more like high-end technology that only most cutting-edge platforms support, like YouTube. Twitch doesn't support anything. Twitch is like old stuff. I don't think Twitch has really changed in the last 10 years. But platforms like YouTube, for example, are, moving very fast and stuff like that. So I see It's Toxic is here, and Yuvin. What are you guys up to? You guys probably don't want to watch me play WoW because I suck when I'm streaming at the same time. But I need practice, and it doesn't matter. I don't know if I'll be able to push 24 keys, because that's kind of what I'm at. That's like my gate right now. That's like my what I'm trying to push through is get into 24, 25 plus. But any of the 20 keys are just like snooze for me. They're super easy for me to heal. And D Machine says, when we transition to HTML5 graphics, got rid of expression, Sony Viz license and hardware. Oh, they thought you were crazy. Yeah, it's that, right? When you understand, see, I think I understand what you mean, because I don't know all the stuff you've had to go through, but what I do understand is that there's an old school way of thinking in broadcast that, and I think this is what makes you valuable, and also, what's made me valuable in my industry is you have the knowledge of streaming and production and stuff from a very wholesome foundation, because you came into the industry being a player and being a streamer and kind of solving some of these problems on a budget, using the technology around you and being creative and problem solving, right? All of those things I just said don't exist usually in the broadcast and production world. Okay, there's no creativity. That's not allowed, right? You do it one way. There's one way to do it. This thing plugs into that thing, and that's it, right? You do sound one way. You do video one way. You buy some Blackmagic or some Sony viz, like whatever you said. And then that's it, right? And then you've got some old guy who's been doing that for 20 years, right? Plugs it in the same way every single time, and that's how it works, right? So when the young guys come in, they're like, oh, well, you can just take all of that hardware and just replace it with OBS. They're like, what? OBS? OBS is too hard to learn. You can't use that because XYZ, and they start going on all the reasons you can't use OBS. And then, this is just one example. There's lots of examples like this. And then, sometimes those guys will say that. And I'm like, this is an old guy. I usually don't call him old guy, because I'm being respectful. But I'm thinking to myself, look, old man. And I'm old too, which is funny. You can see all the gray in my beard. I'm like, look, old man, look at all these kids. Why don't you go to twitch.tv? Look at all these kids. They don't know what they're doing, and they have a higher quality stream than you. You've been working in the industry for 20 years, and these kids have a better looking stream than you do. Okay, I rest my case. Once you digest that pill, then let's come back and talk. Okay, hold on one second. Miss Psynaps has some news for me. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, Miss Psynaps was telling me that the kids, one of our kids has like allergies because they were out in the mountains earlier today. And I don't know about you guys, but the pollen down in the southwest where I'm at, if you have allergies, everybody's like getting all messed up from it. The trees, you know what? I think the trees are trying to kill us. I really do, because I think humans are kind of like the bane of like the natural planet Earth in a way, right? You know how the trees are like all green and they eat carbon dioxide and they poop oxygen, and they're like the balance of our ecosystem. So like when a tree sees a human, the tree is like, oh, you should, like, the humans are just like parasites to trees. So I think the trees are actually trying to kill humans. That's why we get severe allergies in the spring and summer, because it's a coordinated effort by Mother Nature to kill off humans. So that's what we're trying to deal with. But I see lava's here. Yo, all the trees are connected, right? There's the mycelial networks. I heard about that. That's some fucking magic mushroom shit, if you ever heard about that. But D-Machine, you're nailing my experience. Guys from Fox doing it one way for years and years is a hard sell. The Fox guys. I have a couple of ex-Fox guys that stream on my systems. What's his name? What's the Fox guy? The one that they fired? You know what I'm talking about. God damn it. Why am I having a brain fart of, he interviewed Putin the other day. He's on my system sometimes. So Fox themselves doesn't care, but if you're an independent streamer, like an ex-Fox employee, my systems look very appealing, because they don't want to go through all of that bullshit they had to do with that Fox. They want to kind of go forward in time. Tucker Carlson was the guy I'm trying to think of. Yeah. So Tucker Carlson has a friend that has been using my system exclusively for their production, and Tucker Carlson is on that show every once in a while. So the trees are uprising against us. That's right. Yeah, when I look outside and I can smell that pollen, I'm looking at the trees, right? It's all windy. The trees are just like dumping pollen into the air. I'm thinking to myself, okay, like ecologically, they're fucking, right? Because, they're basically coming pollen into the air, and that's how they like reproduce and fertilize and all that. So the trees are fucking, but at the same time, they're also trying to kill humans, I think. It checks out in my mind. All right, I rest my case. The trees are trying to kill us. But yeah, because it's the switcher. And the reason D-Machine is because it's like you've got all your gear at the studio. Like you got your stream setup, right? You've got everything that you need at the studio. You've got cameras, you've got boxes, you've got encoders and blah, blah, blah. Whatever, you've got everything going. But then, if you're doing a production, you may or may not need like remote contribution. So you need to bring somebody in, they're going to call in and stuff. And there's a lot of products like vMix and there's a bunch of things that have all that stuff. But it's never up to the standard of like, broadcast level quality or beyond broadcast, because broadcast standards are very low, right? There's like, any kid can do broadcast quality. We want to go beyond that. We want to do 4K and 1080 and a bunch of stuff, and broadcast is like stuck at 1080 or whatever it is they do. And I have a cloud switcher that runs on NVIDIA RTX GPUs. And so we build these stream environments. And so their studio will stream up to the cloud. And then from the cloud, it'll go out to YouTube or to Twitch or to, you can go to all those things. But it's all centered around, NVIDIA technology. So there's no limit in what resolution that you use. And you get like full creative freedom to build out your stream. So you're doing like, it complements. That's why it works so well for IRL, because it's on the cloud, and that makes sense when you're traveling. But what we found, and what producers also found, is that you can use this in the studio to complement all of the stuff you already have going on in the studio. And then you send like some SRT HEVC up, and then you composite there. And then I also have an in-house product, one that I don't sell. Nobody knows about this one. It's a secret, so don't tell anyone. But it does all those things that the cloud does, but it does it in your studio so that you can, again, bring these contributions from all over the world in high quality using our like premium pipes that we have on the cloud, even better than AWS, with even a higher uptime than AWS. And then use that to bring in all of your feeds into the studio or whatever. And a lot of streamers are doing that, like desktop streamers are using that product that know me personally. And, they want, because they have a badass gaming machine. All of you guys have really good gaming machines, right? Or let's put it this way. Your gaming machine is probably more powerful than your average work PC. You know what I mean? So streamers have really sometimes very beefy machines. You might have a brand new AMD, a brand new Intel, and you maybe have a 4000 series NVIDIA GPU, and you've got basically one hell of a stream machine. So guys are like, okay, well, your cloud is cool, but my studio is actually cooler. How do I get all those feeds in to the studio? Because I want to mix it here because I've got some badass fiber and, my dick is like, 20 inches long and, I have all this bandwidth. So I help people that want to do it like that as well. And that's fine. That's a perfect use of all that infrastructure out there. So it's like trying to cover, I guess, all bases. And then we got the future tech too, like Twitch. If you guys are nerds, I always want to ask the broadcast experts like what they think about Twitch's new beta, where they want to do AV1, where the streamer encodes all of the different transcodes, all the different quality options, and then you just stream that all out using enhanced RTMP. And you play it back as HEVC or AV1. And that's, I had that tech before Twitch launched it. So we're already playing with all of that stuff. And it's pretty cool too. And here's a little tip for all of you guys. If you want to know the spoiler of this beta, if you didn't get an invite to try it yourself, I didn't get an invite either, but all the big streamers I work with, they got their invite, so we've been fucking with it. I didn't even ask for an invite. I was like, if they don't need my input because I'll tell them how to fix it. So they definitely don't need my input. But anyway, AV1 is pretty crappy compared to HEVC right now. AV1 someday will be better, but HEVC is the bee's knees for real-time encoding right now, just so you know. Don't even worry about AV1. We're not going to be using that anytime soon. But Dimashi says, incredible. Have to composite a live production remotely. Something I've been wanting to convince a streamer client I do some work with on the side for years. They're not technically inclined. It does help, you know. So I don't know if you ever want to like chat about that kind of stuff, just to like understand like what options are available. And you know, I know I said I was expensive earlier, but for that kind of stuff, it's not expensive compared to the enterprise stuff. And it can do more than the enterprise stuff. And when I say enterprise stuff, I'm saying like cloud solutions that you would get into with stream companies like LiveView or Teradek, or pick your favorite flavor, you know, and they'll have some cloud switching machine that can't do like a fraction of the stuff that my cloud system can do. And so you can take that and you can customize it to like what you need. That's, I think, one of the biggest selling points. The selling point to me personally as a nerd is that it does more than anybody else's shit can do. Because I think that's freedom. And that to me is freedom and high quality and being able to be free. But what the customers seem to like, the users, is they like how you can personalize it. You know, it's not just a cookie cutter platform where you have a number of tools. Most of them you probably don't even need, and you're using just a few of the things. My system, you can actually build and upload all of your content up to the cloud. You can interact with it like you would at your home studio and stuff. So we've kind of carved out a really cool niche that no other big company can achieve. They just can't do it. So it puts me in a cool position to have a lot of leverage there. It's been a hard endeavor, but I feel AI might end up being the foreground more for AV1. I've been working on how to talk and teach. AV1 has some codecs and encoder stuff you have to work out. Right. I think if you're talking about AI, I mean, first to address AV1's going to get better. So AV1 is kind of set a really strong foundation that should allow it to exceed past HEVC and some of the other common codecs with no problem. You know, and YouTube is an early adopter of AV1. Google and YouTube are going to make sure AV1 is amazing for all of us, I think. We're all going to be able to use it. So what I'm trying to say is we're not going to see it in this series of GPUs that's out, Intel and NVIDIA and stuff. I think their AV1 is too new. We're going to see it in the next generations. Then maybe it'll get better than HEVC at some point. But maybe, you know, I can't tell the future. We know what happened with H.264. Remember how H.264 got better and better and better and still is getting better. You know, now there's 10-bit and, you know, stuff with H.264, and H.264 actually looks good. I mean, fucking look at it. Streaming right now at 1080 with H.264 is actually better than it's ever been. So I expect both. Wait, I said H.264, right? Because HEVC and AV1 are the ones that are going to get better and better as we go. But I think I saw Will Neff leverage that feature once. Absolutely. I mean, who's not streaming on the cloud? I mean, if you look at, I don't really go to the streaming conferences and stuff, but if you look at what some of the you know, production conferences are talking about, you know, they're talking about transitioning from on-premise to cloud streaming. And so people are interested in it, but they don't really know what that means. They don't know how you leverage the cloud to enhance your productions. But I think we know as streamers, we understand how that works. If you've ever made an RTMP server, remember like old school RTMP server, because so you can manage multiple feeds coming in and stuff. It's really a similar concept, but now we're like taking it to many, many levels further than that. We're putting it on real infrastructure in the cloud, just like Twitch and YouTube and everybody has, their infrastructure. We're putting it on good pipes, big CPUs, big bare metal servers, and then we're optimizing it. So we're fixing the code and we're fixing the kernel, and we're looking at network optimization. We're looking at packets, the way they flow, the way they handle errors, the way they transport from point A to point B. And just really breaking down all of the elements of live streaming, and then, building a system that's scalable that can handle all of that stuff at scale. So that's what it is. It's like, to me, it's like, let's not create some weird Frankenstein solution. Let's actually do what we're already doing, what we know works, what we know is monetizable, what we know is driving revenue, what we know is going to save us a lot of money. We're not going to depend on AWS for this. Let's do that, but let's fix it up and make it work really, really, really well. So it's kind of like that. And convincing the old broadcast guys, sometimes it's like it's over their head. They're too old and tired. They've been in the business for too long to deal with that shit. But when you're talking to people who have a budget and they want to do more than what other companies are allowing them to do, they also want to do it at high quality, and then they want it to be familiar to like a streaming system they're already familiar with. Then it's like we take off and we hit the ground running. It's like that kind of stuff. Yeah, you have my Discord. Yeah. Hit me on Discord. Yeah. Yeah, make sure you message me. If you don't have me on Discord, my Discord name is, I'll just post it in the chat. But everybody should have me on Discord. I'll let you DM me. You know who taught me to DM? Is, I think it was Jake and Bake. Because I became a streamer, and when you get popular and stuff, you think you're cool, and you think you gotta like turn your DMs off, because only tier 3 subscribers can send you messages. You know what I mean? You know how it is. You only DM for tier 3s, and even then you don't even DM those ones, right? You only DM the Hall of Famers. You gotta donate like $1,000 to the stream, or else I won't talk to you, right? That's how it started. I went through that phase. Oh no, it wasn't Jake and Bake. Jake and Bake did tell me to open up my DMs one time. He called me a goober. He's like, open up your DMs, you goober. And then he was right. But no, it was actually Epic Mealtime. Harley. Okay. I don't know if you guys remember Harley, but guys, please tell me you remember Harley that used to do the Epic Mealtime YouTube channel. Do you remember him? He was like in a lot of movies. He's like hilarious. He's like this giant dude, right? He's got this big beard, and he does all the beard memes. And we were fans. My wife and I were fans of Harley just from like Epic Mealtime, and we thought he was funny. And he's one of my idols. Okay, Lava, you know him. You know him, right? He opened up his Twitter to everybody. Like, he had a big Twitter. He was pumping, he had a big community. He was pumping. He was doing movies and all this stuff. He just opened up. He'd be friends with everybody. It wasn't like he wasn't doing like friend for friend and all that crap. It wasn't that. He just, like, if you wanted to be like friend him, he would just friend you. Like, he didn't care. He probably completely ruined his Twitter back when it was called Twitter, because he would just friend everybody. And I was like, okay, that's one way to do it. That's interesting. And you know what? I loved it. I love that I could go and talk to Harley. And I called him, like, he was trying to do something on streaming one time, and because he friended me, I just sent a message. I know how to do this. And then we got to work together, and I got to work with Harley for that stream setup. Well, that meant a lot to me. And that feeling of like having somebody that you're a fan of actually open up their DMs and friend you and then answer your message, I was like, feels so good for someone who respects, for a fan. I was the fan in this case, and I respect him. And I was like, but for some reason, it was hard for me to do what he did. So it was always my goal, and still is my goal today, to just open it up. Just let anyone who wants to message you, let them message you. They're going to blow up your DMs. Your DMs might turn into a fucking dumpster fire at some point. That's okay. do that, because that connection is like what's so powerful. Don't try to lock it behind a paywall unless you're like an OnlyFans person, and you got your, maybe you're hustling OnlyFans for $5 a month. You can't be opening up your DMs willy-nilly. You got to put that DMs on there for at least $50 a month, or something like that. Like, unless you're doing that kind of bullshit, then fucking open them up, guys. You'll feel so much better about your life. Epic Mealtime, he was down to earth guy. He still is. Yeah, he's a cool, funny guy. OnlyFans is a cesspool. I got a couple of OnlyFans girls that stream on my platforms. I don't hate. I'm not a subscriber to anyone on OnlyFans. I don't do OnlyFans, See, here's the thing about me. I don't care if people do OnlyFans. Do all the OnlyFans you want. But I'm the kind of person where I'm not going to subscribe to an OnlyFans. I might start my own OnlyFans. If anything at all, I would start my own. Like, I'm not like subscribing to OnlyFans. Maybe I will someday, just to like support a friend or something like that. But yeah, I don't hate. I appreciate. I respect the hustle. But it does get weird. I'm not saying every OnlyFans person is, doing it right. I'm just saying, like, whatever. I don't know what else to say about it. Some guys will get into it, right? You see like these podcasts and stuff where some guys are like really analyzing the OnlyFans culture. They're really like chopping it up and breaking it down and like, explaining why it's completely wrong and destroying our entire society and all that. Okay, look, that's content by itself. And I think it's fine. But if you want to like hate the OnlyFans girls, like, look, the OnlyFans girls don't give a shit. They've got plenty of white knights. So you can hate them all they want. I'm sure they can like give absolutely no shits whatsoever. But speaking of OnlyFans, I am making a OnlyFans-like platform right now. It's not for, like adult-related content, kind of like how OnlyFans is right now. It's not that at all. It's actually for musicians. And Lava, you're a musician, right? So I think I already told you about that. It's basically to kind of, democratize content for musicians and allow musicians to have a platform to, get paid essentially for their work instead of the alternative, which might be very limited. Musicians are complaining a lot about how many options there are for monetizing their work. So, there's a guy, and the guy that runs this company, he really understands. I love working with him. It's not just like a company to try to, get more musicians and just, kick the can down the road the same and just, take all the musicians' money. It's not that. The guy really understands streaming, and that's hard to find. It's hard to find entrepreneurs out there who actually understand streaming and understand creators. And he has a lot of like genuinely good ideas that I wish more people had. And so we're trying to build this thing, and I'm doing the streaming side and he's doing everything else. And it looks like it's getting pretty popular. So I'll tell you more about that too. And you've got some ideas too. Yes. Yeah. I 100% believe keeping your ear close to the ground, listening to creators when you're working with creators or musicians, whatever the genre is, it's like you have to listen to the creators and really understand, because then you can launch a product that is actually helping people, right? You got to bail D Machine. All right, D Machine, dude, it's an honor to connect with you. I'm glad you clicked on the stream. In my imagination, you probably saw me live and you were like, who's this asshole? I'm going to unsubscribe his channel. And they're like, oh, it's Psynaps. Oh, shit. I had a guy the other day came in here and he was like, why am I subscribed to you? That's all he said. Why am I subscribed to you? It's like, I don't know. It's probably the World of Warcraft editing we did, like 5 or 10 years ago. And he's like, oh yeah, that's why. Okay, I'll stay subscribed to you. Because he came to unsubscribe, and he wanted to give me one chance to like remind him why he'd even subscribed to me in the first place. And I was like, I don't know why people subscribe to me, dude, but it's probably the editing stuff, you know? I don't know. And he's like, yeah, that's right. He's like, yeah. Yeah, remember back in the day, and then we got all nostalgic and whatever. But we'll talk to you soon. I think I have something too. Let me see if I have this old intro. Let's play one for D Machine here if I've still got it. I know I've got it somewhere over here. Here's one for you. We did this one with D Machine a long time ago. These are old, but I still got them in my OBS just for example gameplay. You know, looking at it now, it's like, okay, let me turn it down a little bit. Looking at it now, it's like, oh, those were the days, you know. Those were simpler times back then. But it was pretty amazing what everybody was able to accomplish during these old esports events. And the whole 3D tracking thing was kind of new in its own way for design, and so people kind of liked that. The glitch style editing was something that wasn't for everyone, but it was something that gamers seemed to appreciate. You know, out in the video editing world, nobody understood what these videos were or what was going on here. But if you ever talk to like gamers, you know, they would be like, oh shit, yeah, I remember that. Oh fuck, that was awesome. Oh man, Wrath of the Lich King, holy shit, you know, and all these emotions just kind of come back. And that was, you know, the nostalgia. Those were some of the kind of subtle accomplishments I think all of us were doing. We each were doing our own thing. You know, I was doing some editing. D Machine was doing, you know, organizing these events. Like he was pulling rabbits out of his hat with getting all of these crazy esports guys to actually log in, you know, and show up, you know, which I know was really hard to do. And so, yeah. Yep. There's that. Yep. I still remember. I don't save everything, but I try to save all of that old stuff. Maybe we'll go back and do, some of that back in the day. But Sally says, funny that you're talking about this. I'm looking at your YouTube to see why I followed you. Yeah, right. Oh, dude. Actually, people unsubscribe me because they don't know. They're like, who's this ugly guy? You know, because I look different now. You know, I grew out my beard and my hair and stuff. So, but yeah, D Machine and Chris Cat is still there too. You've got one of the videos that I made you. And get some more nostalgia. I know. I still talk to Swifty. Like he calls me once in a while. I got him to stream on because he's in Florida. I got him to stream on my system. I was like, dude, John, you need my Miami SRT node. He's like, what? He's like, what's that? What's SRT? I want to try that. Send me a link. How do I do it? I got an invention. I got a new camera setup. You know how he is all hyper and he has like this big, like rig. Cause he likes to like plug things in and make little inventions. He's like, I got this thing. Look what I got. I plug this thing into this thing and I plug this in. And it's like, I need an IRL stream, dude. And I was like, just stream to my Miami SRT node. It'll change your life. And sure enough, there he is. He's live on it like every day. Old school. Yeah. Take it back. Take it back to the old school. Thank you, Sally. Your tutorials are really good. I need to do more tutorials. The last video I did on YouTube was a drone video. I'm actually figuring out how to stream on drones. I mean, people have been streaming on drones for years, but I'm trying to optimize for outdoor drone streaming just so you can just pop your drone up and just make it a part of your stream. So, I did a little video because some guy was asking about drone streaming and I was like, just look, I'll make a video, upload it to YouTube. Just look at how you can get your drone into YouTube, into OBS. So that's what I did. Oh, you still got me on Real ID? I know. I haven't even gone into a Mythic yet because you guys started talking to me. We started going down nostalgia. So I haven't even... Yeah, that's really interesting what you said. These videos are literally what got me into 3D, which got me into level design, which is what I do today, D Machine. That's awesome, dude. I would love to know more about it. Let's please catch up on Discord sometime when you have time and you just want to, you just want to bullshit a little bit. Maybe we can even talk about like, there might be some connection that we might align roadmaps, and we might try some stuff out. That's my hope. It's like we hang out just for nostalgia, just for old time's sake. It's fun to talk. But then we might discover there might be some part of our roadmaps that align. We could actually do something that makes sense. And I'm not even pushing it. I'm just saying, like, I'm always looking for synergy, always looking for good partners. It's who you know, it's the people you connect with. That's how, I think success happens is, so I'm always looking for that, always the next synergistic relationship, and if it were up to me, I would say, hey, let's do it with old friends. That would make it even more special. So we'll keep that out there on the line. But Crave, LOL, I see is in there too. Lava's on the YouTube side, from Twitch to YouTube. What do you think? Like when you go from Twitch to YouTube and back, like, do you like one versus the other? Like if you were to choose between one, which one would you choose? I'm curious. I want to stream on YouTube more because I think YouTube has more sophisticated technology compared to Twitch, but Twitch does things that just keep us stuck on Twitch. Like, Twitch gives us source quality. YouTube doesn't give us source quality, although they let you stream up to 50 megabits. Twitch only lets you stream up to 8 megabits. 8 versus 50. YouTube is far superior in terms of pixels and bitrate. But they do the force transcoding and they don't, let you have your source. We like source on Twitch. That's probably Twitch's best features. They let us, they let you watch on source quality. So little things like that. I think streaming on TikTok is the new trend. What? Oh, get out of here. You TikToker. I like TikTok. I actually have a TikTok key. I could stream on TikTok right now. In fact, I should have, but TikTok is weird. I still don't understand TikTok. That's my problem. Like there's stream platforms that even with all my experience streaming, I'm like, TikTok is like people will just come in waves. Like I don't understand TikTok's algorithms. Like I'll just be there streaming to like one person and then it'll just go to like hundreds of people, but only for a few seconds and then they're all gone. Right. So like it fed me into like the feed for like a moment and then I don't know. TikTok is weird. Even Kick is weird. I'll go stream on Kick and it's like, I'll look at all the people that are streaming on Kick and then I'll go live there and it's like, what the fuck is even going on here? Kick is like Twitch was when right after Justin TV. Like Kick is like Kick is like WoW Classic in a way. It's like it's got all the bots and all the stuff that like used to happen on Twitch. Well, bots still do happen on Twitch, of course, but I just mean the way people bot stuff is like very like old school on Kick. It's like I'm pretty sure you can buy 30,000 concurrent viewers on like pretty easily on Kick. I don't know how, but you just watching Kick, you're looking at it and you can just see it's pretty obvious. The good old Justin days. And it's harder to do. Like you can't do that kind of stuff on YouTube, and Twitch has definitely made it harder. And I say that because we don't really see people doing it as much. So I think it's kind of, it's different. And then you go to Kick and it's like, oh, this reminds me of old school Twitch in a way. No moderation, no back end, because AWS doesn't do any back end filtering or editing of viewers. The developers, it's completely, they're responsible for all of that stuff, and so Kick is like going slow when it comes to the development and stuff. They actually they sped up a lot, but it's still like, antiquated, it seems like. Also, so the AI stuff, well, I don't know. I think for AI, what we got to do is, we got to figure out what to do with AI. I don't think anyone knows what to do with AI yet. Like, yeah, we have Chat GPT and stuff, and that really knocked our socks off, and it still surprises us. And I think that very average people are surprised at what Chat GPT can do. Sometimes I'm even surprised. And then we've got stuff like Stable Diffusion. We've got the generative AI for images and text and speech, and then now video. We're getting the generative video stuff, which is pretty trippy. So what do we do with it? Because I don't think anybody knows. AI is like blockchain. We all want it. We all like it. And we seem to talk about it a lot, and everybody has a company around it. But we haven't really found something to use it for yet. everybody's struggling. We're trying to figure out like what's the use case. And yes, if you talk to people who do blockchain, they'll have a list of use cases for it, but it's usually all bullshit. Same with some of the generative AI stuff. It's like look at generative AI in Photoshop, for example. It's like, you want to make a new background? It's like, there's an old car in the picture and you want to take the car out. So you circle the car and the AI like fills it in with grass that looks like the surrounding grass. Yes, there are some very basic applications for, the generative AI that we see out there. And for ChatGPT, you want to write a poem, ChatGPT will actually go and scan some poems and then it'll write you a poem. And it's like, it'll write you a poem. It's like, oh my God, ChatGPT just wrote me a poem. It's fucking genius. There are some use cases like that. I get, but it's not what it could be. We're still waiting. Like, we haven't discovered it yet. So if you're going into AI and you're a young person, you're going into the future, you're thinking about, making a splash in the industry, you're in a good spot because no one's figured out what to do with it yet. You could be the next biggest thing. And that's why people go into blockchain. That's why they're going into AI. They're like, Microsoft is dumping tons and tons of money into it because it's the future. We don't know what it's for yet. It's like, we don't know how to use it. We don't know what it could become, but we think it might become something interesting someday, right? I don't think Microsoft and all these companies are dumping money into what it is now. What it is now is kind of cheap and silly. It's really about gold mining. No one struck gold yet. We know there's gold in there. We're digging for it. Someone is going to find it, I think. And that someone could be you. So that's a good thing. Bad news is it doesn't really do anything yet. We haven't figured out what it's for or why we even want it. That's the bad news. The good news is the same reasons. That means you can be the next. So tell me what you think that's made by AI. That's how far I've been able to train and get it to add text. And I know what to do with AI. It's called quantity of life control in the background of things for maintenance. Well, I would like to know more about that. Because I could be inspired to work on something like that. Like my platforms are like the perfect platform for AI because of the way I pipe streams. So the way I handle streams in the cloud, that means any of my streams and all of my streams could be analyzed by AI, and I use GPUs. I use the same GPUs and the same data centers that run ChatGPT and that run generative AI and that run, what's the company that does the images, Midjourney? So I use the same data centers that Midjourney uses for training their AI. And that's what I use for streaming. So there's a relationship there that I'm interested in. But more on an existential level, like what are we doing? Like, what's the purpose kind of thing? I want to talk about that. And then, that's a separate thing from the fact that I actually have infrastructure for training AI. That's another cool link. So if we actually did come up with something that you could do, we could plug it in and power it and supercharge it with, GPU rendering and stuff. So there's I like to get philosophical about it, but we could actually do something about it too, which is pretty cool, I think. But it's hard to stay relevant these days. Must follow the trend. Just like all the people wondering why they followed you. If we had Discord back then, you build a community easier. Right. And I'm not worried about that kind of stuff at all, like about relevance, because I've had so many accomplishments over the years that I could never become irrelevant in a way, I feel like. So I think every man and person kind of seeks, legacy. What did you do to change people's lives? And I know what I did. So I've already won. There's nothing more to win in a way. For me personally, like on the inside, it's like I could lose all of my followers and subscribers and stuff tomorrow or yesterday, and it wouldn't kill me because all the stuff I've built keeps going. Now, of course, it would kill me because I can't lose you guys as followers. I'm just saying, like, I don't think like the typical streamer. Like, the typical streamer will like get moody if they lose 1,000 subscribers. They're like, oh God, I'm becoming irrelevant, and then like freak out. And like, the other viewers are like, oh, you're a fucking boomer streamer, and you know, that happens to them, but that'll never happen to me. You know, so I don't really worry about that too much. Plus, I don't think you can become irrelevant too, because what happens is it's rolling. Life kind of like flows. It's like you never really stop moving. You can't stay in one place forever. Like, you have to keep pivoting, and I think that's what a lot of really successful streamers have done. They pivot again and again and again. I think whenever I was doing video and stuff, I was pivoting towards different things. And so, you know, one of my pivots kind of took me away from being on camera and took me into designing and thinking about the fundamentals of streaming, like stream technology that everybody can use. So I wanted to share what I was doing with everyone. And when I make graphics, I can make graphics for one person at a time. But when I do stream technology, I can help people hundreds or thousands or even tens of thousands at a time. And so I think I kind of got a little distracted with scale. I was like, my graphics can only affect so many people's lives, but stream technology and cloud technology could affect the masses, because that can be used for medicine, for entertainment, for even law, you know, and for education, you know, for teaching and for healing. And I just like I'm still chasing that, you know, bigger scale. I want to change more people's lives, and that gives me purpose. So, oh, really? It's toxic. You got in a low key and everybody just bailed. Yeah. Lava, I've done stable diffusion. Have you seen my stable diffusions? Did I show them on stream or no? I might get banned though if I show them, but I'll show you a few. And if I get banned, no one will notice anyway, so it's okay, right? So let me pull up on my screen some stable diffusion is the open source version. Wait, you don't want me to get banned? Usually everybody wants me to get banned. Usually when I said this is going to get me banned, everybody's like, yay, Psynaps is going to get banned. This is exciting. So, I'm pretty sure if the viewers, if you give them a button to like kill me, I would die instantly. Like, and they would be sad I'm gone, of course. But when it comes to people and the public, they won't not do it. They'll do it to anybody. It doesn't matter who you are. You could be Taylor Swift. You could be like the most popular person on the planet. And if you put a button and you let people press it, they'll fucking press it, no matter what it does. You could be hooked up to an electric chair and be like, please don't press a button. Everybody be like, oh yeah. They'll press it like 100 times until they get bored, and then they'll go and do something else. And then you totally die. You know it's true. It's basic psychology. Your spam running +10 for the crests? Oh yeah, pump them, because the crests will get easier. The crests are only like a bitch between like 10 and 18 or something, because you're farming the crest to upgrade your gear. Just keep on pumping them, and the crest will just like, pretty soon you'll have like more crests than you can handle. But Chris Cat, all right, you can't seem to get into even a 12 key. The keys are trolling you. It is getting that time of night where it gets harder to get in a key. Probably for you guys is DPS too. I don't know what spec you're running, but for me as a healer, keys, I have no problem getting into keys. But late at night, less people are queuing, and that won't change for another couple of hours. It'll be a little bit dead in the middle of the night, and then soon the morning crowd will start coming in, and then you'll be pumping keys all day again. But let me see if I can. I'm trying to find my. I'm having a hard time finding it because I'm just can't remember where I put it, but I'm still looking for my AI little experiments that I did. Where did I put it? Damn it. Oh, Bills. You want to get into retail? Yeah, Blizzard. WoW is a very expensive game. There's no doubt about that. I've tried to quit many times, but I can't quit. Oh, here it is. AI Stable Diffusion. Okay. So, all right. So this is dumb. What I'm going to show you is going to achieve levels of dumb that are beyond dumb. But some of them are actually kind of funny. So let's do this together. Maybe put that like that. Put that like that. Okay. So some of these are not that good and they're kind of dumb because this was my first time using Stable Diffusion. Stable Diffusion is free. I downloaded the libraries off of GitHub. I used my NVIDIA to train my face, and I did it all. No third party service. I did it all here, and I just wanted to learn because I do training every once in a while. I'll tell you about the last. I did convolutional. What's it called? Convolutional neural networks at some point too on the stream. So I experiment every once in a while with AI, but some of these are actually like pretty bad at. Look at this one. What? Don't report me, okay? If you never report me, they won't ban me. So just don't report me, okay? There'll be some guy that'll be like, I'm gonna report you, and you'll never know. Just knock it off and enjoy the content, okay? Even if you hate it, just fuck you ahead of time. All right. So here's the typical AI fingers. Actually, was it Stephen Colbert that was making fun of this, or it was one of the late night show guys? I think it might have actually been, what's his name? Oh shit, fuck. How come I can't remember his name? Not Stephen Colbert, but Jimmy Fallon, because there's Jimmy Kimmel and there's Jimmy Fallon. So Jimmy Fallon, I think, was making fun of Trump, the Trump campaign, because they were showing Trump with black voters. That was what they were making fun of because they were using AI to put, Trump hats on people to make it look like, African Americans were voting and sympathizing with Trump and stuff like that. So it was like you could see what it was, and that's what they were making fun of on the late night show. And so anyway, they would zoom into the fingers and they'd be like, this is how you know it's AI, because all the fingers were all fucked up on all these Trump things. Well, we're not getting political here. We're just talking about how AI has a hard time with fingers for whatever reason. Okay, so anyway, there's a whole bunch of them, and I'll go through them fast because some of them look super mega cool. I mean, look at this weird art that, like, you could literally get ideas for tattoos or something on some of these. And some of them are just like super metal. I'll try to find one. There's like me with paladin armor. I was trying to do paladin armor. And some of them are goofy. Like that doesn't even look like me, but that's funny. This dude's a little stumpier than me, but who knows? Could be me one day. Like, what's going on here? I don't even wear watches. Like, what the fuck? I'm on the beach here. And this dude does have big calves. At least that guy's buff. That guy's buffer than me, at least. That one's pretty cool. Oh, look at this. What? And there's a picture of me over here with no shirt and then a fucking what? Like, this is schizophrenic stuff. Nothing against schizophrenia, but that is what that is what that is. There's some more cool ones there. There's me. Look at, there's a horse coming out of my head. Some of these are not even photorealistic. They're just like art. Look like they're drawn or whatever. Oh, I know what this one is. I was just putting in weird commands because I was just messing with it, right? It's free. Like, there's no limit to how I can do it. It just takes time because I did the libraries myself. So I was like, put Psynaps on a horse in paladin armor. And like, that's what came out, right? Obviously it's hit or miss, it doesn't always work. But those ones with the gear, and there's some like kind of abstract black and whites that it would do sometimes. I love these, by the way. I think they're of my face. Like, of course I'm partial to them because they have me in them. But some of the weird stuff that happens, like look at the little curly beard things. Like, that's trippy. Why am I like on a art? Like, it's like 3D art on a wall and the wall's like all fucked up. Like, it's like all chipping. Like, I love this stuff. It's like, how does it even come up with this, right? Oh, here's one. Look at what's going on up here. What the fuck is that? That's weird. If you guys don't think that's weird, you need to check your weird meters, because that's some crazy shit right there. There's me painting myself. Lol? Lol. What the fuck? These are just like weird ones that I took. Like this one here, I like this one because this one is like artistic. Like this one is like, you know, me or whatever that is that's supposed to look like me is like just kind of staring into the distance, kind of just, you know, just like super chill, like not depressed, but not like, you know, there's like emotion there, but it's a dull kind of emotion. And then there's like me painting pictures of myself also looking dull in the background. Like this is like weird stuff. This is kind of cool because it's got like some little equation stuff. You know, I think I put neurons. I was like synapse, like the neuron in it. And it kind of did some like abstract interpretation of like the brain kind of coming out of the head there. I thought that was pretty cool. Another one that's similar to that. That one there's kind of cool, just like as a drawing, right? There's like Jesus synapse or something there. It's cool. That's not what I typed in. I thought it looked like that, you know. I didn't type in make me Jesus. Who knows what it would have done. But this is kind of cool. Me with a badass looking beard, one that's even more badass than my actual beard. And then me with like a hat down there. Okay, so these are the more metal ones. These could be like on a cover of a metal album. Like look at this shit. That dude looks way tougher than me, for sure. That dude's like in a tunnel, like it's got rocks. Like this could be some metal video or something, you know what I mean? I think that's actually pretty sick. Now they're starting to get kind of space. I think I went to space. I typed something with space in there. Here's me like in a Western scenario, like a cowboy, but not a cowboy, just like Old West kind of look. But if you look at the hands, there's some weird things going on. Like what's that? Is that like a horse hair? Or did I don't even want to know what that could be. That's suspicious. Looks like what could be a gun or a telephone or something with like a half finger going on there. You gotta look at the fingers if you really want to see how it gets all fucked up. Again, there, no gun. Maybe I was supposed to be holding it. Maybe I could Photoshop a gun in right there. But those are funny. There's me looking like, doesn't that look like the guy from Star Trek? Like, the guy that played Will? You know, you know, was it Riker? Will Riker. Kind of looks like him. I forget what his name is. He's a pretty legit dude. If you ever watched, The Next Generation. Yeah, Riker. Right. It's weird. Who knows what'll happen? There's some like small ones. Oh, that one's cool. Look at the lighting and the color in that one. That's actually pretty sick. Here's some like, I don't know what this is, but some of those are actually pretty cool. I don't know what I typed in here, but you can go into the metadata and see exactly what I typed to make that come out. And it'll like save the metadata of exactly which libraries I was using. So you can actually, in the seed and everything, you can reproduce these if you're, you know, have the same libraries and stuff, which is pretty cool. So that's one of the reasons I saved all these, was because it's actually, you're building kind of a metadata library as well. So you can kind of see what works and what doesn't work. This one's kind of cool because what is that? Some kind of like glowing Iron Man kind of thing, or maybe some magic, maybe some like I don't know. Oh yes. There's some armor. That was sick. Fuck yeah. So now we're getting into the paladin armor stuff. So it started making these. And some of the designs on this armor is pretty trippy too. I think that's kind of the cool thing that AI will do, is it'll kind of just make stuff up. So the fingers are all messed up again here. Although that's a cool picture, although it's kind of fucked up in a funny way. Oh, there's me happy as like some kind of warrior and some fire or something. The rest of them I look all serious. I don't know why it did that. Maybe I wasn't smiling when I took pictures of my face or something. It always wants to make me super serious and looking mad or something. I think I have one blue eye and one brown eye here. don't know what's going on there. That's cool. There are some cool ones coming. I'll go through them faster because I'm almost at the end, but there's some really trippy ones that I think these ones are starting to get into like the kind of trippy artsy. Like, I don't know what I put in here, but why do I have like ears or something? Some of them do get kind of weird. That one's cool. I think I might have put like steampunk or something, cyberpunk, steampunk or something. And so I started making these. I don't know what that is. I would obviously like a superhero of some kind there. I think that one's cool with the hat. That's some pretty fucked up stuff. I would actually wear a real costume like that. That would be nuts. I would put that on like for Halloween or something. That is actually pretty legit. Except I don't have that good of style. So even if I tried to make that for like cosplay, I don't think I would be able to. But I totally would love that because I think that looks cool. Or this dude right here. Fucking A. Get some cosplay ideas. Maybe not this one. This one's getting more into like runway model or something. I don't know what happened here. Me is like a skinny runway model or something. I don't know what those hats are. It's getting a little bit lavish. I don't know what's going on, to be honest. But I look cool in this one. My eyes are all squinted. Looking all serious. Cool mask. Trippy. Tripping out. Tripping out on acid here. AI is on acid. Like, what is that? I don't even know how that happened. It's interesting. Look, what the fuck is that? What? Where'd he get that picture? I'm like, what? And it goes from, look, it goes from that to that. That guy looks cool. I feel like you could hang out with that guy. Looks like that guy would have like a bong nearby or something. The fire ones are actually kind of cool. I think they're almost done. I don't know what this is. It's pretty suspicious here. There's a lot of fur. That's a little bit too furry for me. I'm not that furry. I promise. That's a little bit on the furry. I don't know if that's a bat or a werewolf or a bat wolf. Anyway, those are cool. The dragon. At least there's a dragon in that one. Yeah, I think I might have put something about dragons or werewolves in this. Yeah, because there's another dragon. So I don't know what I was typing, but something happened there. Oh, these ones are actually kind of cool. I think we might have gone to like cyberpunk stuff. At least like my boobies are like have little lights or buttons on them. Right where the nipple would be. There's actually, it looks like maybe a power button. So you can just press that button. Maybe something happens. I don't know. Not sure. This one too has some weird nipple stuff going on. I didn't put anything about nipples in there. It's just, that's how it came out. I think somebody should actually make a shirt like this. Look how that lights up. Like, I think that looks really cool. I like the illuminated stuff. This is pretty cool too. Like, here's another like outfit that has illumination in it. I think that looks super cool. That looks like some kind of WoW transmog or something. I guess my beard is fluorescent there. It's pretty cool. Iron Man, Anduin. Psynaps is a furry. Hey, Holy Sheep is here. You watching me look at myself in the stable diffusion outputs? Yeah, I'm tripping out. I would have this shirt made, I'm just saying. And then I would look all mad, and then a cool shirt of me also looking all mad. I think that's cool. Don't hate. It's weird, but it's still cool. Look at that guy. What? So this is like Stable Diffusion that I just downloaded off of GitHub because I just wanted to play with it. I wanted to see what my GPU could do. Here I used a different image set, so my face looks different. I don't know what it was doing. It did some cool stuff, but it really fucked up my face. It looks like a different person, like my brother or like my dad or something. I don't know. But this one definitely didn't get my face as good as the other ones. But that was also part of the learning process too, was just to try different, settings to train the thing to my face. And it's all free. I did this just myself with a GitHub and a NVIDIA, so I think, and now since the last time I did this, there's even newer libraries, this was like version 2. Now there's version 3, version 4. You know, they just keep on going. Pretty much forever. There's me on a farm. I wanted to get me in a picture with a tractor because that's something you'll probably never see me doing in real life because I don't live on a farm or anywhere near one. So I thought I'd do a couple of farm ones. I don't know what's going on there. Is that like a balloon, a fishing pole? Is that a tree? Not sure, but thanks Stable Diffusion for weirding us all out. This one's cool. Look at the beard right there. Look at that. What? What? It's me as a robot. It's me as a robot on crack. Shit. This one's kind of cool. There's another me on my forearm. I guess my arms are actually also my head. It's pretty wicked. One of those didn't even look at me at all. Okay, that's all of them. So I can't believe I even showed all of those. And I'm also surprised that I didn't get banned because I know in one of the folders, the output, there was some pretty strange. You got to watch out with what you type in the prompt because some of those were not safe for work. I didn't have the safe for work filter on. I wanted to see what it would generate. And some of the stuff was, let's just say if you haven't gone down that rabbit hole before, when you do, you'll be going down that one. That was some pretty trippy ones. But you think it did pretty good, Lava? I think it did do good. It did really surprise me at first. So we were talking about, you know, like AI and more on a like philosophical level, like what's it for? I don't think we've really discovered what it's for. There's that, what I just did, but that's really just like, you know, the generative AI, like the Chat GPT and the Midjourney and stuff. This is just scratching the surface. This is a gold rush and we haven't even found the gold yet. There's plenty of opportunity, I think, to discover something truly innovative and truly impactful when it comes to AI and the way that we use it in our everyday lives. I think there's a lot of ideas out there. Just like there's a blockchain for everything, there's an AI for everything. But are we going to do something special with it? Is it going to take over the world and, you know, like some people fear? I don't know. Maybe. I'm not that afraid of AI that much because at the end of the day, humans made it and humans are not that smart. So the AI is, I don't think, gonna like all of a sudden become smarter than us and then just like decide that we have to die. I think if anything, the AI is gonna like want to help us, you know, because it's like feel sorry for us as humans. It's gonna be like, it's just gonna give us like 10 commandments that'll just change our existence and then just leave. I don't think it's gonna stick around to fight with us or exterminate us from the universe. I think AI will just be like, look, we see what's going on here, and we decided we're going to give you 10 tips that will accelerate your evolution. And here you go. Number 1, stopping dumbasses. Number 2, stopping morons. Number 3, you guys are really dumb. You could probably try harder. Number 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It'll engrave it onto a stone. It'll give it to Moses, and then it'll leave and never come back. And then we'll pray to it. And then we'll be better after that. I'm pretty sure that's what AI is going to do. It's not going to stick around and turn itself into machines and then shoot at us and go to war with us. And AI will be like, we're out. Like, see you guys later. It's all right. You know I'm right. You know I'm right. I know what I'm saying is like a bunch of bullshit, but the thing is, I'll say a bunch of bullshit, but the stuff I say is like, it's not wrong. You don't have to agree with it, but it's not blatantly wrong. Let's do a mythic. I just want to see what people are running right now. I'll start with one I think I can actually stream, like a 21. Because I have this cutoff, like 20, 21, 22 is like I can do it in my sleep. Now the 23 and 24 is actually where I'm like trying to theory craft to get through it, because everybody's like fucking up and I have to carry everybody and I can't carry everybody in 24s. So that's like my fault, I guess. I don't know. But I think the fact that we can go to AI for a shortcut on things, shortcuts, right? That's what it is. Time savers, shortcuts. You are right. It is changing our lives already. There's no doubt about that. It's making dumb people smarter. It's kind of like Google. Right now, ChatGPT to me is just Google. Now, if you talk to the guys who developed ChatGPT and the ChatGPT company themselves, they want to separate themselves from being Google, the search engine. But really, that's all it is. It really is. It is. You can't say that it's not. They'll say that it's not. They're like, no, it's much more than that. It's different than that. It does different stuff. No. I will correct you right now. ChatGPT is just Google Search Engine 2.0. It's an extension of that because that's how it works. It indexes stuff you're teaching it. It learns from all of the content, but it's generative. That's the difference. Whereas Google will just spit out a bunch of search results. ChatGPT and some of the generative AI will, it's doing the same thing. It's indexing, but then it, generates something new out of that. But Dark 9, Dark 9. Yeah, I'm still playing. I'm trying to get like 3,100. I'm like stuck. I hit 3K and I got a little stuck as healer, but that's what I'm doing. It's more accurate. It's also good for fact checking. No, lava. That's actually not what it's good for. AI is not known to be accurate, and it's probably not good for fact checking. That's where you would go to Google, not the AI. The AI, because it's generative, it's inherently error prone, and it's not, it doesn't focus on the quality of information, but it can gather and do the information. It's not accurate. That's actually the problem with it. And so you don't want to use AI if you are looking for facts. Oh, you meant Google. That's where AI shouldn't be involved. Copilot is bad. Right. Google is right. Well, I mean, you can also find bad information on Google, but at least with Google, it's like you're interpreting the information so you can make sound judgments on where the information comes from. Whereas AI, it can come from anywhere. You don't know what the AI sources are. It could be lots of sources and stuff. And that's also like where copyright infringement, copyright concern comes into play, because if you go to like Mid-Journey and you do pictures or Stable Diffusion, as I have demonstrated Stable Diffusion just now, we don't know where those pixels came from. It's generating pixels based on other works, but the other works may be copyright. And so artists, are concerned about that there's no way to credit the original artists of those images that it was trained on. But we know that the databases are using possibly copyright information. Same with ChatGPT, where, you can't assess where the information came from, how accurate it is, or if it's public domain or actually copyright information. So you don't know who to cite. That's kind of the revolutionary problem. It's like, it's a good thing that it does all that stuff. But the bad thing is, who do you credit? There's no one to credit. What do you credit? ChatGPT? You can't turn in a college paper where the author is, your sources are ChatGPT. That's a good way to piss off your teacher, right? It's like how bad do you want to piss your teacher off? Start writing your shit with ChatGPT, which is what every college student does now. And they're getting expelled too. They're getting kicked out of college because the ones that are getting caught for using AI, it's like, it's worse than using a calculator on a math test. At least when you use a calculator on a math test, it's like, at least you're still like, you still have to press the buttons, and learn how to use a calculator. That's kind of, I guess it is. I guess ChatGPT is like using a calculator because, you have to know how to use, at least you have to know how to use ChatGPT to get it to work, right? And that's the same thing with a calculator. You might not understand the math, but you can use a calculator, right? Same with ChatGPT. You might not understand how to write, but you might know how to use ChatGPT. So it's kind of a tool. But the problem is you can't cite where you got the information from. And that inherently is a deal breaker, for academia. Midjourney was pushed through over 1 million image on each topic, so it's forced out. It's our job to teach it, just like you teach a kid in school. Yeah, we got to learn it. It's a tool. We got to learn how to use it. I remember in academia, Wikipedia was the devil when it first came out. Wikipedia, it took teachers a long time to accept Wikipedia. What's going on right here? Why is all these people have their little mount out? I'm going to bring mine out too. I don't even know if I'm invited to this party right here, but I'm just going to do it anyway. That's the 2K. That's the Mythic Plus mount right there. If you get 2K Mythic Plus, you get that green boy right there. So Wikipedia was kind of banned in academic. And then teachers realized, wait a minute, Wikipedia is actually good. It's not a bunch of false information like we thought it would be. It's actually people are, can edit it and publish to it. But they're finding that community efforts like Wikipedia are actually accurate because they're putting sources. So you can go down to the bottom and you can follow the source and you can validate the information that you read on Wikipedia. So, college students can cite Wikipedia as long as they go one level further and cite, the original, stuff down at the bottom, the citations. ChatGPT and Google's product and stuff, they have no such thing. There's no such citations. There's no such fact checking. There's no such validation of information. It's just stuff that seems cool to the stupid eye. So one thing I mentioned for people is if ChatGPT outputs convince you, no. Let me say it this way. ChatGPT outputs are convincing to stupid people because, and that's not meant to be an insult. I know some people will take it personally and be like, oh, I love ChatGPT. I use it all the time. Does that mean you're just calling me stupid? No. I'm not. What I'm saying is that when you're really good at writing or when you're really good at code and you see the output of ChatGPT as a coder, like if you tell ChatGPT to write an FFmpeg command for live streaming HLS, everybody in the live streaming community started doing that. And they're like, oh my God, it'll spit out this big complicated FFmpeg thing. I do FFmpeg. I can tell ChatGPT FFmpeg outputs. And FFmpeg is very simple. There's only so many ways you can combine things because my eye can see it. But everybody's like, oh, that's amazing. It can do FFmpeg. And when I see it, I'm like, it looks like pretty fake. It's like, no, it's wrong. Like some things are not supposed to go right there. So smart people are going to be able to see it. And teachers and people who are really good at writing, they're going to be able to see they're going to be able to tell because they're actual writers and they can tell, the way ChatGPT looks. So I'll say it again. The point is, if ChatGPT impresses you and you think it's smart, that's because you are not at that level to recognize that it's actually not that great. It has some ways to go. So maybe one day the ChatGPT will pass the Turing test where you can turn in a paper written by ChatGPT and it'll look like, a paper written by someone. Now for college kids, like freshmen in English, when you're a teacher and you look at the papers people turn in, kids do, or younger adults do actually write bad. So it will be hard for the teachers to tell the difference between ChatGPT and what a young adult writes because they're both going to be like kind of bad. So the teachers do have their work cut out for them. And it will be the young adults, the freshmen students and undergraduates who are going to be the ones trying to write their papers on ChatGPT so they can go party at night. Look, I went to college. I know how it works. You If you're going to even get it done at all, you do it early so that you can go do something else later. A lot of students won't even do it at all, or they'll copy it, or they'll buy it. There's websites where you can buy your papers. All of the folks that are in that category, they're going to be using ChatGPT now, and it's going to be cheap. They're going to hand in their papers, and they're going to go do something else, and they're going to get their college degree just like everybody else. And they're going to be in debt for lots and lots of money for college because they spent all of their time using ChatGPT and partying instead of finding scholarships and other stuff to pay for their college debt. So there you go. There's my broad general analysis of the world for your entertainment. But Lava says, once you learn how to teach AI mathematics to do all your problem solvings, that's when it will get bad, because then laziness will be full force. And then you might get certain people in fields that don't belong. Yeah, but it's the same with calculators. It's like, I think it works itself out. I mean, I use my TI-89 to get through calculus. And so I'm pretty helpless without the TI-89. You're not going to see me solving complicated algebraic equations on a whiteboard. But that was never my style. I had no intention of doing that. That's what a mathematician would do. If I wanted to be a mathematician, then I would probably not want to rely on my TI-89. I would enjoy and love mathematical proofs on a whiteboard or a blackboard. And so calculator would only be like a tool that I use, under some circumstance if I wasn't proofing complicated mathematics, deriving and everything. So I don't think that the AI, I think there's a certain kind of person that's going to use AI because they don't care. So I think it'll work itself out. I don't think it'll be like, there's going to be problems for teachers. I think there's going to be plenty of industries where AI is going to be kind of a bane to everything. Resumes are going to be written by AI now, and the style of resumes is going to change forever because of it. Pretty soon you have to use AI, because if you write it yourself, it's not going to be sufficient. At some point, maybe only AI can achieve the future styles of resume writing. There'll be little things like that are forever depend on AI, and there'll be no going back, I think. But then there'll be other fields where, like AI's writing books. Nope. Because people who read books, I don't think are going to want to just read a bunch of AI bullshit. I think it might be fun as a novelty, like, let's check out this book that the AI wrote. But I think at some point people are going to want to know that the book was written by hand by an author they know and respect and they understand. I think there's always going to be a trend for like original work, even if the original work is worse than the AI, because it's going to be about style. It's going to be about being human. It's going to be about the imperfections of humanity. And so there's always going to be that. And then there'll be the crowd that will happy to read some crazy fucking mind fuck of a book written by AI. I don't know. Just like a prediction. There's always going to be the human element that we desire. There's a Throne of the Tides 21. I wonder if those are hard this week. Throne of the Tides is always awkward. I actually took off my improved regrowth, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to pop those water shields that come out. We'll have to see after I change that spec. Some of the higher key druids don't have this, so they figured out how to pop that bubble without it, I guess. Or maybe the player themselves has to pop it. Maybe they're like in organized groups where there's not so much pressure on the druid to pop that debuff. But I have in the past had a hard time popping it sometimes. Sometimes like it'll just pop itself. Like I'll just crit. My heals are just like stacked, critting, and it'll be no problem. Sometimes a paladin will use like a lay on hands or something and pop it himself. But I've actually failed to pop it many, many times in there. I've succeeded, but also failed. So it's really hit or miss. And then I just took this off, so it's not going to be any easier. I'll literally spend half of all of my mana trying to pop one of those sometimes. So it's definitely unoptimal, inefficient for some reason. There's a, oh, probably would have went into that rise. Let me do like a 20 Dark Heart Thicket. Oh, people cannot get Dark Heart Thicket. I don't know why. I have no problem with that dungeon. I like that dungeon, but other people get real shitty in there. They don't know what the hell's going on. Black Rook Hold 20. That'll be good for a vault. Ooh, there's a 21 Fall. Those ones are getting tough. With the second boss, the time boss, you gotta be on your game. Everybody's gotta know which quadrant they gotta stand in, because if they don't, people die, and then people cry. I'm gonna go into this throne. I doubt any pug could just time a throne, even if it's just a 21. You might be thinking, oh, it's only a 21. It's gonna be easy. Well, yeah, that's right, except for when pugs are involved. Finally, for the first time in like 2 hours, finally I go into a game. I'm weird. Even I think I'm weird. I'm a weird streamer. I came in here to play games and then it took me 2 hours to start a game. That's either weird or also possibly maybe some kind of dysfunctional or something. I don't know. I think it's this one. Oh yeah, I got travel form. I can go fast underwater. This new monitor is really bright. You can tell it's like... It's blind right now. Oh, I know what happened. My lights turned off because, let's see, floor. If I put a little bit more light, it'll be a little more chill. So there, I turned on some lights. Because when my family goes to bed, they press, I have a smart home. So you can just like press one button. I have one button that turns down all the lights, you know, for nighttime. Kind of just puts it into night light mode in the house. For the kids, you know, they leave a couple of lights, dimmable lights on real low. Doesn't take up too much power. If you put on LEDs real low, they don't take up hardly any power at all, but they'll actually make really nice night lights. And so I put my smart home like that. But it's not smart enough to know that I'm streaming yet because I didn't teach it when I'm live. So it just turns off all my lights anyway. That's fine. Do you guys do anything with smart homes? Because if you don't, then I recommend don't, because it's a rabbit hole and it's also a lot of fun. Now, it can get expensive relatively. It depends on what your home improvement budget is like. Some people like to spend their money on home improvement, in which case you can do it on the cheap. On the other hand, if you don't have a budget for home improvement, then I think it can feel expensive. You know, it's not totally cheap, but it's also not super expensive. You know, I think it just depends on what your budget is that year, you know, that quarter kind of thing. Did I have a budget for home improvement? I don't have an official one, but I kind of got hooked. I just bought some sensors. That's what got me into smart home was, I wanted to get some sensors for like temperature, humidity, and motion. You know, like a light comes on when you walk by. That will help me late at night because I'm up late. You know, if I'm up late working, I can turn off the lights. But when I go out of my office, the lights will turn on. So I was like, oh, let's do motion and temperature. I think, oh, that sounds pretty cool.
5.
So I got one of those.
4, 3.
And that was it. That was that was the end. I love having the sensors. And I was like, ooh, what else can I plug into this? And then I went onto YouTube and then, what's his name? Linus Tech Tips. He was also doing some smart switches in his home. And I was like, ooh, I want to check that out. So I was also had some of those switches by then. And so I was like, fuck it. I'm just going to put switches on whatever I think I want to put switches on. And it got out of hand. But if you look at those YouTubers, people do an entire YouTube channel on smart homes. Like they have like 500,000 subscribers and all they do is smart home stuff. Like YouTube creators have blew up on smart home because everybody during the pandemic wanted to make their smart home. And because people were kind of stayed at home. So all the different like hobbies and crafts that you can do at home started blowing up. And smart homes was one of them.
Help spirit.
Oh, look, these guys. You gotta dispel those. Look, and this guy right there too. Okay, somebody dispelled it. Nice. I'm good. And then also, here's where you gotta pop the shields. Oh, look, I got the shield. Let's see if I can pop it. If I can't pop it, I'll die. Okay, I popped it. But I had to pop 3 coolies to get that popped. So that is... But I did spec incapacitating roar, so I just interrupted that hail, which is kind of good. All right, so look, this I can tell right now by what's happening. Oh, I gotta pop that. Oh, I gotta pop. Look, and I'm going slow because oh no, that guy's gonna die. Don't you die on me. Don't you die. Okay. He had to heal himself. He was about to die. If he didn't heal himself, I was unable to heal him fully from that, which is pretty scary.
Watch your step.
3, 2.
What happens is we got the debuff, which means we didn't dispel all of the spirits. There was one hiding somewhere that got us. And failing that one simple mechanic will wipe the group.
Watch your step.
And then here I am like burning unnecessary mana. I just kind of instinctively put rejuve on some people. The rejuve is unnecessary. So it could like act like pre-healing for somebody who's about to take damage. And so it's not always bad. But
watch your step.
I think a high key healer really just has to get rid of all of those bad habits. Like you can't just be pre-healing just because. It has to be very focused. And that's another thing I'm working on. Just my own like personal journey through healing is it has to be like a lot more purposeful. You know, I've gotten by pretty well just healing on autopilot because Druid's very powerful and I'm very experienced as a healer. So it's easy for me to just like go to sleep and heal. High keys just can't do that. You just go You can't go to sleep at any time. Oh, things are getting crazy in here. What's all this? These guys we're about to roll up to are going to be the guys that pop that shield. I keep forgetting what it's called. It's called, whatever it's called. You know, I call it the water shield. That's how I remember it. It's a debuff. You got to heal through it or else the guy dies. And you can't kick it. So it's unkickable. I'm going to pre-heal some people up just a little bit. Crushing depth. There it is. It's going to come out on someone. And it didn't come out on anybody? Okay, somebody else, the other guy's casting it. Okay, they hit this guy.
Help spirit.
Yeah, I got it. Whew, it's scary. I think I hold my breath whenever that crushing depth hits. Lava, you would love to play retail well? Hey, well, I have an idea for you, but problem with retail is yeah, you gotta buy it. But if you buy it like 6 months in advance, if you're that serious, you can save some money. You can save a couple bucks, but it's not cheap. That's the problem. And why did I die? What the hell? But what I was gonna tell you is there is a cool little thing you can do if you're just playing, like, if you're just fucking around. You can build a private server, which I've done many times in the past, but I've always been a retail customer, so that's how I justify it. I'm like, look, I pay for WoW, so if I run a couple private servers on the side for my own personal use in my house, you know, it's not a big deal. But I did it for video editing and for like making thumbnails and like just fun art stuff, you know, for content creation. I think Blizzard doesn't mind that kind of stuff because it promotes the game. It's just people who love the game like to have a private server. But if you do that, you can do it for free, and there's no limit to how many people can play it. For example, you could have your whole family playing World of Warcraft on a private server, and you know, it's free. It's against terms of service, so I'm sure technically no one's really allowed to suggest such a thing that would be against the term Blizzard terms of service. You certainly can't stream that kind of content because that would be against Twitch's terms of service to break Blizzard's terms of service. But I'm sure you can get away with saying that you've done a private server in the past before, and it's a lot of fun. Nothing wrong with saying that. You've been playing SOD.
Help spirit.
Oh, here's one of these spirit guys. Watch out! Those things
Watch your
suck.
step.
Those things are assholes. Oops, I actually popped two of those little Trent guys. Those are my little helpers. Sometimes, like, I have a habit of, like, clicking the button multiple times so that it, like, so that it hits faster. But if you do that on the Trents, they'll all come out because they're not on the global cooldown. Oh, did that guy hit us? God damn it. I think I could have dispelled him too. Did I actually miss that guy? I don't know what happened there.
Watch your step.
I tried to click him. Okay, now I need some mana because I got a little flustered there. You want to do the pre-order?
2, 1.
Help spirit.
I'm just going to wait till it comes out. I don't even care that much about the pre-order, to be honest. But if you are going to pre-order, you always get the little cool little incentives and stuff. Oops, somebody died. I don't know what hit that guy. Oh, those guys. Oh, no. They need a stun or something. Oh, no. What's happening? No, why?
3, 2.
Why did we all
1.
die right there? We don't usually die right there. I don't usually die right there. It's actually the next pack that gets a little sus. That one's usually not that bad. Talk says even if you don't pre-order, you still get all the extra. Oh, really? So there's no like pre-order incentives? Like they don't give you like, you know, special mount or something? I usually skip the pre-order. I'm a little bit fussy like that too. Like but it's my personal policy for all games. I never pre-order. I wait till it comes out, and then I wait till you know to see what people think of it, and then I'll buy it. But it's more of just like a stubborn kind of. I think for some types of games, you should wait to make sure that it's what you thought it was. But for a game like WoW, you already know what it's gonna be, so you don't technically need to like wait, but I do anyway for some reason. Oh, I know why we wiped there. Is that we weren't ready for that dog pack that came in. That was the problem. But we should be ready now.
3, 2.
Yeah, much better,
1.
much better.
Help spirit.
And I can stun too. I think I wasn't the only one that got flustered there. I think the whole team kind of messed up there. So sometimes I'll want to take responsibility for like when people are not kicking and missing their kicks and all of that stuff. And then, but it's not always. like my fault.
3,
And then
2, 1.
Help
And then
spirit.
another problem that I have is sometimes people will blame me for stuff that happens when it's actually the DPS's fault. So that happens too. So if you're like just watching the stream and you've never healed before, be really careful before you blame the healer. Because sometimes the healers are bad, but sometimes it's because the comp is terrible or the DPS are like super terrible.
2, 1.
Help spirit.
It's not always like just the healer's fault. Usually I think if the healer is struggling, it's because there's lots of things that are going wrong. It's like a domino effect. I wasn't able to like pop that guy's water shield, but I felt like I was. I felt like it was like that close, but I just didn't have like the stuff I needed. I didn't have Swift Man, didn't have nature's swiftness. A couple of things where could have popped it. Or if you don't have those things, you just need some big crits. The crits are either going to happen or they're not. They're not guaranteed.
3, 2.
I mean, I've popped it
1.
just on crits alone. Sometimes it's popped before my heals even land. And sometimes I'll just be healing it one over the other, and it still won't pop. So it's pretty variable. The only game I can remember pre-ordering is GTA. Yo, number 7, what's up? Whoa, we got number 7 in the house. What's going on? Down under. GTA. Yeah. What have I pre-ordered? I think I've pre-ordered WoW before, maybe. Maybe like Battlefield. I don't think I even pre-ordered Battlefield though. I think I fanboyed about Battlefield, but I don't think I actually pre-ordered it. Maybe I did. Nah.
AOE incoming.
EA, I don't think you should pre-order EA games.
3, 2, 1.
Help spirit.
Dude, I popped that guy right away.
Run out.
Oh, why'd you pick me? What a jerk. Like, I really want to read the chat, but the second I do, we'll all die.
3, 2.
And although you might think that's
1.
funny, my teammates will not think that's funny.
Shockwave.
In fact, streaming generally pisses people off in 5-mans. Like if I roll up right now and be like, hey guys, I'm live right now. Here's my Twitch channel. These guys will be like, oh, this motherfucker's streaming right now.
AOE incoming.
You know what I mean? Like, they'll be like, oh, we've got a streamer in here. Great.
2, 1.
Help spirit.
It's taboo.
AOE
You don't tell
incoming.
anyone. Oh, you know what I actually I took off Innervate. So I don't have Innervate because
3,
some of the
2.
high key healers
Spirit.
were like, you don't need Innervate because druids are really efficient with mana. And I'm thinking maybe other druids are efficient with
Shockwave.
mana, but I probably need Innervate. So I took it off just to like get myself out of relying on it, you know, so it'll be good practice. It'll make me better for sure.
Shockwave.
Because right here, he's going to do AoE.
2.
The AoE, if you don't heal that right away, that can be a major problem. So, that's actually like a tough part. But the rest of this fight is fine. In fact, I could probably switch to DPS, which I should have been doing this whole time anyway. But not during the AoE phase. I've got to be healing for that. Got to be pre-healing. But number 7, what are you playing nowadays? Have you guys logged into Battlefield at all lately? Or just playing all other games? Because I've been wanting to do Battlefield because I got a new monitor. I have not played Battlefield on my new monitor or my new PC. So,
3.
I want to see how it
2,
does, because you know Battlefield,
Help
it's
spirit.
really good with colors. Battlefield is always known, it supports HDR.
Watch your
you know,
step.
for everybody who has a badass graphics card and monitor and has all the toys. Battlefield has always been a real beautiful, even back in the day, you could do 4K as one of the first games
Knocking
that
back.
could even do 4K, you know? And so, that's the game you definitely want to go and check out if you've got some gear. And even if you don't have gear, it's so well optimized that you don't even need gear to play it.
Help
But if you
spirit.
do have gear, then it's even sweeter.
Watch your step.
Ah. So I'm trying to kind of conserve mana here because shit
Knocking
is about to hit the wall pretty soon. But it looks like these guys have it under control, which is nice.
3.
Ooh, the tank! Did you see the low of the tank guy right there?
Help spirit.
Oh my god. Okay, those guys got taken care of.
Watch
I
your
better put
step.
some more stuff on the tank. I thought he was fine, but jeez. Sometimes I'll just kind of I'll just break off. I'll peel off of heals on the tank because the tank will be fine, you know. Depending on who the tank is, some tanks could just
1.
solo the whole
Help
dungeon
spirit.
themselves, you know what I mean? So I'll just kind of supplement them with some basic heals, but just focus on everybody else. You played a bit of SOD, but nothing much lately. Dude, I assure you, I'm the only one who hasn't been playing SOD yet. Everyone in the chat has been playing except for me. But my son has been playing it. I don't even know what I'm missing. Because I haven't even looked. I barely can figure out how to heal Druid as it is, but I have been having fun. This Druid is 3k, like 30, 50 Mythic Plus. So I've been doing a couple of Mythic Pluses lately. But I do it very like efficiently. Like I find out exactly what Mythic Plus I need, and then I just do that one until I get the points. And I have like an add-on that helps me calculate which ones I need. Or which ones will give me the most points for the week.
Run.
And I'll just do that. Because I figure I only have so many minutes or hours to play WoW. So I'll just really focus on the ones that give me the most
Help
points.
spirit.
And boom, just went to 3k just like that. Just doing it just like that, you know. Not even like super skill
Crowd
or
control.
anything. Just mostly just more efficient kind of in a way.
Run. Crowd control.
Oh, that dude, I couldn't heal that guy. He had something on him. It just nuked him.
Crowd control.
Gotta be careful here because here you can accidentally rack up a lot of deaths.
Crowd control.
So everyone needs to like not die here.
Crowd control.
Oh shoot, one of those spirits popped. My haste is super low. Having a hard time getting hots on everybody, but now I'm back.
3, 2.
One of those guys popped. It's probably the one I was supposed to dispel. See if there's any more of them.
Run.
Gotta watch out for those, especially in this instance. You might have to try retail again. Sure. I mean, I don't think anything's wrong with retail. I mean, some people hate retail. But, I mean, look, play them all. I mean, fuck it.
Crowd control.
Fuck it.
2, 1.
Doesn't matter which one's better than the other. It's like, if you love games, just play games. I know some people are like, fuck retail, fucking retail. Retail sucks balls. And I'm like, okay. It's like, I still play retail, but I'm old fashioned or something. Call me a boomer. I still play retail.
Three, two, 1.
Retail is like the Facebook of WoW. Only old people play it.
Pulling in. Run. Pulling in. Run.
Ah! Well, I'm not gonna make it. Oh, fuck. I don't know why I didn't make it. I think I hesitated because of that, the
3,
purple
2,
thing.
1.
I was trying not to run over it. Well, I missed the purple thing, but I died to the stomp or whatever. So that was dumb.
Pulling in. Run.
Oh god, not again. Dude, that tank is taking a lot of Ds.
Pulling in.
3,
Run.
2,
Ouch.
1.
Too many. Too many tentacles.
Pulling in. Run.
I am streaming on both YouTube and Twitch right now. I'm using the Psynaps Restream. The Psynaps Restream is just built into all of my worldwide ingests.
Crowd
It's
control.
like it's scalable. Like there's
Help spirit.
I didn't even tell anyone that I have the
Crowd
Restream
control.
service. So I don't think people even know. There's a few people that use it, but not too many people. Well, for one thing, restreaming is pretty unpopular. People will talk about it. Like, they'll be like, can you restream? But then when they go to actually do it, they don't really think it's that much fun. But I'm having fun restreaming. I think it's cool. So, you know, even though Twitch lets partners restream now and affiliates and everything, it used to be like you couldn't. It was against the rules to do it. And so partners were like forbidden.
Help spirit.
Oh, this is gonna suck because there's so many dispels right now. Oh, this is gonna blow. Oh, maybe not. They dispelled the spirits, so we might be good actually. This might actually work.
Three, two,
Yeah, maybe. We'll
1.
see. Hopefully. This one, I must say, this is a tough one for druids. There's a very specific
Keep moving.
thing that you have to do in this. I noticed it was easy for me to get behind, but a guy helped me one time. He was like, look, I saw you struggling on this boss fight. You need to respec
2, 1.
a little bit for
Help
this.
spirit.
You need to think about healing differently for this particular boss fight. And so after I got that advice, I kind of like went back and started thinking about it a little bit more. I was able to fix a couple of things. Line of sight. Don't fuck that up.
3, 2, 1.
Help spirit.
Now I can dispel those guys.
Break line of sight.
But yo, check out my mana. It's not good, but it's also not terrible. It's a little risky because if this was a 24, I think my mana would be down a lot more. So I definitely gotta work on that a little bit on that fight. If I want to be pushing higher keys, I'm not going to be able to have any struggling there whatsoever. I have to clean that up a little bit. Also, these guys here cast something that one-shots people. I don't know what it is. You guys probably know what it is because you're probably trying to kick it and stuff. I'm over here like trying to heal all this bullshit.
Help
Sometimes I
spirit.
don't know what's killing everyone on these guys. Got that spirit though. Yeah, this one is actually really hard to heal because once those dark
two,
ones come out
one.
and they start casting
Help
whatever the hell that stuff is, it is super hard to heal. Like, look at all these stacks we get. If we get up to like 10 stacks, we just die pretty much. So I think there's kind of an art to pulling this.
Three, two, one.
Help spirit.
Oh, where's the spirit guys? Can't see them. Oh no. Do you ever get flustered and then like you can't see something so you can't click it? Me, never. No, that would never happen to me. Somebody died. Oh, I'm about to die. Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh, oh.
Three,
Whew, I'm going to though.
one.
I don't have innervate.
Help spirit.
What happens when you go and you don't have innervate? Everybody dies. Oh, I'm so dead. I'm so dead. Oh, fuck. Shouldn't have popped coolies there. What's the chance I could just like get mana for like 2 seconds? Okay, maybe that was more than 2 seconds. All right, let's go.
Three,
I do need that mana though.
one.
Help spirit.
All right, I'm punching my keyboard so hard right now. We have 10 stacks. We are so dead. All right, sweet.
Three, two, one.
Help spirit.
Sorry for those of you in my group that did not survive. They're pretty mad right now. But you know, sometimes when everybody's dying, everybody's got like 20 stacks of this stuff. And somebody's gonna die.
Three, two, one.
Help spirit.
It happens. Luckily, it's probably if we tune things up, everybody's got their defensive. Everybody understands like the timing. Then maybe someone doesn't have to die. But in pugs, it's like it's random. Somebody dies every time.
Three, two, one.
Help spirit.
Oh, come on. Heal. Heal. Harder. This one's swell. This is the one that really hurts. Like people will it'll just kill everyone.
Three, two, one.
Help spirit.
Here it comes again. Hold your breath. Close your eyes. It's happening. I'm totally but we did it. Sweet. Now we come get some mana.
Beast has returned. It must not pollute my waters.
Yeah, number 7, if you ever want to do some Mythic Plus, that would be awesome. Please soak, drop on X.
Two.
Where's X? Okay.
Target you.
Alright, let's go. Let's go. Well, that was definitely not on X. I don't think anyone dropped on X except for maybe one guy.
AOE incoming.
Oh, it's going so slow because we lost all of our haste. Okay, now it's going back to normal.
Three, two, one.
Target you. AOE incoming.
Whoa.
Three.
We didn't soak it all up all the way.
Help spirit.
Damn it. It's surprising that soaking is not as straightforward as you would think it is. Like, you're standing over it, you can barely see, then there's like the purple stuff all over the place. It's actually not as straightforward as it seems. And everybody's dying now? What?
Move to pool. AOE incoming.
3, 2, 1.
Help spirit.
Oh my god, this is a disaster. No! Damn it. Let's see if they can do it. They're so close. They can do this. Oh my god. There's no BRs because I already burned them all.
1.
Help spirit. AOE incoming.
10 seconds left.
Phase 2.
Everything was fine up until that last leg, I think, where everybody kind of lost focus, including me. But, yeah, look, 6 seconds overtime. Damn. If we would have died, all we had to do to time this,
2.
everything would have been
1.
perfectly calibrated if, like, there was no, like, huge lack of DPS, I don't think. I think it was just too many deaths on this leg right here. This was the problem, right? Going down this this thing here. Too many people died. If we wouldn't have died there, or I could have somehow miraculously saved them, it would have been right on time, perfectly tuned. So we needed to make up some time, maybe earlier, maybe double pull a little bit or something. So that's the art of tides and why tides is so hard and why not very many people can time this. Even if you look at, like, you know, the higher rated mythic groups, you'll see that everyone's a little bit lagging on tides compared to some of the other ones. And I think one of the things is planning ahead. You have to plan for that last leg. And if you kind of miss the timing, or you don't, like, account for how hard it actually is to time, then you end up, like, flustered at the end. But yo, tell us in How's Mythic Plus. I think it's hard for me. Like, I kind of hit my ceiling, I think, with Mythic Plus. I'm trying to break through these 24 keys and having a really hard time timing them. Because I think everybody's having a hard time timing them. But I'm not at the level where I can just carry everybody. Like, I need to be carried myself. So, so they've been tough, I think. I found the inflection point. I'm trying to break through a little bit, but that's, I mean, it's not terrible. I mean, not everybody's doing 24 keys. There's a whole bunch of people that are doing, like, much higher than that. You know, if I go to the queue window, like, people are queuing, like, high keys all the time. So it's not like there's a 27, some asshole 3400 queuing at 27, and I'm over here bitching about 24. So I just kind of got to break through that imaginary gatekeeper and start queuing with some of these guys who have already broken through it. I think the pugs are just, you know, I think they're kicking the can down the road here. I need to get with a more organized group to break through that gatekeeper. But I'll run another one. What about you? How's Mythic Plus going for you? Like, my Mythic Plus is it's pretty frozen at 30-35. I need like a tank or a DPS to take me under their wing and be like, yo, Psynaps, you need to flow like water. You play Feral Cat? Nice. What rating are you playing at, or are you even doing rating? This is the highest I've gotten, but people don't like inviting me much. Well, it's probably harder for Cat. I mean, people are gonna invite you because they need battle B-res, but 33.97. Oh well, maybe you can coach me through. I don't know if you play healer or not, but yeah, I'm trying to get through that kind of imaginary gatekeeper. Lava, super tired. Work comes early. Oh yeah. Prepare. Yeah, definitely get as much sleep. You guys know sleep is really important. Never fuck with your sleep, man, because your life revolves around sleep. So definitely get some good sleep. I'm glad you got to hang out for a little while. Let's keep the discussion open on the music stuff and AI, and I'll keep you up to date as things. Oh, before you leave, and this goes for everyone that's here or that's here now or maybe watching on the VODs later. We are going to start a talk show at some point. Some of the Stream Voodoo guys want to do a talk show, so we're going to have some guests on. But I've been wanting to do this anyway. I've wanted to do a talk show because we've known so many people over the years. There's so many people we can invite onto the show. And there's so many like famous people or other streamers or people in other non-streaming industries too that we can invite onto the show just for like, excuse me, just for fun. And just to get to meet some new people. So we're going to be doing a little bit of that. And I'm going to keep it like casual, make sure that everybody is super chill and not like super boring. But it's going to be fun for me to do a talk show. So I think if I'm having fun, I think other people might have fun too. It won't be lame like, like Linus's talk show and most of the ones out there. Hopefully it's cooler than that. I think you guys should actually be on the talk show. Yo, check it out. Wazzle's coming in with a bomb. Oh, Wazzle. Dude, Wazzle, you triggered the alert. Some people were trying to trigger the alert last time and they couldn't do it, but somehow Wazzle could do it. I think what I think it is I think Psynaps likes you, Wazzle. Psynaps says, "Oh, I know Wazzle. I'll trigger the alert for Wazzle." So thank you, man, for the sub. Appreciate that. We're just talking about World of Warcraft and kind of breaking the everybody has probably their own kind of glass ceiling. I'm trying to break mine. But Tellison says something about I switched my gear to verse avoidance. That's right, yeah, the versatility. Yeah, I wonder if I can, my gear kind of looks mostly like what other druids are doing. There's just a couple of things I'm missing gear wise, but also the vaults are very shitty for me. But you got weak auras, and that's the other thing, weak auras. I watch druid healers using auras, but I've never like depended on them because I feel like I know my cooldowns, but maybe I don't know them. Like I have UI, like my UI shows all of my hots. So I do have, it's not weak auras, but it is a UI thing that, shows me what everybody has and they'll light up and shit. But maybe I need some like weak aura hacks. I always try to avoid weak auras because I always think that's for people who suck. But the reality is it's actually, I think you actually need them. Whoa, check the what? Wazzle's coming with another one. Healing is hard, especially some weeks, definitely. But Wazzle gifted one to Tellison. Nice. I wonder if the alert will also play one for Tellison. Let's see if it does. I told Psynaps to play it for both the sub gifter and the person who gets a subscribe, but let's see if it actually does it. And it is, yes! Double explosions. Freak. Yeah. Lol. Oh, Tellison, maybe I'm not potting enough. Maybe I need a pot. I mean, what I need to do is give pots to all of the DPS that I let die. Maybe that's how I get through it. Instead of healing them, give them more pots so they stop dying, the motherfuckers. It actually sounds like the right thing to do. But I think I need like an organized group. Like I need to play with other guys who are playing at 3300 and I need to push with them. I know that's hard to do. It's like impossible, but I know that's what I need. Cause pugs are like, it's too inefficient running pugs. Cause you can't control the comp. You can't control what mood people are in. Like, I go into these pugs, and I had this asshole the other day. He's like, Druid, what are you doing? You're asleep. Like, just out of nowhere. I was like, I'm not asleep. I'm like, here, we're all here, dude. Like, the Druid's not asleep. Like, I don't know what the guy was, like, even talking about. Like, he was just talking shit. And he decided to talk shit to me. Like, it could have been anyone. He could be talking shit to the tank or someone else, but, like, I feel like he was gonna hate me before the instance even started. You know what I mean? He was like that. He was like fed up with healers. And I was thinking to myself, the only kind of guy who would ever be that fed up with healers ever would be a guy who's probably never healed once in his life. The guy knows nothing about healers. He just thinks the heals just happen. He just thinks, he just thinks that if anybody dies, it's the healer's fault. So sometimes you get guys like that. Anyway, that's the kind of stuff you get in pugs. If you are in an organized group, you don't get that kind of stuff. Like, if you're in a group, like a team of guys, and the healer's fucking up, you just, whisper the healer and be like, yo, you need to check your health pots, or you need to, like, what can we do? Is there something we can do to help you not fall behind right there? Let's try it again. And, like, this time we will pop our defensives right there, just to give you a break. And then when you're working with people that do that kind of stuff and have that kind of attitude, that's it. That's all you need. Then you're done. You just pass that. It's not even a problem because everybody's kind of on board. It's like, if the tank needed extra heals during that one thing, I've got a iron bark for you. Maybe other tanks don't typically need an iron bark right there, but if a tank happened to need it, I wouldn't talk shit to the tank and be like, oh, why don't you have your own CDs? You suck. I'd be like, sure, I'll give you an iron bark. I'll save it for you. I'll save it for that moment. You can have it. My gift for you. Anyway, it's about like team and collaboration. But yo, Wazzle, what are you up to, man? Because you came in here and dropped some hype on us. What are you doing, man? Where are you at right now? It's Toxic said, I would, but I'm not even close to your eye level. It's like no one's at my eye level. Everybody's either like way below or way above. So I'm just trying to fit in. You're just waking up. Oh, good morning. Glad you're here. Dropping some hype. What is today? Thursday? Hope it's an amazing start to your Thursday. You guys are having a chill week. Hope the week isn't trolling you. You know how some weeks can be. Some good, some bad. Hope they're all good.
Greetings, sir, and ma'am.
I think my week is going along. It's pretty slow. Just kind of waiting. I'm waiting for some things to happen. Not like waiting around, just doing some tests. I'm testing my new internet. Hey, Wazzle, some of you guys are going to be jelly, and then some of you guys are going to think I'm a noob. All right, there's a huge division over what I'm about to tell you here, but I just got, for the first time, symmetrical fiber to the door because I live out here in the desert. So there's a lot of fiber out here, just not to the door. It's the problem. And finally, I worked with the mayor a little bit to get Comcast to dig up our entire neighborhood. So now everybody has symmetrical fiber over here. And I got so fed up with internet, I actually started calling the mayor and be like, yo, so how's it going? And he actually said, no. He's like, that's like one of the main things I want to do. Like, politically, he wanted to bring more competition. Like internet was on his mind because he knew people wanted internet. He was kind of like very business minded and people working at home and stuff. So he was like, I know that we need a better fiber. So I was like, yeah, we do. And so I finally fast forward to 2024. A lot of my friends have had good, cheap fiber for a long time. And I know in EU, maybe everywhere other than the US, you see, and especially some places in the EU have really good internet because of the way the I guess the way leasing the lines, the way that fiber is like leased and owned and stuff, you know, there's like regulations over how it works. So it's actually developed quite nicely and consistently and nice for the users, you know, good prices, good fiber. So everybody in some places in Europe, all of my friends all have had fiber for like 10 years now. And I'm over here just finally getting it. So that's what we're testing tonight. So I'm into games. I'm also streaming to see if I can stream on this fiber. Just because you have fiber, remember, just because you have symmetrical gig fiber, that doesn't mean it's good enough to stream. The fiber is good enough to stream, but it doesn't mean your ISP has the connections to the rest of the world, right? So I have really, really good fiber to my ISP, but once the data goes out of the ISP, then weird things start happening. The speed starts slowing down. I was doing a speed test to this one data center, and I was getting like 25 megabits up when I'm supposed to be getting 1,000 up, you know, or at least 920 up ish. But I was getting like 25, you know. Now with my old internet, which was limited to 50, I was getting the full 50. So even fiber, which is capable of much more, it doesn't mean you're actually going to get an improved internet. You might actually have better speeds with your old slow cable compared to fiber to your door, depending on how the ISP regulates it. So that's that issue. But I was going to do a report. Yo, a newie is here. I called the salesperson that sold me the fiber, actually followed up with me, and she just wanted to see how things were going. And I was like, no, this is like amazing. Like I called the mayor and I was like, thank you for, you know, continuing to work on this for us. You know, the deal you did with Comcast was actually pretty legit. And then Comcast called me back and they're like, just wanted to make sure everything was going well. And I was like, yes, but I'm doing some testing right now because I have a badass firewall. I'm on 10 gig. My network is 10 gig. Like if I needed 25 or 50, I would, but I don't. So everything's 10 gig finally here. And I said, I've got a 10 gig network and a 10 gig firewall. I actually am using both internets at the same time, the new fiber and the old cable. And I was comparing them side by side from the same firewall, you know, at the same time. And I told her that the new fiber actually has slower speeds than the old shitty cable, unfortunately. So she's like, okay, well, after you do your test, you know, let me see your report and we'll like connect you with some engineers and see what's going on there, if anything can be done about that. I don't think they're going to do anything. They're going to kick the can. They're going to be like, oh, well, you want business or enterprise services if you want more speed. I'll be like, or I could just switch ISPs back to shitty cable and get faster internet. So that's just me like ranting about internet. Wazzle says, how's IRL streaming going? I mean, I think IRL is the meta, Wazzle, on Twitch right now. So it's always going well. People are always looking for how to stream IRL. So people will come to me and ask, and I get to help. So IRL is going good. And, you know, I run the IRL servers. So all of those streams that you see out there on Twitch and at YouTube are using my tech for IRL streaming. So that keeps me busy. In fact, last time I streamed, Ms. Kiff was messaging me trying to prepare for like his UFC thing. And like, I didn't see it for a little while because I didn't check my messages because I was live. So I'm actually going to check my messages right now just to make sure I'm not getting like bombarded with messages. And it looks good. I see Lava sent me some messages earlier on some cool AI that he did. And D Machine also followed up with me on Discord too. Nice, from earlier. That's sick. You guys can message me on Discord too. You know, sometimes I'm there and I answer right away, or sometimes later. But I want you guys to feel free to know that you're always connected, not too far away. We got to stay connected because who knows what could happen. Like a lot of us have been together for like the last 10 years, and I still follow up with all the people that I've met on Twitch and YouTube over time. And you know, we'll continue to do projects and stuff together. So it might not be like today. You might not have a reason to like join my Discord or like message me today, but there'll be a time and I'll wish that you were there. You might wish that we were connected. So I'll always go and like at least put my Discord on your Discord. You can drag it all the way down to the bottom or mute it or whatever you want. That stuff doesn't matter. Just make sure it's there so you know you can message me whenever. I mute Discords, by the way. I usually mute them all. I even mute my own. I think I only have like 1 or 2 channels that I actually don't mute. But that's just because I do the IRL streaming and also the, I help desktop streamers and IRL streamers. And so, you know, if they're trying to message me, I'll make sure that I'm like right, you know, there right away. But that's because like, you know, that's because we're like having a working relationship, you know. But what are you guys up to? What are you going to do this weekend? Or what are you doing this week? Anything cool happen? Did I tell you guys the other day that I talked to like the main infrastructure guy from YouTube? I think I already said that. Did I stream this weekend? I don't remember. I remember saying that on the stream, but I don't remember who I was telling that to. But anyway, I thought that was cool because I really I'm a fanboy of like Google tech, you know, like YouTube infrastructure. Doesn't mean I like streaming there. I don't like their UI. There's something weird about streaming on YouTube. Like that's true. But their behind the scenes tech, like, you know, like the technology itself is way more advanced than Twitch. And I respect it so much. Like YouTube is the first to do everything. So meeting the guys that are actually working on that stuff to me is like, I feel very insignificant when I think about that. And so I like, you know, I want to learn from them. I want to talk to them more. That's pretty good. Wazzle, you're doing some game dev? Very nice. That's awesome. So, so a new, do I say your name right? How do I say your name? A new FFXI? Like, how do I pronounce it so I say it right? I've just been saying like a new for short, but I would like to say it right. And also, are you streaming and are you wanting to do IRL? Because that sounds pretty cool. If you are. Don't feel that way, like insignificant? I just mean humble, I should say. I just used the wrong word. I just mean like, it's humbling to like see something so large and complex. But maybe if I were there at Google and working with these guys, maybe it wouldn't seem so magical because I'd be building it. So it'd be like, oh, it's just Google infrastructure, you know, no big deal. But because I'm not there and like they do so many cool things that no one else like can do, even if they tried, even if they had millions of dollars or billions of dollars, they still can't do it like YouTube because YouTube is so far ahead. That's when I start getting humbled, you know. Anu or Amy, if you remember. If you don't, I do, because I remember the graphics and stuff that we did. So I remember, but I'm also old. I forget things, but not the important things. I never forget people. At least I've convinced myself that I never forget anybody from Twitch and all of my old friends. However, it's a funny thing to be convinced of, because if I did forget, I wouldn't remember I forgot. So how would I know that I remember everybody? But no one ever comes to me and is like, why'd you completely forget about me? That never happens. So therefore, I think I remember everyone. But how could you prove it? You know what I mean? I'm always tough on myself. I'm always trying to be tough on myself. We're getting old. That is true. I am old, but I'm not that old. I mean, I have my old man days, and I do rant like an old man. My rants seem to get older. But I'm not that old. I think I'm in my prime. That's how I feel. I don't know if I can convince anybody else that's true. But I feel like I'm in my prime for sure. Sorry about the ads, by the way. Boo. Ads coming, I guess. I tried to turn them off. Like Twitch has this control panel. I've been trying different things with the ads to try to get them to be like less stupid. And if I played more ads, I guess if I play like 3 minutes of ads per hour, okay, 3 minutes per hour, which doesn't seem like that much, but every second of ads for me is like an eternity. I hate ads so much. But if I do 3 minutes per hour, I'll get like a 55 or 60% rev share for the ad rev. Now, I don't have enough viewers to be monetizing ads. I mean, so, you know, maybe if I had like 10,000 concurrent viewers, it'd be a different stream anyway. Then I can go and monetize ads, and then it wouldn't piss everybody off because it would be a different stream. You know, it wouldn't be as bad, I don't think. And the revenue would be like driving force. You know, that's how it is for some of the bigger streamers. But for a small stream, they're just annoying. They're like, I would just turn them off. There's no revenue. Doesn't matter, you know. Disable ads means more ads. Wazzle, is that what's happening? So you think I should turn the ads back on? Because I think they were on before. You know, I was trying to figure it out. If you go to the Twitch dashboard, it'll tell you if you're part of their ad revenue thing. It'll have like some settings, and they told me to do it one way. I was like, okay, no pre-roll ads. So let's run the ads like every hour so that you don't get a pre-roll. So I thought that seems better. But then now what I'm trying is I slid it all the way down so you do get the pre-roll, but you get less ads per hour. So I thought, okay, if you can put up with that initial pre-roll, which those I hate, by the way, I hate those, then you end up getting less ads later. So that's what I'm trying now. I don't know if that's any better or worse, but I wish I could just turn them off completely. Like, I don't know, whatever. Says it's free, effortless support, right? And that's a good point too. And most people feel that way. I think most people. But here's a funny story. I'm going to challenge that, not because I'm being difficult, but only because I think it's funny. But I think subconsciously we have taught ourselves, and you don't have to agree with me. I'm just talking shit in Psynaps way, Psynaps style. I think that we've conditioned ourselves to accept them because deep down we hate them so much that the only way to like be able to live and continue being happy is we have to just accept them because there's nothing we can do. Therefore, we've convinced ourselves that we don't hate ads and we're actually okay with them, when actually secretly we would kill them if we could. But that's just because like I'm so like ultimately biased. But I'm like, everyone says they like ads, but I'm pretty sure it's because it's like in that psychology experiment. It's like Pavlov's dog, you know, in the psychology experiment of learned helplessness, where they put the dog in the box and the dog will try to get out, but at some time it will just give up and get depressed, which is very sad, by the way. It's a very sad study they did. But, you know, early psychology studies are like, you know, they think they're doing it for the greater good. So they tortured a couple of dogs. But yeah, it's like it's actually textbook learned helplessness is what's happening here. I think it's imprinted in our brains, right? Yeah, I think I should propose the hypothesis to like introductory psychology courses. The professors can teach Synapse's theory of ad-induced learned helplessness as an example for intro psychology students. And then I can be a guest speaker and just rant about how much I hate ads. That sounds fun. It's like Psynaps comes to us today to talk to us about learned helplessness, but he's actually just going to rant about ads for like an hour. Everyone gets an A for the day. I'm down to co-host that. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. I want to be a guest speaker. I did get invited to speak last year. I forget, maybe in the summer sometime. No. It was not in the summer. It was after the start of the semester, like maybe at the end of the summer in the fall sometime. Anyway, I got to go speak to the biomedical sciences students about careers outside of academia and science. So I got to talk about, some of my journey streaming, and I'm talking to academics, and that are in the PhD program. So they're like all kinds of different students. They're in some of them are in molecular biology, some are in pharmacology, and some other related fields under the umbrella of biomedical sciences at the med school. And I was just telling them about reach. I was like, I felt like even though I'm doing streaming, we're doing gaming, we're doing artwork and stream technology with IRL and all that stuff, which is so far away from science and academia. But I was saying, no, it's not at all. It actually has science and academia at heart, because it's about reach. It's about sharing knowledge. It's about talking with people. It's about learning from people from all over the world. And it's about, teaching large numbers of people and inspiring lots and lots of people instead of just a few people at a time. Because in the lab, it's like I'll work with one student, or if I teach a class, I'll teach a class and only a few students are interested. The rest are just like getting their grade, just going through the motions, like robots. Some of them don't even want to be there. Some of them are there because their mom told them they have to be a doctor or whatever. And they're still trying to figure out why they're even getting a PhD or a MD. They don't even know. And so that's what you're dealing with. But online, we're actually building relationships. We're getting to know each other. We're sharing knowledge, and we have similar interests. And the learning and inspiration can be, at least the hypothesis is that it can be much, much more potent than it can be in the classroom. Even though you're face to face with a teacher, some teachers think you can only learn in a classroom when you're face to face with the teacher. But this is face to face. I just can't see your face, but you can see my face, and I can see your chat, and I know you. I know what your face looks like, maybe. For many people, I don't, of course, unless you've shown it to me or whatever. But I kind of explained that in better words. And then I also got to just talk about, like, running a business, how running a company is like running a lab. And some of the students were interested, but others were like, whatever, this dude's crazy. Like, I would have thought I was crazy if I watched. Actually, no, I think of course, as a student, I would have thought I was super cool, but I think a lot of the biomedical science students, you got to realize they're mega nerds. Like they're a little out there. They're on the lame scale. Not all of them. I just always felt that way. I always felt like, that the super academics are a little bland, and so it's hard to kind of get anything like fun out of them in a way. Not all of them, but most of them, for whatever reason. Did I short my beard, Wazzle? Wazzle! My beard is offended. I do trim it once in a while. Right now it's a little wild. I'm just letting it be wild. But no, it's the same as it always. Depends on what I'm wearing. My hair is shorter though. My hair is and I need a haircut too, because I'm letting my hair kind of get to the awkward phase. But after it got long, I cut it, and then now it's kind of growing back again. Oh, I think I actually cut my hair for that presentation actually, because my hair was a little bit unruly, as I tend to do it. So I did get a little trim. The shirt color does make a difference. I think I wear very dark colors, which I don't know if that makes my beard look darker or less dark. If I wear a light shirt, you can really see the contrast. The Kim hair, that was good. I do tell the story about the Kim Jong-un haircut. That was actually a highlight for me personally, because I thought that was hilarious. But you're thinking about doing some IRL streams, but I don't know how to do them. Somebody emailed me actually about that and says, I think somebody from Sweden emailed me and said, I don't know how to do IRL. Everybody says it's really easier. Just do it on a phone. But they wanted to get some tips. And all of that, I think all of that is true. You know, I have methods. I've dealt with every kind of IRL stream that you can possibly do. There's no IRL method that I have not serviced, I think, out there. So I can tell you, I think a cool thing about working with me on IRL is that I can literally design and customize like an IRL workflow for any person, from someone who just wants it to be easy and fast and just using a phone, to somebody who wants like a full broadcast experience with like lots of gear, fancy cameras, boxes to switch feeds, multiple feeds coming in and stuff like that. So it's like the sky is the limit for how crazy you can get. Or you don't have to get crazy at all. You can actually do it really simple. And I coach people through all of the different ways. To me, it doesn't matter. I don't try to like upsell people and sell them stuff they don't want. But I do encourage people to use the Psynaps ingests at least, because we do have the best ingests in the world. There's nothing that we have seen anywhere, not in IRL, not on Twitch, not even in broadcast, that matches how flexible and how stable our ingests are in terms of uptime and high quality and high bitrate streaming. So there's nothing that exists out there. And it's also not that expensive, but it also is not free, of course, to have those. And so that's the bare minimum, are, you know, the ingests. And that's so you can IRL stream to those special servers that are designed for phones and for phone apps. They use future tech that's even beyond what Twitch supports, but we can use it. You know, you could use it with your phone to my ingests. And then from there, that's where there's options. That's where it's like, that's where it's like, depends on how crazy you want to get. You could run it at home for cheaper, or we have those really cool, amazing cloud GPUs where you can run your stream on the cloud and have it more reliable. Those are more for like travel streamers. But if you're at home and just doing IRL, like let's say your stream is like mine. Hopefully you guys have more viewers than me, of course, and everything. But let's say you like do a desktop stream and you just want to go and leave your house and just take your phone and just go stream, but you still want everything to be happening, all your alerts, all your overlays, everything to still be going on so that you can continue building your community while you're away, while you're outside. And you never want to end the stream. You just want it to be one fluid experience for the viewer from desktop to phone and back to desktop. Maybe you're just going to the gym, or maybe you're going to, what did I used to do? I used to go to Walmart and find these really weird people at Walmart who just start talking to me and be like, yo, what are you doing? You're streaming, you know? And like, they'd just be these weird characters, completely unplanned. Like I would go to Walmart just, you know, to get milk or something, and nothing would happen. But when I stream going to Walmart to get milk, weird things just like happen. But anyway, even if you're just doing that, just going for a workout or something, you know, that's kind of a simple, inexpensive way to do it. And then you got the travel streamers that are like in a different country every couple of weeks. They're literally in a different, like they're just like moving, you know, they've got so much momentum with their community. They're traveling all over the world. They need a special kind of data. They sometimes prefer backpacks or even just to do a phone. They're doing crazy stuff like bonding, you know, multiple SIM cards, They'll even do bonding on their phone and stuff. Some of the bigger streamers, not very many of them, but some of them are doing stuff like that. It's pretty rare to see that kind of stuff. But yeah, so there's like a very wide range. You guys have to figure out what you like to do. Do I still have the Psynaps crypto program? No, that stopped a long time ago. But you know, that required some maintenance. But it just ran itself. I let it run. I wanted to shut it down and people were like, no, keep it going. Like, we want to keep going. So I kept it going for a while until I think we kind of entered a crypto winter and people weren't really wanting to mine. I think mining got harder for a second and then it got easier again. But after it got hard, people kind of lost interest and I wasn't really streaming then. So I just turned off those servers because just for security to make sure, you know, if I wasn't on it monitoring and stuff, I didn't want it just running in unattended and I want somebody to get hacked or something. And so we never had a problem with security or anything. It was just a proxy. You know, we were proxying to an Ethereum pool and it worked. And it worked. All of the stuff that we mined, I sent it out to everybody. And I think I kept like, you know, like $10 to pay for the server or something. We just had it on a very low end proxy. And I kept a little bit of Ethereum, not very much. I just took a little bit each month. You know, that was, everybody knew that I was doing that, just a little off the top for the servers, and paid the rest out to everybody. And so everybody got their Ethereum in their wallet. And how much Ethereum did I make overall from that entire crypto endeavor? There's no scam, there's no scheme or anything like that. You know, crypto is very, very scammy. You got to watch out. Like, if, you know, I've always felt funny about doing that because I'd be like, people are going to think this is a scam, but it really wasn't. I sent out all that crypto. I probably made like $200 in crypto. That's probably how much I made for the entire thing. And the people who had big GPUs, they were pumping it. Everybody made hundreds of dollars, you know, and that was like the total I made. And so that $100 probably converted into today, you know, I'm sure it's worth at least a couple of $100. And so that was a really cool educational crypto journey. A couple of us actually, maybe some people made $1 or $2, maybe some people made a couple hundred. And then if you held on to your crypto, if you were one of the ones that made a couple $100 off that little crypto thing we were doing, the little miners, then as crypto kind of got bigger, some people probably made over $1,000 easy, but it wasn't anything big. We weren't like pumping tens of thousands of dollars or anything like that. You know, I don't even know if it was anything anybody even bothered to report on their taxes and stuff. I'm sure some people did, but it was just like, well, I mean, you're supposed to report all earnings and stuff like that, but for most people, it probably wasn't even, you know, didn't even really matter. Some people never converted into cash anyway, which, you know, you can't tax it if you don't convert it. But you got like 0.0007, really? So you did do some. Did you get it in your wallet though? Did you get some? Did it actually send it? I sure hope so. But I'm glad you stopped by. Thank you for stopping by and for reminding me about the crypto thing. That was a long time ago. But it was a cool project that we did. So thanks for bringing that up. It was actually a lot of fun. And I know some people were sad when we actually stopped doing it. They wanted to do it more. Oh, you lost your wallet. Oh, you're not supposed to lose your wallet. That's the other part of learning the whole crypto wallet thing is how hard it is to actually manage your wallets. I think I might have lost my wallets too. I don't know. I think I have them backed up somewhere. But am I going to be able to go in them and log into them and remember the passwords and everything? I don't know. I should actually go and try and see what's in there. Maybe I'll be surprised. Maybe there's crypto, maybe there's no crypto, or maybe I just forgot all my passwords. Who knows? But another good thing about that is we did our own wallets. So we didn't, what I mean is each person managed their own personal wallet. And that was the other learning part of that. Because a lot of crypto today is managed by some third party. You know, like there'll be crypto browser extensions where your crypto is just like your browser extension. I don't even know where that crypto lives. But one of the fundamental rules of crypto was if you don't own your wallet, you don't own your crypto. You don't own your Bitcoin or your Ethereum. Somebody else does, right? So that was the other thing that I think was so valuable for all the people that participated in that was we made our own personal wallets, which means whatever crypto's in there, it's yours. Nobody can take that. My system can't take it. You know, once it's in your wallet, it's there for good. You might lose your wallet, then you lose it all. That's the downfall. You know, if you put all your crypto on Coinbase, well, you're hoping that Coinbase doesn't lose your crypto, and they still might. They can, but they're not usually known to do that. But if you run your own wallet, it's yours, which means you can lose it or you can keep it, you know. So it's pretty cool. So Simetheus doesn't know the quotes. I have those saved somewhere. They're in the database, but I'm not running the... I think Simetheus's old database, the quote database, was a SQLite, I believe. Because that was fine for just pulling some quotes out and putting some new quotes in. You know, I didn't want to do like MySQL. I didn't want to do anything crazy because I don't like SQL. I never have. And I don't understand the SQL database programmers. I think they're nuts. And I have friends. There's friends that are part of the stream that, you know, that's part of their job. They're SQL developers. But my brain doesn't SQL. But my brain does know SQL. So I get certain kind of databases and I don't get others. So I did a SQLite. And so all I have to do is find that database, which I know is in my folder somewhere. And then I got to extract from SQL all the quotes to NoSQL, which I actually like. And my brain works that way. You SQL people are going to be like, Synapse a noob. He likes NoSQL. Just say whatever you want. SQL sucks. Balls. And then once I do that, then I can put it in the database that I'm running now. And then it will be even better. Typically, our websites use SQL. That's right. Yeah, SQL. I mean, if it's part of like a managed system and there's like a SQL backend, I don't care about that. I'm just saying if I'm digging in the database, if I'm the one actually fucking making tables and stuff in there, I'll pass on that. But if it's just part of some other app or, you know, Docker or something, I don't care. I know other people like SQL. I don't want to hate. I don't want to like bum anyone out. But if you want me to work on SQL, you can kiss my ass. Just saying. Not saying, just saying. Like, you know, it's like if some guy came to me and he's like, yo, we're going to build like, you know, the next biggest platform of the future. And we want you to work on SQL. I'll be like, you want who? Me? Or somebody standing behind me? No, I don't think so. I won't be doing that. Know that for sure. I do a million things, but it won't be that. What about like 22, 24? How about a 24 Throne of the Tides? Here's something interesting. This guy puts up a 24 Thrones key, and he's a 2800 tank. I wouldn't go into a fucking 22 Throne with a 2800 tank, I feel like. Okay, maybe a 22, but not a 24. I think my minimum requirements for a 24 would be 3100. Probably that'd be the cutoff, unless it's a certain circumstance. But just rule of thumb for a pug, I would say 3100 minimum. You know what you should check out? See if you like it, Wazzle. I know it could take some time to learn, but try Redis. I don't know if you like that style of database, but it's a kind of a different way of databasing. But because you mentioned slow, Redis is very fast. It's very fast. It's probably one of the fastest out there, if not the fastest. There'll always be some stupid database that's faster than the last fastest one, but Redis is like memory-based, no SQL. And oh yeah, it's toxic. I know the fills. I did like 15 keys last week at least. Probably did like 25 keys. Didn't time a single one of them. Got like for an entire week of just doing keys like every night. Just a few keys, not like all day, all night, not like that. But just doing a few keys per night before bed. I got like 4 points total. Like last week was a nightmare. But it's because I'm pushing it too. When you're pushing at your wall, you got to do little tricks. You got to like learn. I think you got to like once you hit that wall, you've got to change everything. Now, that's not the hard part. That might seem hard. That's be like, oh man, I don't want to change. I don't want to research. That's not even the hardest part. The changing and adapting, that's the easy part. The hard part is getting other people to do it too, because then you're just going in with people who refuse to like, learn their class better. And then you're trying to carry them. That's the tough part, I think. Your eye level is 456. What is my eye level? 480, I bet. Let's see. 484? 485. Oh, it went up a point. Something made it go up a point in here. So it's not terrible, but it's not great either. I do have a few weak pieces in here that really need to be looked at. But the vault refuses to give me any of the pieces I really need, which is probably pretty normal. But I look at some of these like top healing druids and their gear, everything's perfect. They have all like the best in slot perfect shit. And I'm like, where'd they get all this stuff? Is the vault giving them all this stuff? Is Blizzard giving them all this stuff? Where'd they get all this? Because I don't have all that stuff. But I did start a few weeks late though this season. I was not checking the vault every week this season. No, I came in actually pretty damn late. So I think I've covered quite a bit of ground in a short amount of time. I think if I would have actually been grinding the whole time, I'd be like double where I am now, probably. But shit, I don't got time. Your max level. And you're running a store. Yeah, that's what I was going to say, Wazzle. You should, just on your own personal home computer, try Redis sometime. Do you like Linux? Do you do Linux stuff? Because if you, I think you can do Redis in Windows and stuff, but there's no doubt about that. But I've been doing Redis in Linux, and I'll just put it like, it doesn't matter how big it is. Like a fucking Raspberry Pi can run Redis. Arch for the win. It's toxic. Is that what you're doing? Your website runs in Linux? Nice. Got some Linux guys in here. All right, good. Yeah, I'm not all that diverse with Linux, I don't think, but I've always used Linux for servers. There's a bunch of stuff that I want to do that I need to try in Linux that I haven't even tried. Like a whole bunch of stuff. But I'm also very practical. I only use it for what I need to do. And if I don't know how to do something, I learn how to do it. And so my platform's always expanding in terms of like, Linux apps and what I can do in Linux. But it's super hyper focused on streaming. So I really just kind of focus on that, And I'll use like fast memory based NoSQL databases just for like hyper performance. So I build my platform to be scalable to like very large scale, very multi concurrent user systems. And so I don't even touch the full capacity of all of my infrastructure at all. Like I just have excess resources, but I don't give the excess resources out for free. I save the resources for the people who pay for the service, so that for the customers who do pay for it, have a really good, really highly reliable system. And I noticed some other guys that kind of try to do the same thing. They take the idea of having extra resources and start giving it away for free. And that to me just completely destroys it for the people who pay. It seems nice. It's like, oh yeah, like when you have extra, you know, if you give it out for free. But what you got to realize is that that is good, and that's very, like, I guess, noble and fun, but it's very unprofessional in a way. And so every time I've had a customer, I treat them really, really good. I give them dedicated resources, and I give them stuff that's not shared with anybody, because that's what I like. Like when I invest in something and I buy something, I don't like it to be shared to the point where it's bad. Like think about your home ISPs, for example, where you're suffering from like somebody who's abusing the network, and it's just not fair. And so I do that I think of my service that way. I make it very pure, like for the people who are using it, and I never share it like for free, even for like trials. Like I'll run trial stuff like on a completely different system, so that, but it's just a philosophy. Not everybody agrees with it, but I can tell you that the people who are customers, they very, very much respect that. So much so, I have a very high retention. So customers that come and work with me, they stick with me and they never leave, pretty much. So that's pretty cool. So it's a different way to think about it. See, what entrepreneurs will do is they will come to the idea that you can save money and make more money if you just pack a bunch of people onto a single server. And they'll come to this because they're running numbers. They're looking for profits. They're looking at profit margins. They're looking at a bunch of business related things that they can present and maybe, you know, ask for investments and stuff like that. And when you go to an investor will be impressed if you say, oh, I can pack, 500 users on this one little server, just pack them in there. And they'll be like, oh, your profit margin's very interesting. I like your profit margin. But me, I won't do that. I'll be like, are you fucking kidding me? You do not want a bunch of noobs on the same server as the pros. It's going to fuck it up for the pros. Like, the guys who will really notice the quality don't want like a bunch of free trials and stuff running on the same servers. Like, I would never do that. But entrepreneurs will do stuff like that. And I think that's what like sets me apart from a lot of the other companies is I'll just refuse to do the stuff that entrepreneurs will think is a good idea. I'll be like, that's not a good idea. So pay more. In fact, sacrifice those profit margins. There's still profit margins. Trust me, I operate very nicely, but I'll sacrifice profit margins for higher quality streaming because that's what I like. That's what I would pay for if I were the customer. So some ideas for you guys that are running your companies. Don't be afraid to like think outside the box and really make logical, practical decisions and not make decisions based on what some other person who's potentially more experienced in business might think. Because what I found is they're usually always wrong. Wowza says, I made a script running on the store. When you upload a 3D print and you paid for it, it sends the file direct to the 3D printer. That's sick, Wazzle. Yeah, that's sick. You made 45K off of Shadowflame essences. Whoa. So you rich. You rich. I'm only spending gold on repairs because I suck. That's my bank. I do have some though, look. Oh, Wazzle, all right, good luck on your call. I do somehow have 126K, but it doesn't really change. So I'll go through a phase where, like, you know, the other day I was at 99K because I had to repair so much. I don't know, I guess we were wiping or something. So I was doing a lot of repairs, and something got better. I think Blizzard might have like nerfed the repair bill or something. So it got better, and then I think I did an auction house for something. I had something in my bags. Built it up somehow. I think I was questing or something. Built it back up 20, 30K. And then now here I am again. But I don't do auction house. So I'm not like, I'm never like cash flow positive in the game. But I know everybody else is. Like, all my friends are rich in WoW, except for me. But I never play. I never do anything to make gold. I only spend gold on repairs. But on the bright side, I don't spend a lot of gold on stuff either. Like, I don't, like, if I have gold, I just use it for repairs. I don't spend it on anything else. So I'm pretty dedicated. I would say I'm pretty focused on, like, mythics. Which reminds me, I need a Q1. And what about you? What about you guys? You guys doing a lot of auction house? You spent a bunch of gold to catch on some things since I made my monk my main. I do want one of these big mounts. I don't know where you get the dinosaur mount, but I've always wanted that. Can I buy that? Everything I want to buy is probably going to cost more gold than I have. And I've also wanted that cool spider mount I think you can buy for gold. There's a couple of things I would do if I was gold rich. I would definitely check out my ride, right? Just like if you're cash rich, you got to check out your ride. Got to get that Lambo. Or 2 or 3 or 4 or however many Lambos you need. One for every day of the week. One to match whatever you're wearing, you know. $24 AD. I think I might do something easy since I'm streaming and chilling. Like a 20. Oh, instant invite. It's a nice thing about being a druid healer. I don't have any problems queuing. We may have problems timing, but I don't have any problems getting invites. I'm sure I'm on plenty of ban lists after going into some of those hierarchies. Some of those guys are like, oh, damn it, Psynaps. Son of a bitch, I'm banning this guy. Make sure we never get in a group with this weird healer. JK. But there's been a couple of guys that were pretty shitty. I think they probably put me on there for their ignore list. Wait, which one am I going to? This one? Zoldazar. Oh, getting a summon. Nice. Oh, you had 1 million gold? You were a millionaire. You can get on the black market auction house if you're lucky. Oh, you mean the mount was 1 million gold? That's right, because it was a gold dump. That's right. That's right. I remember them saying something about they were putting some gold dumps into the game now at that time because there was too much gold floating around. It'll go for 10 million gold now? Oh my god. Wait, let me grab some water really quick. I'm just gonna grab some water, so, you know, water. You guys should grab some too. Then we'll have some whiskey with the water. Yeah. Okay, I'm back. Shit. Okay, everybody's back. Good. It's funny. Some other people in my group said they got to go put the kids to sleep. That's funny. Putting the kids to sleep in between mythics. Lol. I know those feels. I got kids. I got kids too.
4,
Sometimes you gotta
3,
take a break.
2, 1.
I want to get up tomorrow to bed and my cat lays on me. Wowza, you think my hair's short? Well, it's definitely a hell of a lot shorter. That is true. That is true. I need to like I like the long hair, but you know what? I also like short hair. I miss short hair. But when I have short hair, I miss long hair. You know what I mean? Whichever way it goes, I miss the other one. Basil, do a call? Yeah, we could do a call. I want to do a talk show. I don't know if you were here when I mentioned that earlier, but I'm trying to figure out how to get it going. But yeah, it would be nice to hang out. I wish I had more time to just hang out. This is kind of my hangout time in a way. But I'm definitely open to everything. But you know, I need short hair because oops, what the heck was that? Wait, why did I get feared? Bullshit. I was in the fucking corner. I was like 1 step away. Wow. Actually surprised me. Thank goodness I didn't get feared out. But let's see, what do I want to do DPS with? I do this guy. Let's do this guy here. How did the raptors pop? I don't know. I don't know. This has been kind of weird from the start because I never get feared on this boss. I don't know how I got feared right there. I didn't feel like I was LOS.
Line of sight.
But let's see this time. See, there's his cast. Okay, cast it and it's done.
Help
And
spirit.
we got a little spirit guy. Let's see what we can do there. Oh, somebody dispelled all those. Nice. We got a priest in here. Hunter. Oh, we do got a priest. Oh, priests are so nice for those spirits. It is, you like on high keys, you literally need a priest. Like they make the easiest work of those, of that mechanic. I feel like they do it the fastest.
3, 2.
And I could
1.
DPS more.
Help spirit.
Just like fucking off
Great
over
line
here.
of sight.
Pick me, pick me. I like when he picks me because then I go cat form. Ah, he didn't chase me. I like when he chases me. Because when he chases me, what I'll do is I'll run really fast to the other side to plant him over there. And then I'll just turn into like Moonkin form and just cast Wrath on him or whatever. It's pretty easy mode.
3, 2, 1.
Because I don't really do much, like, I don't do a ton of DPS. No Breastwood Druid does a ton of DPS. So it's actually better if he picks me for the entire group. And that boss is so easy to heal. There's nothing to heal. The tank will take a couple of hits and that's it. It's really easy to heal. It's really just like a DPS race or something. I don't know. Waycrest Manor, where the basement got pulled as we were up the stairs.
Dispel.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, the Waycrest, they will glitch. And there's a couple of instances that are very prone to glitching out. Maybe Waycrest Manor is one, but the other one is definitely, what's the, not Blackrook Hold, but what's the other one that's over there by Blackrook Hold? That one,
1.
that one glitches out crazy. Dark Heart, yeah, Dark Heart Thicket. Yeah, I don't know, I was having a brain fart there, but Dark Heart Thicket, those bears will wipe everyone, and then, but it won't reset, and the bears will literally run halfway across the map and then kill you again. Somehow you have threat, and they're still chasing you even after you died and come run back.
Dispel.
Happens a lot. It's really demoralizing when that happens too. Like people get all pissed and they'll start leaving and stuff.
2, 1.
Help spirit.
Oops. This is popping. I just like popping haphazard heals on everybody. That's how you go home. I'm just healing everything. Everyone lives. Oh, so it's abilities that pull through
2.
Help spirit.
through floors and stuff. I don't know if it's like my HOTS or something that like keeps me in combat, but I've seen some very strange stuff, and it's only some dungeons. Like this dungeon, I don't think I've seen too much weird stuff happen.
Dispel.
Come here, buddy.
Three, 2.
I like the Groove Guardians. Those guys are super cool. I like the Groove Guardians. I have a little thing I like to do with the Groove Guardians. If you pop all 3 of them, you know, the little Trents, pop them all, and then slash dance. It looks like a little dance party because they're going like that. They're like healing, doing the healing animation, and then like I'm a night elf, so like I'm doing the night elf moves, and it's pretty hilarious.
2.
At least I think it's funny.
Help spirit.
I actually realize now that I don't think anyone else think that's funny except for me. I'll do it all the time, and I think it's just like weirding people out. It's Toxic off to bed. All right, well, I'm glad you got to hang out for a little while. That's awesome. It's good to talk to you. And maybe I'll go live this weekend. Like, I'm pretty motivated, I think, because it looks like the streams did pretty good tonight on the YouTube side anyway. Seem to do a lot better. So that's kind of fun. And then also, I got to test out the internet too. I'm going to try streaming to some of my different restream servers just to like test out different data centers, stream to different destinations. I still have lots of tests to do, so that'll keep me busy. I have to know how everything works. So, I wish you the best of luck. And we'll see you soon. Let's do some rebuffs. Ooh, I got Heart of the Wild. Wonder if I'm gonna use it during this boss. Definitely. I definitely haven't mastered the perfect use of Heart of the Wild, because for a long time I actually wasn't even speccing it. I didn't even spec Heart of the Wild for the longest time. So I think some of my worst habits as a druid are just from like previous seasons metas.
Watch your step.
Like, I think I played a lot of mythics on some of the previous seasons, and then I'm still kind of like trying to break some of those habits from previous seasons, if that makes sense.
Watch your step.
What the heck? Why do you keep picking me? Get off my ass.
Watch your step. Watch your step.
You're gonna join that one, Wazzle?
Phase 2.
3, 2.
Oh, phase 2 already. That was fast.
Watch your step.
All right.
Watch your feet.
Yeah, I have plenty of mana too. But you know what? By the end of this fight, I think when I'm doing like, when I do this on 24, I have gone on this boss, which is probably bad. It's probably bad to ever go
Watch your
Everybody's so convinced that druids are so mana efficient. It's probably just me over healing and stuff, but I have gone on this boss before, so it's not going to happen this time though.
Watch your feet.
But this is a lower key too. It's only a 20,
Watch your feet.
I think.
Watch your feet.
It depends on the players too. Like some players will just eat everything. There's,
Watch your spirit.
it's crazy. Like sometimes I'll just like, I'll dump all my mana on one guy many times. Okay, we're gonna go in stealth so these guys don't jump on me. All right, here we go. You're coding in Unity, Wazzle? Oh, yeah.
2, 1.
Hope spirit.
You like Unity? I want to learn to do like some AR stuff in Unity. I was about to do that last time I was in Unity, and then I just didn't do it yet. But it doesn't matter if it's Unity or Unreal Engine, but I like the AR workflows. They seem really cool. I don't know yet what I'm going to do with it, but I know everybody has plenty of ideas of good AR ideas. We should combine Unity AR somehow with stable diffusion
Hope spirit.
so that you can have an AR of my face on your face when you're IRL streaming. That would be super. LOL! LOL, 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 lol. You know those stable diffusion AI pictures that I was showing earlier with all the silly AI pictures? I don't know if you were here when I showed that. It was funny though.
3, 2.
I wonder if that could go into Unity. You don't have to pay for your game. So is Unity not free anymore? Do you have to pay for Unity now? Because last time I did Unity, it was free. I mean, at least the free version was free,
3,
which is pretty
2,
cool.
1.
Or maybe it's like, maybe it's something about like, if you're making money off of your game, you have to like send some to Unity or something. I forget what their agreement is, but I just use it for the Prometheus alerts. That's the only thing I'm using Unity for right now. We wanted to do like, oh shit, what? That fire hit me. The hell? I stuck my face in the fire for some reason right there. Only new games have to pay? Okay. But you have to pay up front, or is it just like the licensing agreement?
3,
Or like if you're actually making money.
Hope spirit.
It's like if you're actually distributing your game to like large numbers of people. Because I like the way they did it before. I mean, I guess. I mean, nothing's completely free, of course. Licensing agreement, okay. And I didn't look at the details. I'm not an expert at that. I remember it was something about, there was some kind of agreement. It was like free until you hit something, hit some threshold. And then they started sucking your money away.
3, 2,
Hope
1.
spirit.
And that was upsetting some people, as far as I understand.
Take damage.
Take damage. Oh no! Too late. Everybody stole all my damage. So I guess I'll heal the
Enrage.
mobs too then. No problem. Yo, Cyanide is back. If something is free, you're the product. Oh man, don't even
1.
Help spirit.
remind me of that. That's tough for me because my personality, I hate that kind of stuff. That always like irks the shit out of me. Like, I'll be the product, but you gotta fucking pay me. If you want me to be the product, I'll probably, like, look at me. I'm live right now. I don't have a problem
3.
sharing,
2,
but you
1.
Help spirit.
you can't monetize me without paying me back. That's my philosophy on it. Like, with sharing information and stuff like mobile apps and all the bullshit that people are doing, I'm so against that. But it's not for it. Like, I would accept it if they paid me. That's the thing. I'm not like the tinfoil conspiracy
Take
guy
damage.
who's like, oh, everybody's trying to steal all of our information.
2.
I don't care if they steal my information. They just have to pay me for it. That's all. It's not bad, right? If you're making money off of people's information, you have to pay them for that because you're making money off it. That's how it works. Like if my ISP wants to collect my shit, they have to give me free internet and pay me. That's my requirement. Oh shoot, I didn't get the fucking red thing. Ah, sorry guys, it doesn't matter. This is all low key. I was in a high key one time and I don't know what was happening, but the timing, the DPS was so tight on this boss that if we didn't hit the pulls just right, the boss kept getting more and more health, and we were actually having a really hard time killing him because like we weren't hitting the pulls like just perfect. So when it's a DPS race and you're like really on the edge of DPS, you got to do that. Those pulls like just right. Uh-oh, wait, why are we split up here? I'm with the tank. I don't know where everybody else is. But then I said, oh, you think I look great? No, you are amazing today. Thank you for that. A nice comment. I appreciate that.
3, 2, 1.
Enrage. Help spirit.
I think Cyanide, you know more than anybody how sensitive my ego is. It likes the most subtle of strokings. Always a sucker for the compliments.
Enrage.
Oof! And then the ads come. And then the ads. I did change the way the ads work though. I went into the Twitch dashboard and I just tried something different to see if like changing it would make me any less angry. So I did change some stuff. Oh, I chickened out. I could have went chickened out. You look like a thinner version of Angry Joe. Yeah, but you know what? I think what everybody thinks they look like and what they actually look like can be wildly different things. So I would like to assess that. Did you know that other people thought I looked like fuck, what's his name?
3.
Aoki, the DJ?
1.
Help spirit.
When I had long hair, everybody thought I looked like his name's
Run
Steve.
out.
What's the dude's first name? Steve Aoki. There was a time
Watch your
where I
step.
actually looked like him for a while, and everyone would come in the stream and say, "Whoa, you look like Aoki," and I'm like, "Who?" I didn't even know who that was at the time. I was like, "Really? You say so? I'll believe you."
3, 2, 1.
Help spirit.
Okay, so the deal with this is you stack on the tank.
Target you.
Oh shit, don't target me. You leave me alone.
Watch your
You leave me
step.
alone, you bitch. Okay, so you stack like
Run
this, and then when you run out, the tank will usually like want you to stack up in a different place. We all stack up. And that was actually really good.
Target
Nobody
you.
died.
3, 2,
But what happens after you stack is
Help spirit.
new spiders will spawn. So you can't just sit there. You got to move your ass. So that, because if the spider spawns on you, you die. And lots of people always die to that. And then we stack.
Watch your step.
Stacking is for managing the spiders. But this is really easy, but those spiders will still kill us. I'm sure.
3,
Run out.
2, 1.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
Help
Aoki.
spirit.
Yeah. I don't know if which one he did with Lincoln Park, but he's like it's a big deal.
Watch your
How come
step.
everybody was so hard to heal right now? Come on, get healed. Get healed, everyone. Fuck.
3, 2,
Look, my tree's out and everything.
Help spirit.
Oh, that's because those spirits are popping, I bet.
Run out.
And then we run out. Over here.
Watch your step.
Oh, somebody got eaten by a spider. Oh, there's a spider right on my
Target
feet. Alright, we got it. And we beat the timer by... Does it say? We beat it by 10 minutes. It's not like a plus or something. I don't know what the cutoffs are. None of my add-ons seem to be telling me. But I did get a little pop-up that says, congratulations, you did it. That was easy though. It says to buy Twitch Turbo to get rid of ads. Oh, is Twitch Turbo's $20? I didn't know that. Which is more than a Netflix sub for two people. Oh, maybe Twitch is like actually, calculating how many Netflix subs it would be. If Twitch Turbo was maybe $10 and included Prime, then I'd get it. Whoa, $10 and included Prime. Holy shit, that's what's up. That would be a good value. What is everybody doing? I'm hurting. Whoa, check this out. Wazzle sent a sub gift. Check this out. It's blowing Wazzle up. And then if Cymetheus is in a good mood, then it should also blow up Cyanide as well, I hope. So let's see if Cymetheus is in a good mood today. Go, Cymetheus. Yeah, right on. Thank you, Wazzle, for the sub gift. Wazzle's actually done a couple of sub gifts tonight, so a huge shout out. Oh, Wazzle, let's have a toast. I don't know what time it is for you, but it is early in the morning, and I gotta go to bed at some point. So let's have a nightcap, shall we? What shall it be? I think all the wild turkey is gone. Let's have a whiskey. I still have some of this Knob Creek. This is a small batch, so it's 100 proof. This is good tasty stuff. Usually this kind of stuff doesn't last very long in my cabinet, but somehow I've managed to hold on to this one. So let's have a toast, huh? Oh, did you hear that? Oh, the small batch has a lot of smell to it. It's gonna be a good whiskey. And it's strong too, 100 proof. All right. So to you guys, we're having a celebration because Wazzle did some sub gifts, and then Cymethia's blew up with all the alerts and stuff. So we got to celebrate that. To you guys, to everybody here, cheers. Ooh, that tastes good. A lot of flavor, but it's very strong. Whew. Soppy rice? What are you up to? What's going on? I just got out of a mythic. I did some easy mythics because I'm too chicken to push these hard mythics while alive. Because they're hard. They really are. Like, I need to be like fully focused. There's no way in hell I'm super focused right now, so I'm just like kind of filling up the vault right now pretty much. Oh, you're sick? Oh, dang. Well, I hope you feel better. That'll grow some hair on your chest. Yeah, that Knob Creek. Yeah, I can feel it. I can feel it all in the chest area. Definitely the hair is growing there right now. But what are you sick with? And I hope you feel better. Cyanide says the strongest I've had was like 97% absinthe. And it didn't taste great. Well, to be honest, absinthe is kind of gross. It is kind of gross, actually. That licorice thing it's got going on, not really my thing. I would only do absinthe if it was like in the Amsterdam done like the traditional way. I think I would. And I'm sure I would still hate it, but I would just do it for like, it would have to be done in the shops of Amsterdam or something. So whenever I go visit Wazzle one of these days, maybe he can take me to the absinthe place or something. Yo, cowbells, yo. Oh, you think I have a soothing voice? Thank you. Yeah, that's better than having like a not soothing voice, I think. Yeah, I try to keep it chill. I'm actually pretty soft-spoken, so I have to amplify my voice a little bit. I only backed out once in my life, and I'm more than half a bottle of absinthe. Oh, you blacked out. Couldn't remember anything. Like, did you do that on purpose, or was it an accident? Because one time I drank too much Jameson. It was on the stream, too. I'm usually pretty behaved when it comes to that kind of stuff. I try not to overdo it, because I think I've been sick enough times in my life where I should know better. But that's one of the things about drinking is you don't seem to learn your lesson after the first time. But I did accidentally drink too much Jameson one time. But it turned out to be really funny because I got drunk on stream. And I didn't realize I had drank so much because I think everybody was having fun. It was just like this one stream. Wazzle probably remembers. And we were doing a lot of cheers because there was a lot of like things were happening. There was like a lot of subscribes and I don't know. Everybody was in a good mood. It's probably Friday. You know, people got paid and everybody was, people were drinking and then they wanted me to drink too. And it was like the perfect storm. And somehow they tricked me into drinking more. And I didn't realize how much I drank. And then I ended up stabbing my chair with a sword. It made a really good VOD. It was a good video. Like, I wasn't like sloppy drunk or mean drunk or anything. I was just like silly drunk. And my chair, I have a new chair now, but that chair had a hole in it. And it was kind of like a memory of not being able to remember everything that happened during that stream. That was a good stream. 2016, that was in 2016. I guess that's not long ago, but that was long ago. Strongest you had was tequila. I don't remember what happened or how I got home. Oh, shoot. You know, everybody's different when they're drunk. First of all, be careful, treat your body with respect, of course, but it is funny how different everybody is when they get drunk. And so it's kind of fun to discover like what the drunk version of everybody is like. Some people turn into like complete assholes, hopefully that doesn't happen. Then you get the people who just like cry. There's the criers. They get drunk and they cry. Like every time they tell themselves, I'm not going to cry this time. And then they do. Then there's the other guys that always get drunk and then they just like leave. Like let's say you're at a party there's always that one guy who just goes walking, you know, and either the police will find him or his friends will go pick him up somewhere. But just like leave, like just Forrest Gump style, just like pick a direction and just go, you know, and they end up like crossing fences and all kinds of weird stuff. Like I had a friend that was like that. What was his name? I forget his name. But if I remember, I don't want to say his name in case he's watching or something. But he just like showed up at my door one time late at night because he like the cops picked him up because he was just out walking in like down the road, you know, all drunk, like in places where he wasn't supposed to be. And he told the cops he lived at my house for some reason because he didn't want to tell them where he lived because he was like super drunk. And so like my friend just drops by. So there's always that guy. What are the other kind of drunks that you guys see out there? It's like drunks that are like silly and fun. There's like the drunks that turn into sluts. There's like everything. Everybody kind of has like an alter ego when they're drunk, which is kind of funny. Cowbell says, I can't get drunk. What? You're trolling. You can get drunk. Everybody gets drunk. You just think you're not drunk. I stopped drinking. And yes, if you stop drinking too, alcohol too, you got to be careful. Some people can't drink. Sometimes there are people who have decided they're not going to drink, and that's a good thing. Your doctor will tell you you shouldn't drink, probably. So that's a good thing. Don't feel left out if you don't have any funny drunk stories, because that's probably better if you don't. You don't want. Santa says, after getting chronically ill, sometimes I can only drink one beer. It depends on how the liver is doing at that point. And that's the other thing, too. Like, I literally have a friend who died of liver disease. Like, he drank regularly and his liver went bad, and then he died. So, yeah, you gotta take care of your body. And don't make yourself sick. And enjoy it and be responsible, too. You know, do what's good for your body and what's good for your mind. Like I said, some people go nuts when they get drunk. Like some people just cannot drink. Like just, it's not good. So that's okay. Everybody's different. When I was drunk all the time, what I did was ordered a coffee. That's all you did. That's not bad. That's good. 9 times out of 10, I'm always the dad of the group. That's okay too. Then that's actually funny. Yeah. Or you maybe you're the dad of the group, or maybe you just feel like the dad, you know, because, you know, sometimes the group needs a dad. That might be the thing, Soppy Rice. It might not be that you're necessarily the dad of the group. It might be that your group needs a dad, and so you're just filling the role. It needs to be done. Some groups need a dad. Different group, you know, then you might switch roles. The other, if you're in a different group, they might already have a dad, and then you can be the kid. You know what I mean? It's like it could go either way. That's good. I did too. I took care of my friends whenever we partied. I would try to take care of my friends because I was always the responsible one. Like I was always the level-headed one. I wasn't the guy who went out walking, for example. I wasn't that guy. I wasn't the guy or girl that cried. You know, I wasn't the person who like went crazy and got mad. I was always pretty like chill. So by default, you know, I was able to help take care of my friends. I have a liver if someone drinks 30 plus beers a day. Holy shit. And there are people that actually do drink 30 beers a day. So, and doctors have no idea why I don't drink alcohol. Liver, dude, the body, genetics, environment, like I blame pollution, plastic, who knows? Who knows? You just got to take care of it. Sooner you identify any type of health problem whatsoever, the sooner you, better prognosis. You know, I don't have any like super identifiable like health issue, but being that I studied biology and biomedical science and stuff like that, I'm always convinced I probably have had cancer at any point in time. And so, because I know we probably all do, it's just a matter of time, which is not a very happy thing to say, but it's true. You know, when you're a biologist, you know all the happy stuff. But I always thought to myself, if that happens, the earlier you get it, don't be the kind of person who avoids health related stuff. Like if it's going to happen, just go get it. Just go after it. Like, you know, just like how do you say it? Like, just own it, you know, don't avoid it, go get it, fight it. You know, I mean, remember when we were talking about the viruses, how I want to fight and kill all viruses? I'm that kind of person. I always want to get it. Soppy Rice says, I got to head out. Have a great stream. Thank you, Soppy Rice, for stopping by. I'm glad you got to stop by. Clean water, no chemtrails, poison the food. Oh yeah, it doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to be that way. And I have good news and bad news. Bad news is doctors don't really know shit. They don't really know the cause of a lot of pathology in humans. Good news is, like, doctors are always trying, like, we're always trying to connect the dots and stuff like that. But the reality is, doctors are still the same as they were, you know, like probably hundreds of years ago. It's like we rely on our own human body to heal us. Doctors don't really do much. There's medicine don't really fix us. Everything is mostly band-aids, with the exception of a few things. There's a few medicines and treatments that actually do fix the problems, but for the most part, doctors are in band-aid mode. So that means, you know, it's probably not your fault. You know, it's not your fault. It may not even be the environment's fault, though the environment has a pretty big impact. You know, it could just be something else. Denmark. Oh, Denmark. Isn't Denmark like the happiest? Isn't it supposed to be like the happiest place on earth? Like where people are the happiest, or no? Is that true? That's what I heard. But you have to ask someone from Denmark if that's actually true. Super rare muscle nerve illness. Problem is they cannot test for antigens in the blood here. Why not? Oh, antigens. Why can't they test? They don't want to, like insurance, healthcare, stuff like that, or. Oh, we're 5th. Well, that's not bad. Top 5? Shit, I'm happy to be top 5. Top 5's good. Unless you're going for number 1, then if you're super competitive, then, you know, you're either number 1 or you're either first or last or whatever the saying is. But top 5 for me, yeah, I'm fine. It sounds good to me. Cyanide, you tell those doctors, you tell them. You say, fuck you. And also, if you need antigens, you tell them, do those antigens. Netherlands is number 1 with best drinking water. Oh, really? Shit. I would drink. I live in the U.S. I wouldn't drink the fucking water. I mean, I drink the water. We filter the water, but I know damn well the water's all fucked up. We pollute our waters pretty bad. So I think good drinking water is actually a really good stat. That's one you can really, truly be proud of. Other people might think, oh, who cares about that? That's actually really good. Because there's one thing we do well is pollute our water. No doubt about that. Tap water is good enough? Whew, I'd be afraid. Just because, I mean, in the US, tap water is not, I mean, the water is treated. Like, it's not going to kill you. It's not like standing water. Like, the water is treated. So I can't complain too much, you know, because we're talking about water here. Remember, a lot of people don't have good water. Even when your water is not that great, it still might be a lot better than some people are suffering with, right? So we can't complain too much. We got to be careful about complaining about water. But if we're talking about pure water, like water without contaminants and heavy metals and lead and arsenic and whatever stuff is, bringing toxic impurities into the water. In that case, then tap water is pretty contaminated, I think, in the US, pretty much across the board. Alcohol is pure water. That's right. Do you remember my hypothesis before? I was thinking, okay, beer is mostly water, right? It's like mostly water. There's very little alcohol in terms of percentage per volume. It is mostly water after all, and a lot of carbohydrates and a bunch of other goodies that make the beer taste, that make it beer essentially. So I thought, okay, well, if water is in fact dirty or contaminated, And beer is filtered water. Therefore, one could get all of their water from beer. You're also going to have the carbohydrates and just a little bit of alcohol on board. But it would be safer, theoretically, if the alternative is bad water. Correct. So you can see that's a tricky logic there, but I did test it. And I think I had a kegerator at some time. This is when I was streaming like full time. Okay, this is I can't believe I'm saying this. Like, I would be embarrassed to tell this to, you know, a normal person on the street. But those of you that watch the stream know that we were quite silly. So anyway, I found a kegerator on sale at Costco because I always wanted one anyway. And I thought, oh, well, if you just buy a keg, you should save money. You know, it's like buying bulk in a way. It's like you should. Now, I was completely wrong about everything. Okay, I was going with solid logic here. I was like, okay, beer, filtered water, good, that's healthy. I was thinking, saving money by buying a keg instead of a 30-pack, you know, that should be a better value, right? It's another thing. I did that, and I found out that the cold beer on tap was so delicious. It was so yummy to just go and get a cold beer off the tap from your own kegerator that I was actually drinking more beer than I would have if I didn't have the kegerator. So I wasn't saving any money. I was actually going through the entire keg and not realizing it because, you know, it was just kind of like ad lib, you know, you pass the kegerator and get a cold beer and it was nice. That was like probably one of the stupidest things I've ever done in my life, but it was pretty hilarious. And I learned from it. I learned that no, you cannot get all the water from beer. I think I ended up getting like a UTI at some point. Was it due to just drinking water from beer? Probably. You know, so after I got sick, I had to stop drinking the beer, just drink water. And I healed quickly. It wasn't bad or anything. It was just, you know, it got sick. So I had to stop drinking beer. It's like, okay, maybe I shouldn't do that. And then I was actually the kegs. I was throwing out kegs like 30 packs. Can't be doing that either. So I stopped doing that. I sold my kegerator. But I had fun while I had it. That was funny. Water now contains a lot of stuff from medicine, as it takes 30 years to reuse water. And 30, 40 years ago, medicine exploded. Oh, all of our water's fucked. You know that even sushi is fucked? Like salmon, big fish, salmon and tuna in the ocean. You can actually measure heavy metals and radioisotopes in our fish. Like if you get salt, because of all of the trash that we've dumped into the ocean, and due to the Fukushima nuclear accident, all of the radioactive material that dumped into the ocean, and the Japanese refused to admit how much radioactivity actually got dumped out. All the fish are contaminated. You can actually measure the amount of contamination in the fish you eat, and there's nothing we can do about it. So it's scary. I don't even want to talk about the topic almost because it's very disappointing what we've done, and the heavy metals and the radioisotopes can collect. They can add up, and that's why larger fish have them. It's called. There's a name for it. It's called biomagnification, I think, and it's because contaminants will get absorbed into like certain plants, you know, algae and kelps and I don't know, sea plants and stuff. Small fish will eat the plants. Larger fish will eat the smaller fish. It's like that one video game. There's a video game where you had to keep eating the smaller fish and try not to get eaten by the bigger fish, and that's how you play the game. Well, in you know, ecology, that's how it works. And then the biggest fish, like the tuna and some of the salmon and some of the larger fish, they have the most contamination. Those are the fish we eat because they're big with lots of meat and they're delicious, but they also have all of those heavy metals and radioisotopes that collect as they eat the smaller fish that ate the plants and that ate the contaminants. So it's kind of fucked up. I kind of hate that. Really hate that. Fishdom, is that really? Is that what it is? I remember that. Yo, Jogo is here. What's up? Jogo's in the house where you're talking about contaminated water. The topics that come up on my stream. I don't know. I just talk about whatever you guys talk about. Oh, fuck. You think Crohn's is from years of sugar-free soda drinking? I did see an article. I was just like browsing headlines the other day, and I saw that this is another depressing topic, but people that drink a lot of sugar-free sodas had like a higher incidence of like colon cancer. So fucking A, everything's gonna kill you. No, even though everything's going to kill you, I still don't think that's an excuse to like be super unhealthy. Like everything is going to kill us. That's true. But it doesn't mean go overboard. You know, it just means enjoy your death, you know, moderately. Wazzle says, I stopped smoking, but then started vaping. Both are bad, but vaping is better. Is what my doctor said. 0 nicotine. So the vaping, does that have nicotine in it? Or do you put cannabis in there? Can you replace nicotine with cannabis? What if you did that? Is that bad? They say carnivore is better for the body. Also because the greens are contaminated. Yeah, but the carnivores, the animals, if you're a carnivore and you eat the animals eat the plants. That's just the food chain. It's the food chain. You can't escape it. I mean, you can try to eat animals that only eat other animals, but still, the heavy metals they collect in your body. So even if you're at the top of the food chain, that's where you're the most contaminated because you eat all of the little animals that have a little bits of contamination and then it accumulates. But it doesn't go away. Like you don't piss out lead. The lead stays in you. That's why it's so toxic. And some of the other heavy metals, they're not water soluble. So if it's water soluble, you'll piss it out and shit it out. And even the lipid soluble stuff, you'll shit out. But the heavy metals don't dissolve. And so they stick. And that increases their toxicity. Like plutonium is that way. Did you guys watch? I don't think they. Wait. What? No, it was a different show. I was going to say, was it Oppenheimer that did it? No, it was actually a different show about the atomic bomb. But anyway, when they were doing experiments with uranium and plutonium, apparently there were some anecdotes about some of the guys getting exposed to the plutonium and stuff. And they actually pissed out. They were pissing plutonium for like weeks or months or something. Like they stayed radioactive for a long time after accidentally ingesting, you know, so small amounts of plutonium and stuff because it just hung out. Every time they took a piss, you could like they were trying to collect the plutonium back out of the piss and it just kept coming and coming because it like stays there. So, yeah, I know that's weird stuff, but see, that's the stuff I wish they talked about more in the movie Oppenheimer. Because in every other Oppenheimer movie, they would like talk about some of that kind of stuff, but they didn't say any of that kind of stuff in the Oppenheimer movie. And everybody was like, oh, that movie is so good. Like it was so great. You really got to like see the weird personal Oppenheimer and stuff. And I was thinking to myself, holy shit, there was a bunch of really cool shit that happened during that atomic bomb thing that they didn't talk about. All of the coolest stuff, like they didn't even say anything. And they didn't show like much explosions. I wanted to see like cutting edge CG explosions, but they never showed any of that. So I was pretty disappointed with Oppenheimer, but it doesn't mean it was a bad movie. It was still good, but nah, it was overhyped. I don't know why people even talk about it being a good movie. It was definitely one of the worst movies that what's his name did for sure. He like the actors are good. They carried it. You know, Iron Man was in there. The actors were amazing. They carried it, but the movie itself, it sucked balls. Sorry to be a critic there. Like I wrote above, they tested it in the waters in Canada, in some town, and on some rats. And the people in the town didn't know about it. Wait, what? Oh, no. Razzle says, Dr. Naps, you know, I have a carnivore diet and that I no longer eat vegetables, fruits, only meat, fish, goat, cheese, and eggs. That's my diet. Oh, really? Does it work out? Do you feel like you're able to get all the nutrients and stuff? I think that's the only problem with very specific diets, like only eating meat, or the opposite, which is vegetarians, or vegans, or whatever diet involves no meat and mostly vegetables. Is the only thing you got to watch out for is that our body requires essential nutrients, vitamins, proteins that we can only get from the environment. And so you do have to be careful with very specific diets because you can actually miss some core nutrients that basic metabolism needs. And you know what metabolizes a lot in our body? Our brain. It's not just our organs and our bodies and our muscle. You know, your brain, your nerves, your nerve cells are metabolizing constantly. So they need all of those nutrients and stuff. So I'm not advocating for one diet over another, but if a dietitian or a doctor tells you that a variety of nutrition is good, that's what they're talking about, that we really need that variety to really fulfill the requirements of our metabolism. And people on special diets will say, oh yeah, we've got it figured out. We eat, you know, I'm getting the proteins. If I'm a vegetarian, I'm getting the proteins from certain nuts and beans and X, Y, and Z. You know, they've got it all calculated and figured out. But you really got to stay on that and make sure you're getting good quality food, because you can make yourself sick. Yo, Down South is here. What's up? What ISP speeds? Yeah, Down South. Sorry, I was slow on the chat. But that's the right question. Yeah. It is 1,000 over 1,000 fiber. So it's symmetrical fiber. They just didn't have it in our neighborhood, so I was so excited about it. I even put it as the title of my stream, so that was good. Usually for all of my networking I have to do on the cloud, you know, because I run cloud platforms and have this extensive cloud infrastructure. So there's no shortage of bandwidth and speeds and compute up on the cloud. But for me personally, where I live in the desert, there is a little bit of shortage of bandwidth here where I sit currently in my chair. So when they were tearing up the neighborhood and putting in fiber, I was like, I'll try some of that. I'll see what's going on here. I'll be the judge of if this is good fiber or not. I'll take it for a spin. And is it good? Well, the infrastructure is actually really, really good. And not only, you know, are they providing these gig speeds, but it's going to support 10 gig speeds. So it could be 10,000 over 10,000 pretty soon, hopefully. At least 2,000 over 2,000 pretty soon. But the problem is, once we kind of get into the main city, going out from there, the speeds are no longer 1,000 over 1,000, unfortunately. I was pretty hard pressed to find any data center that I could get 1,000 over 1,000 from with the new fiber. So a little bit underwhelming in a way, but happy that the infrastructure is getting better. Now, if they could fix their peering and their outgoing pipes and stuff, if they fix that, then it's going to be good. But hey, let's have a toast, because got some subscribes earlier and poured a little bit of whiskey. I'm just sipping because it's a small batch. What is it, Knob Creek? Yeah, it's a Knob Creek 100 proof. So to you guys, cheers. Ooh, yeah, got a little bit of that left. Zionite, you got 1,000 over 1,000 here. Basically, nothing takes advantage of that speed other than maybe Steam downloads. Yeah, yep, that's the thing is, out there on the cloud, it's the same situation. There's pairing partners and there's networks that pair really well together, where you can get some good connections over long distance, but you do see a fall off of performance kind of over distance. You know, and some of my cloud machines, even some of my smallest cloud machines, they're like 5,000 over 5,000 or 10,000. They're 10 gig, you know, symmetrical. Even the smaller ones, you know, some of the nicer ones go up to 25 gig and 50 gig. And there's some specialty connections, but, you know, there's no need for that. You know, some of the streaming services that I do, we're not pushing that much bandwidth. Like, as long as it's a solid 1 or 10 gig link, like that you can do a lot with that. It just needs to be a solid link. And so as you start, you know, trying to connect with other data centers that are far away, you do see a drop in speeds. And then you'll see like some technology that actually recovers some of those speeds, you know, like, you know, certain algorithms and network technologies and transports and stuff will start to wake up some of those slower speeds a little bit. And we do all that kind of stuff too, but you know, this ISP here, the speeds, they seem a little bit throttled going out. Like they're not reaching their full potential. And I can tell because I do all this cloud stuff. So if I go and call my ISP and be like, look, some of the speeds out there are slow, they're going to be like, what are you talking about? It's 1,000 over 1,000. I'll be like, it'll be like talking to a baby about speeds. If you call your ISP, I don't know if you guys have spent much time on the phone with like level 1 support for like an internet service provider, but these people don't even know the difference between upload and download. Like it'll be like talking to a wall, trying to explain to them what my download and upload speeds are to a neighboring data center. I already know how that's going to go. Only an engineer will understand that shit. Level 1 support triggers me. It does, dude. I get mad. I do get mad. I really have to stay calm when I talk on the phone to support. Just like, because I provide support, you know, to my customers, you know, and I respect my customers and I try to bring my best foot forward and share my knowledge and not only provide support but consulting and we can even be friends, you know. But but that is not how level 1 support is. Like these people that are, first of all, they'll read you a bunch of fake shit. They'll be like, oh, thank you. We can help you with your problem today. We have the solutions that you need. And they're just reading a script. And I'm like, oh, it's like death by 1,000 cuts. Calling support. Oh, you know, they're all polite, but they don't know shit about shit. But they are polite. They don't know shit about shit. Can't fix anything. I'll be like, hey, I think something's wrong with the upload. They're like, oh, would you like me to restart your modem for you? I'm like, no, I've restarted it like 10 times. Your internet just sucks. Why don't you restart your whole internet? How about that? It's like, don't even get me started. I'm already getting triggered now. I'm going to have to drink more whiskey now. Clouds just mean someone else's computer. Right. That's right. JBOD because my PC had issues with drives connecting. And started damaging the drives. Uh-oh. So now I only run M2s. Okay. JBOD, just bring your own disk. Yeah, pack as many of those in there as you can get. That's what I do. Also, my new Mobo disconnects on USB 3. But not on 3.1, 2 over USB-C, so I'm forced to use USB-C ports. I'm pretty sure that USB issues are like age-old Mobo issues. I think it's gotten better, though. I haven't had too much USB issues, but I know USB in Windows has traditionally been pretty fucked up across the board. Chatting and taking a shower is not a good idea. Oh, Wazzle, you taking a shower? Are you naked right now? I probably shouldn't ask too many questions about that or else it might make your shower longer. But that's funny. You know what? I have actually wanted to take like a phone or a computer into the shower before. I think that's just wasting water because you're going to end up taking a longer shower. But I actually looked to see what kind of products there were like for showers. And there are products, but it's a bunch of crappy shit. I would love to have like a computer built into my shower. Wouldn't that be cool? Like a touch screen or something, all waterproof. That'd be pretty sick. That sounds like some I don't know, some luxury shower shit. People even run computers in their showers, or that's just not a thing? Running out of dynamic connections, had to call the ISP, and my dad was on the paper as the customer, and he was away for work. A lot of issues with oh yeah, well, I mean, hopefully they can help you. Yeah, my the thing is, when I call the ISP, because I've been like an internet user for a long time, and maybe I'm a computer nerd. Like I understand how the networks work and stuff. I'm sure everybody thinks they understand it, but I understand it. And also, you know, I provide services. So when I call the ISP or I contact support, you can be sure that I've already tried all the stuff. Like I have nice wires. I replace my wires if I think there's a problem. I have nice network adapters. And I have other network adapters, so like I'll change them if I'm troubleshooting something. I'm like, oh, well, is it my adapter? Like maybe it's drivers. I do all the things. I switch the shit around. So if I call in, I've already done all that stuff. You know, because I know that the support can't do much. I know that they're stupid and they don't know the difference between upload and download. I know they're not going to be able to help me. So I do all the stuff I can myself. So by the time I actually call in, there's a very, very high chance, a pretty high certainty that it's nothing on my side. It's something down the pipe, something that I can't control. And that's why I call in. I'm like, hey, I see some stuff going on. You should probably tell the engineers that X, Y, and Z is going on. Because if you don't tell them, they're not going to know. And they're like, oh, well, we can help you with that. Let us try to restart your modem. And I'm like, no. You're not listening to me. There's nothing wrong with my modem. The problem, you're having like infrastructure problems down, maybe I'll do a trace route or something, and I'll give them some information. I'll be like, this is not a problem here. It's a problem I can't control. Like you have to escalate to your engineers. Like this is like that. And they're like, oh no, we can't do that. Like, unless I can see a problem with your modem, we can't escalate to the engineers. And I'm like, oh no. Like, but how are they going to know? You know, I don't know. Anyway, I'll have a heart attack if I think about all the conversations I've had with the ISP. I'll plead with them. I'll beg them. I'll be like, please, your engineers have to know. And they're like, nothing I can do. Fuck off. Why do anyone even pay you? Why do they even have a job? The older ASRock Mobo is great. I'll tell you what, man, I've got some old motherboards that are still fine. Like they work just fine. It's just that they're so old that, you know, it's like you have to consider whether or not you want to spend money on power to power how slow they are, you know, but they work just fine. I definitely have had that experience. I've got this old fucking like second gen i5 or something, and still running my file server. It's very scary, but it's a node in my one of my file servers, but it just won't die. So I still use it. It's pretty risky. One of these days it's going to die, but it's still alive. So Down South says, did you actually wait 90 seconds before unplugging? Okay, I'll tell you this funny story about the ISP, what I tell them when I call them. The first thing I tell them, and this is hilarious because it's not true, but if I don't tell them this, we'll just be on the phone forever before we get anywhere. But I tell them two things. Number one, I tell them I don't use or have Wi-Fi, and I don't use Wi-Fi in my house, they'll say, because what they'll try to do is they'll try to blame it on Wi-Fi, right? And that's a good point. A lot of people actually use Wi-Fi on their main computers. And when they have internet problems, it could be explained by poor Wi-Fi reception, you know, or Wi-Fi interference. So I get why they ask about Wi-Fi. First thing I tell them, there's no Wi-Fi in my house. Now, there is Wi-Fi in my house. I actually have a nice Unify Wi-Fi system. It has nice roaming, and I designed that for streaming, so I could test streaming, and I test streaming with various Wi-Fi devices, and I needed a good roaming system, and the Unify has a nice little thing, and you can scale it out and stuff. Anyway, I've got a lot of Wi-Fi in my house, okay? But it's all wired too. It's not what do they call it? It's not mesh. They're all Ethernet wired Wi-Fi access points. So first thing I tell them is we don't do Wi-Fi here, or else they'll get stuck on that and they'll have me Wi-Fi troubleshooting. All right, so no Wi-Fi. The second thing is my computer is always plugged directly into the Ethernet port. Now, that is true, but it's incomplete because what I have plugged into the Ethernet port is a badass Intel firewall, overclocked with an Intel CPU in it, running, some open source firewall software, right? Basically a computer that I turned into a firewall. And so it is true. I am plugged directly in. However, that firewall is actually, a DHCP server. It's a gateway. It's running IP addresses for all the little devices that I have around the house. Everybody's got little devices. There's Wi-Fi cameras, you got cameras and smart devices and laptops and phones. And I don't know, I'm sure that any normal internet user's got like a handful, a bunch of shit running on their networks, right? So that firewall handles all that. If I don't tell them those things up front, they're literally just going through the troubleshooting page after page after page. And I'm like, no, skip all that and plug directly in. No Wi-Fi. Let's go with that. Yeah. Yeah. Did you actually wait? Yeah, because they know down south, they can see how long your modem was offline. So if you didn't do a whole 90 seconds, they can probably tell, I think. But 10 to 15 seconds is enough. Yeah, it is. Yeah, and it's stupid, right? Like they want you to wait really long because maybe some routers need that long to like discharge their capacitors or something weird. Or it might be for timeout purposes too. They might want you to wait 90 seconds so that all the connections can time out and maybe you can get a new IP address or something like that. But all those things are really stupid. They should be able to fix all that anyway. Now, on the other hand, it is good to, when they say to unplug it and plug it back in, that does help because hardware devices and embedded devices, they do need a restart every once in a while. It is like, I call it like a courtesy restart. You need a power cycle the devices. That does solve 99% of some of the issues I've experienced with my customers. And we're doing IRL backpacks and stuff. It sounds dumb, but I tell them, turn off your live view and then power it back up again, And we're not kicking the can down the road when I say that. That literally fixes 99% of the problems. And the reason is because it does a whole bunch of things. It times out all those like mobile connections, like with the modems to the cell phone towers. Sometimes they need a timeout. Like sometimes there's a problem there. They need to roam. They need to change channels. Like they need to power all the way down. It's just like your Wi-Fi, like on your phone. Like if your Wi-Fi is doing some weird shit, sometimes if you turn off the Wi-Fi and turn it back on, it'll reassociate. And if it wasn't roaming before, now it'll connect to the right access point. It'll try to renegotiate speeds. Like it does, the buffer's clear. There's a whole bunch of things that it does. So, and then not just that, it's not just the networking modem thing, but also the live view itself. It's running software and the software needs to reboot. The software gets confused. It's firmware. There are humans that made that firmware to try to work with all the different modems out there. And sometimes it works really, really well. And then sometimes it's just dog shit, works like dog shit and needs a restart. So it's the first thing we do, always restart. So it's not bad advice, but anytime I call in, I've already restarted. I'll turn it off and turn it on again. And if that doesn't fix it, then I'll call in, Courtesy flush, exactly, yeah. Have you tried unplugging the modem and replugging? And the answer is no. Right. Or yeah, sometimes the answer is no, or they'll be like, "Oh, that's a good idea. Oh, I'll do that right now, and I'll restart it, and then that'll fix it." And you know what? Sometimes that doesn't fix it. Sometimes you'll have them go through the process of restarting, and then it still doesn't work, and then they're even more pissed off because they had to go through the whole process of restarting. So, you got to do it. You got to do it once at least, and then if that doesn't fix it, well, then it's something else. But I would say 99% of the time that actually fixes a lot of stuff. So just remember that. Turn your shit off, turn it back on. Even phones. Here's another one. People don't really, you might leave your phone on forever, and not actually go to the shutdown and restart of your phone because, you just charge it, but never actually turn it off. Phone apps, like some of the streaming apps, like Lyrics, for example, it on some phones is kind of glitchy. It's not on my phone. I have a Pixel. Lyrics works, but I'll get streamers that are streaming on their mobile apps, and strange stuff is happening. I'm like, well, I'm testing it. Everything looks good on this side. The servers are doing okay, and I'll say, hey, why don't you try restarting your phone? Because it is an operating system. It is a computer after all. And there's probably a bunch of apps on here. You know how aggressive apps are. They're fucking stealing your information and pinging home and trying to run in the background. It's like there's a tug of war going on in your phone to like try to suck down your battery and steal all your information, right? And that's just happening with all these apps. And then you're trying to stream on top of that. So I'm like, okay, if you haven't restarted your phone in a while, restart that fucker, and then try it and see if everything's okay. Lo and behold, restarting the phone actually works. So that's another one for you guys, because most of the time you don't need to do that, but give it a courtesy restart once in a while. Power it all the way down and then power back up. And make sure you have battery, though. If you're really low on battery and then you power down, I don't think batteries like that. I think they get kind of mad. So before you do that shit, make sure you're either plugged in or full charge so you get a good restart. You restart your phone once a week? Sure, it's good too. And I like to restart it too because I don't know what's running in the background sometimes. So also turn off your Wi-Fi when you restart it, because if your Wi-Fi is on, then the iPhone or Samsung, it'll go and try to do a bunch of stuff upon startup. It'll start checking for updates and scanning and doing a bunch of shit. If you turn off your Wi-Fi, I think you get a cleaner start, to be honest, because it sees that Wi-Fi is off, so it doesn't try to do all that shit right when it's starting up. And then when you turn on your Wi-Fi later, and then it'll do it later. So I'm not really sure on that as a fact, if it's a cleaner start with Wi-Fi off, but I feel like it is. I feel like it does too much stuff on boot when it has an internet connection. So turn off Wi-Fi and get a cleaner boot, I think. Oh yeah, a long time ago, there were apps that would close down the apps. Yeah, but the funny thing is those apps were also running in the background. So it was just tug of war is a good example of what your phone is doing. And that app is exactly that, where it's that's the app that's sucking all your information. It just quits all the other ones that are sucking your information. Yeah, those were nasty. But now in the newer Androids, there is much better battery management, and you can set the background policies. It's not perfect, though. I will say that my Pixel, that thing is a fucking virus. Google phones are viruses. There's a lot of things you can't shut off. It just comes, a lot of that stuff runs, and you can't turn off. Maybe you can jailbreak it or hack it or something to turn that stuff off, but by default, there's good battery management. But again, it's a tug of war. It's a fight for whoever's dominant. In this case, in the case of the Google Pixel, Google is the dominant animal that is, sucking all your battery and your information, but it lets you quit other apps so they can't do that. It's like a fight for which app you run. And then if you buy a phone from certain companies and they're locked. Like Comcast, for example, has a new mobile plan where they'll send you a free pixel, but it's a locked pixel to Comcast. They don't even send a SIM card. It's just it's like digital SIM. It's like eSIM. It's locked and it's running all of their viruses that you can't uninstall. So it's a weird market, man. Fuck that. Fuck that stuff. I'll try running one more before I crash out. If I even have the juice. But let's get one more in the vault. Since I'm a healer, they pretty much insta-Q me anyway. But it's got to be at least a 20. Darkheart Thicket. I'm comfortable with Darkheart Thicket, but I know that people have a tough time in Darkheart Thicket, so I'm a little bit hesitant to queue that one. Well, let's see what they've got listed for 20s. Running an older Android. There's also programs for PC to clean stuff from RAM. Right. Have you tried doing a dungeon with bots? Oh, no, I haven't tried that. I've been wanting to. There's like no incentive for me to do it, but I would like to try it. Have you done it? Like, how is it? I was curious about that. Like, I will go into Dungeon Finder, but usually what I'm looking for is the satchel. Because on my druid, I can tank or heal or DPS, no problem. So if I see like a satchel opportunity just for some gold or some runes or whatever, I'll go in there. But I have not tried the follower dungeons, which does seem kind of cool. So I could probably do that now, but look how juicy that rise looks. The 20 rise. Should I do that one? Are those ones fast? I'll do it. I'll queue it. Let's see if they invite me. Oh shit. Oh shit. I don't know. I might be too tired for 20 mythics. Let's find out. Am I going to know where the buttons are? Did I drink too much whiskey? Let's find out. Oh no, you calculated the total amount of money that you spent on WoW? No, don't do that. Don't do that because the number will be a lot. I purposely don't calculate how much money I've spent on certain things. One is WoW and the other is beer. Because if I knew what the number was for either of those things, I might be embarrassed. AFK farmers in dungeon leveling. Oh. Dude. Trollers are going to troll. There have been, over the years, a number of problems with bots that have been pretty notable. But you know what I don't see anymore? I very rarely see multi-boxers. Do you guys see multi-boxers? Now, multi-boxers are not botters. Just for those who are still confused about that. Multi-boxing is not botting. They're two completely different things. But they are both sometimes unknowing to the general player in one way or the other. There are multi-boxers that are not annoying at all. They mind their own business. They just love multi-boxing and they just kind of run their own dungeons. But there's a lot of hate, I gotta say, in the World of Warcraft. If there's one thing a lot of people just hate for no reason, is multi-boxers. Multi-boxers banned? Quantum Deeds? Oh, really? It is? Like, it's like finally banned? I probably missed that at some point, but because I used to dual box. I multi-boxed like a few times just for fun. It is actually fun. It's too expensive. I can't really maintain so many WoW accounts, but I did always maintain my own. I always had at least two. I think I have two. Yeah, I have two now because I have mine and then my wife's, which my wife doesn't play anymore, but my kids play now. And WoW questing is actually good for the kids because if they read the quests and stuff, it's actually good. And the weapons have words and stuff, so it's actually a good reading tool. So I keep another one for the kids. And so I said, okay, if I have 2 accounts and we're not always playing at the same time, why don't I dual box just to see how it is?
Watch
And
your
it
step.
was actually pretty hilarious and fun. It was good stuff. What the heck? What did we just get hit with? But I know they did put some
Watch
limits
your
on
step.
multi-boxing, but did they ban it completely? That's too bad because there were a lot of people
Help
that
spirit.
didn't abuse it. They just, there'd be some guy that
Watch your step.
plays like 5 DKs, and just goes in dungeons and just trolls with 5 DKs or something. It's kind of fun. So what I did when I dual boxed was I ran a tank and healer, and
Watch
since
your
I like
step.
5-mans, I would
3,
basically main the tank, and then I would
Help
have the healer just heal bot me, and I
Watch
would
your
level
step.
that way. And think about it, tank and healer insta queue if you're
AOE
queuing the
incoming.
dungeons. Insta queue. It was
Watch your
hilarious and nice to have the insta
AOE
queue like that.
incoming.
The other funny part of that story is
Watch
3,
your
2, 1.
people
help
would
spirit.
get so pissed
AOE
when they
incoming.
found out I was dual boxing for no reason. Okay, I gave them an insta queue, and a couple of minutes as we're
Watch
going
your-
through the dungeon, everything's fine, nobody's dying, everything's going
AOE
smooth.
incoming.
Some guy would realize, hey, are you dual boxing right now? This motherfucker's
Watch your-
multi boxing. This guy, he's the tank and the healer, and I'm like,
2,
yeah, so. And they're like, well, you're an asshole. Like, that's fucked up. And they'd get all mad all of a sudden. Like, for no reason. And that's when I learned how
Charging.
much people hate dual boxers and multi-boxers. Like, once they found out I was multi-boxing, like, they hated me for no reason. Everything was fine.
Three, 2, 1.
Charging.
Multi-boxing can be better. They can. Yeah, you're right. It's not always better, but in some cases it can be. And it's because like you're in sync. I think the reason why multi-boxing can be so powerful sometimes is because
Charging.
when you launch abilities, like if you pop all your coolies
3,
all at the same time at exactly the right time, it can be extremely, extremely powerful. I mean, it's OP. We're talking about OP level performance here. And you can't do that unless you're multi-boxing, because you can get everybody to kind of sync up,
Move.
but a multi-boxer can literally just press one button and pop them all, so you get into macros. And I think that's where the controversy started happening, was the macros. Some of the multi-boxing software was
3, 2, 1.
right on the line of how automated it was, and could potentially become very automated to the point where it was very much like botting. So there were like a division of honest multi-boxers and then less honest multi-boxers. And it caused a lot of fighting in the multi-boxing community, because the multi-boxers felt like there were some guys that were kind of making them look bad because they were cheating, essentially. The macros were getting out of hand
2,
with multi-boxing, and it wasn't fair anymore. It was degrading the experience for all the streamers. I mean, gamers.
Help soak.
Oh shit! I gotta pop this. Oh, okay. Then I gotta heal me. Whew, got it.
Shockwave.
What you gotta do on this guy is
2,
keep the
1.
Shockwave.
you gotta keep that shockwave away from the pillar in the middle. So you can't stand in between the boss and the pillar. You gotta like offset it, And then you got to try not to get hit by his smash. You know, it's oh shit, orbs. Fuck, I get these orbs. I'll take all these. Give me some orbs. I need some haste. Some fucking orbs. There we go. I got some, I think. I got 3.
2, 1.
Help spirit. Spread. Shockwave.
Oh, shockwave. Oh god. I'm not getting enough crits on this guy. Okay, there we go. We're good.
Help soak.
Three, two, one.
We got it.
Spirit.
I feel like it's going well. I don't know about you guys. Yeah, that was easy. Quick and easy. I did burn a little bit too much mana there, but I think that's because I was like, I wasn't getting any crits. I feel like I couldn't get us healed up all the way. And so I think I did burn a little mana trying to get us up, and it still didn't work. I mean, I feel like there was just no crit, so I think I just need some more hots on there. Need a little more mastery. Don't you find that pop sound annoying? Oh, which one? I can turn it off. Like, I think I'm used to it now, but I know that some of my sounds are like, I don't even know where those sounds come from.
3, 2, 1.
Like, I think I tried to turn it off and I
Watch
couldn't
your
find it
step.
one time. I don't know what the fuck is one of my add-ons doing some weird sound, if that's what you're talking about.
AOE incoming.
Yeah, it's in there somewhere. I just need to like turn it down.
Watch your step.
Whoa.
3, 2, 1.
Help AOE incoming.
That AoE really hurts, like on 24. Like, I literally have to pop everything. Like, that mini boss is like harder than the main bosses. Oh shit, this thing. This gauntlet is so annoying. Oh my god. Oh. Oh fuck. Ah. Ah! Ah! Actually, one shot it. Let's go. I'm the first one here. Lol. You see me juke that shit? You kind of have to, like. Sometimes I feel like you have to practically run backwards sometimes, because those things are really good at predicting where you're gonna be, and they will throw an orb out there. I literally one shot that. Yeah, Wazzle. He's got to go. Oh, Wazzle, I just saw you say that. Thank you, Wazzle. Wazzle will be back. But thank you, man, for those subs. That's awesome. Is it open? Oh, shit. I just went... Why did I click on that? Fuck. It's already open. My bad. I've done that before.
Watch your step. AOE incoming.
I forget that you can port back using that port. It's dumb.
Breath incoming.
3, 2,
Help spirit.
1.
Watch your step. Watch your step.
I'm also happy to report that people are
AOE
dispelling
incoming. Breath incoming.
those ghosts, the spirits.
Watch your step.
This week, that's how you can tell if you're in a nightmare group,
3, 2,
is if nobody can
1.
dispel
Breath
those
incoming.
things. I'm pretty sure that there's a form. I don't know every class and like who has dispels and whatever,
Watch
but
your step.
my understanding is there's like 1,000,001 ways to dispel those spirits. So if you get a group that's not dispelling them on time,
Breath incoming.
that's a sign of a really bad group. And I didn't know at first how to dispel them. I actually had to look it up. I was like, what the fuck are those? I was like, do you gotta hibernate them? I was like, do you got to soothe them? I was trying to figure out how you deal with them.
3, 2,
All I have to do is
1.
just dispel them like I am dispelling a curse off of somebody, and it works. So for Druid, it's pretty easy. And then I think Shadow Priests, if any priests that have Mass Dispel, I think that's the easiest. Oh shit. Ooh, I didn't even see like the debuff on me, but I had something on me right there. Almost died. Good, about to die right now. Maybe I'll live. I live.
3, 2, 1.
The tank, for some reason, took a lot of damage right there. It sucked up a lot of my mana. I think I pumped a lot of heals into him
Help
there.
spirit.
I'll try to regen a little bit. I don't have Innervate because the pros told me that you shouldn't need Innervate. That's when I knew I was a noob. I thought Innervate was a good thing. I was wrong.
Three, two, one.
Help spirit.
Let's see, what is today? Thursday? Thursday. Wonder what kind of fun stuff we have going on Thursday
3,
afternoon today.
1.
Help spirit.
Check my calendar later. Check my calendar before I go to bed and realize I should have gone to bed earlier. You know how that is. Uh-oh. What does that mean? I better
Dispel.
go over here and check on that.
Shockwave.
I'm gonna go right here and see if I grab a quick drink. Nope, it's not gonna work. Should have known.
3, 2.
Maybe I got a little drink.
Help spirit.
Oh, I'm gonna die right here. No, I live. Luckily, I have renewal. But you know what? I think I might have dropped my frenzied regen.
2, 1.
Actually, I think I might have kept it.
Spirit.
I was just like looking at higher druids and just trying to like kind of get used to like the meta for higher keys and stuff. So I actually dropped a lot of stuff that I thought was useful with that. Really experienced druids are abandoning, to my surprise, which goes to show how much of a noob I am. When I'm surprised, I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that druids are doing that, you know? But I think that there's so many druids out there pumping so many hours, and they've kind of figured things out. So there's a couple of specs I think that are some cookie cutter specs that I'm seeing a lot of the higher druids rolling.
Help spirit.
I got some mana right here. I think I have time. If I sit here and drink and they pull, will I get locked out? I'll get in there just in case. I'll drink right here. We'll be good.
Watch your step.
Oh. Okay, hello.
Ground control.
Three, two, one.
Nice tree.
Watch your step.
This guy's putting out some nasty dots.
Crowd control.
Three.
Are you supposed to explode those guys on the tank?
Help spirit.
Wonder if I could DPS. I'll put some dots on, but I really shouldn't. Because
Three. Two.
I'll start DPSing and then someone will take like 90% damage or something stupid. Somebody will stand in one of those things and then everybody will die. Ah! Knock it off, jeez. Now I think you can actually sneak a drink right here. If I get out of combat, I can drink right there, but I don't need to because my mana's fine.
Three.
But there is a little sneaky drink you can do right there.
Help spirit. Shockwave. Whirlwind.
Oh, whirlwind, watch out. Gotta be prepared for that.
Three. Two. One.
Help spirit.
Somebody is on point with those dispels on the
Shockwave.
spirit. Thank goodness. Oh shit, what was that? Tank should not have him right there with that fire thing.
Whirlwind.
Watch out for whirlwind. Don't let him touch your butt. He's gonna get it.
Two. One.
Help spirit.
Whoa, everybody's taking a lot of damage all of a sudden. What the hell? Don't you die on me.
Shockwave.
Oh shit, I missed some YouTube chat. But Akimbo is in there. Sorry if I missed that if you're still there, Akimbo. Shit. I was looking at the other chat for some reason. What's the problem with it? With the bots? Kimbo CS? Yeah, bots. Who has bots? I don't even remember what we were talking about because I think I might have missed that chat. But if you're still here, then tell me. Tell me what you meant by bots. Oh, Kimbo is still here. Says I'll go to your Twitch. It's better. Yeah, I was wondering about that. Which one is better? But yeah, there's a couple people in the chat earlier on the YouTube side. There was there's a bunch of people on the YouTube side of it. Now everybody seems to be on the Twitch side. But I am testing the multi-streaming, like the restreaming.
One.
And it is cool. I just have to remember to manage the chat. That's still always the problem with multi-streaming is the chat. So
Watch your step.
it's still awkward. It's always been awkward. But the tech is there. We've got some good multi-streaming tech. And I'm testing new internet too, so lots of bandwidth. Follower dungeons? I would like to do that.
Crowd
I meant
control.
like AI to help in the dungeons. That's right. And oh shit, I stood in the... and I died right there. That's so dumb. I hate when I stand in that thing. See, I'm over here. Like the rest of the group is back there where they're supposed to be. And then Psynaps is over here running around where he's not supposed to be. So I deserve that. But anyway, I haven't tried the follower dungeons things. I want to try it. I don't know if it's AI or something else. I don't know what it is. It'd be cool if it's AI though. Maybe. What they should do is they should offer satchels for those follower dungeons. I guess
Breath
that's
incoming.
a silly idea, but I think that'd be cool. Confirm split 506.
Shockwave.
3, 2, 1.
The tough part about this dungeon is when those
Watch your step.
shadows appear, whatever those are called. I think they're about to pop out pretty soon. You gotta watch out with those things. I've died to those things a couple of times. Okay, here he comes. Oh, no, 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 no. He's gonna hit me. Fuck, 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 fuck. Dude, I almost got hit by that guy. So close. Okay, we got him, I think.
3, 2, 1.
Breath incoming.
Okay, where are we going? Which one? Who's the guy? That's the guy. That
Shockwave.
ghost thing almost touched my butt. I'm like traumatized by those things. They're so annoying.
Watch your step.
What other
Shockwave.
streams are you watching, Kimbo?
1.
Just curious. I'm gonna end pretty soon, so I'm just wondering. Oh no, there's that guy again. How do you slow those things down? I think I took off my I unspec'd my Typhoon and I inspect one of the other ones too. I inspect my slows, some of my slows because I saw some of the higher druids were doing that. But the thing is, I need to walk before I run because I like to CC. Like I like crowd control. I like the Typhoon. I like pushbacks. It's kind of built into like the normal way I play. So now I'm trying to get used to not having those, and I've just got to like get a little tighter. I've got to play a little more careful without those because I think those were making me lazy. I just like spending time CCing when I don't need to be. I'd be spending more time doing other stuff, but I like to CC is the thing.
Only get one chance at this. Traveling so far into the past takes a lot of power, and I'm no aspect.
Welcome back, Cyanide.
Here we go.
Yeah, I think probably for a 1080 stream, I think Twitch is probably gonna push possibly a nicer 1080 stream due to the source quality. I could be wrong. I mean, if I stream like 50 megs up to YouTube at 1080, I don't know if it'll look better. But I think what you got to do is
Here goes nothing.
what some streamers are doing is streaming like 1440 or even 4K up to YouTube, and then you might get a nice 1080 downscale. But I think Twitch probably has a better oh shit, probably better for 1080, but then YouTube's going to be better when it comes to like 1440 and stuff like that. Why'd that guy die? What did he get hit by?
Breath incoming.
It's not cool. Ah.
3, 2, 1.
Help AOE incoming.
Dude, that AoE is nasty. Yuck.
Breath incoming. AOE incoming.
I think on the higher mythics it's even worse.
3,
This one's not even that high.
1.
I need to pop
Help
it all.
spirit.
You need to pop all your defensives there. Because if you want me to heal through all that damage and you don't pop any defensives, you are in trouble.
Everyone, the Infinites are here, and we must stop them. You have to trust me. Now, we have to face the Infinites together this time. They're the
Like, I've been... it's funny because it's been a long time since I've really run into people that are blaming the healer when something goes wrong. I think there was a time where that just like didn't happen. But lately I've seen it happen a couple of times, and it's really funny too. Like the guys that'll blame the healer, not very many people will do that because I think it's like, just why blame the healer? Even if it is the healer's fault, like Who cares? Just re-roll. But the guys that blame the healer sometimes are hilarious. They won't kick. They won't pop defensives. They'll stand in fire, and then when they die, guess whose fault it is?
Breath incoming.
3, 2, 1.
Help spirit.
Blame the healer.
Breath incoming.
It used to be worse. Like, I thought it got better for a while. Now it's getting worse again. But I'm convinced that a lot of times that happens because, oh shit. I think it's like, it's people that have never run healer before.
Breath
I mean,
incoming.
if a person who ran healer told me some shit, I would listen to him. I'd be like, okay, you're a healer. Like, you know the pain of healing. Like, I trust you, you know? But it'll always be like some hunter or some asshole talking shit about the healer. And I can tell they've never healed once in their life, you know? I'm like, I don't think you understand.
3,
I mean, you can blame the healer all you want, but
1.
it's usually more than just the healer. When stuff goes wrong and it's a really bad group, the healer's only one of 5
Watch your
guys,
step.
5 people. So,
Breath incoming.
I don't know where I'm supposed to stand here. I think I could definitely be positioned a little bit better.
Watch your step.
But I'm just going to try not to fuck somebody else's
Breath
path up.
incoming.
And then we should be good, I think. That just means I'm running a little bit low on mana, that little bing. I think I'm healing with a lot of rejuves. Probably way too
Watch your
many.
step.
3, 2, 1.
Help spirit.
Ah,
Watch your feet.
okie dokie.
Breath incoming.
Let's go.
Watch your feet.
Let's go back over here so I can heal everybody.
Watch your step.
I think we're almost done, huh?
3, 2, 1.
Help spirit.
Oh no, that guy died right there. Yeah, my mana did get a little bit low. I think I was pumping out too many rejuves there. But it worked out. We finished on time with plenty of minutes to spare. 7.5 minutes to spare. That was a quick one. Ooh, what is this? Morchi's Distorted Spellblade. I think I might have one of these. Oh, man. Let's see here. DPS never interrupting or using defensive cooldowns and then blames a healer. As someone who most often played a healer or tank, I've seen a lot of that. Right. 15 years of WoW, server first kill on every boss except one vanilla. Oh, you did? You did server first? And radio a total biscuit sometimes? I know server firsts are pretty hard to do. I think I did a server first back when I raided on Holy Pally. My first main was actually an undead mage. And then I realized that not a lot of people wanted to play healer, and I started playing healer just to like feel that role. I felt like we could succeed. I felt like playing healer was a good way to kind of push through what was lacking. Good healers were lacking, at least in that point in time. And so I played healer, and that was great. That opened up everything. Like, I felt like we started progressing because we didn't have to rely on, other people to heal and other people who didn't want to heal. Then, and let's just face it, like just bad healers, So I was like, okay, I'm going to try to get good at healing. And I did on Holy Pally, and it turns out, and this was probably around, like Wrath of the Lich King. Yeah, it's around Wrath. And paladins were really good in Wrath. And also I was kind of like, I was a much better player then too, you know, like that was enough years ago. I was actually like not terrible and, you know, taking it pretty serious and did some pretty good progression, did some server first, small server, of course. And that was a good experience. I miss raiding, but there's no way in hell I could raid today because it just like raids take like a lot longer, you know, and scheduling. You got to schedule and stuff. And I think with family and stuff, it's like I don't think I could do it. I would either be like breaking a commitment to my guild or to my family. I can't nowadays. But when I was like earlier, when I was younger, no problem, you know, we could raid. I could find the hours back in those days. I'm glad I did it. I think everybody should go through it, you know. If you have a chance to raid, you should do it just to see what it's like. Yo. Well, I think that's going to be it for me. I don't know what to do next. I think next for me is probably should be bedtime, you know, so I can go up. I got to check my calendar, see what I've got scheduled for later on today. I think I don't have any meetings, but here's the thing about me and meetings. I'm very punctual when it comes to meetings. So if it's on my calendar, I'm like fucking there. Like I can't remember the last time I've actually missed a meeting. It's like very, very rare. So usually before I go to bed, I'll check what I've got going on. So make sure I'm in the right place at the right time for some of those. But I'll do some like, you know, for my company, I'll meet with other CEOs and stuff. And we're just like, or other customers. It's very rare. Like I work with a lot of streamers, but it's very rare. Streamers don't schedule meetings. It's kind of funny working in that industry. Yo, Chung is here. With customers, like streamers are so in their own worlds with their own schedules. Like streamers just message me out of nowhere. So I'll just like be here and like, there'll be like a meeting on the spot. So that's kind of cool with streamers and stuff. But I like streamers, you know, I'm a creator myself, so I don't mind that kind of stuff. But outside of streaming, you know, even in the streaming industry or in the broadcast industry or in the professional world, people actually schedule and do Zooms and do, you know, Teams meetings and people actually sending invites and stuff like that. So I'll have like some pro meetings and stuff. And then the rest of the time in between is just like, just message me or whatever. So that's usually how my day goes. And then in between meetings and customers, I'm just developing stream tech for the company, trying to invent new technology, stuff like that. And then if I get a little bit of time, then, you know, I'll take breaks. It's nice running your own business because I'll get to take breaks and just hang out with the family for a little while, you know, see what the kids are doing, help them with some computer stuff, whatever they're doing, and then just go back to work. You know, and then in the evening time, like now, I might find some time to test some streaming stuff and then play some games. And then, of course, stay up too late. Every time I stream, I stay up way too late. So that's kind of like what my days look like. But check it out. I'm wearing my Alliance shirt. I don't know if you guys noticed that. But it's definitely one of my favorite shirts. I think that's going to be it for me. I don't know if anybody else is live, if I should do like some raids or anything like that. I probably should always do that, but I never do. I got to say thanks to the subs. I think last time I didn't... Where is it? List all the subs at. So... Oh, I got some follows too. That's sick. Dude, today's stream is actually pretty productive. I think even on the YouTube side, usually YouTube's kind of like people come in, get pissed off, unsubscribe my YouTube, and then leave. But I actually had YouTube look like it spiked a little bit, so that's cool. Oh, I should stream more often then. But Wazzle did gift a bunch of subs today, so that's awesome. I think he had to go. I got a little raid from a newie. Amperature even resubbed, I think, today. So I got to give those shout outs to those subs and followers. What else happened? I think Marcelo sent a prime earlier. That's cool. That's cool. So we did some really easy mythics tonight because I didn't feel like I was like focused enough to do some of the harder mythics, and I am stuck, to be completely honest, like at like 24 keys. I'm like looking at theory crafting and stuff, kind of trying to break through that gatekeeper, that imaginary gate is somewhere in my fingertips. There's a gate stopping me at 24. So, getting a little bit hard to heal. But I think really what it is just like more efficient healing. I need to be more efficient on mana and really kind of trust my abilities. I understand all my abilities and cooldowns, but I think it's really just about consistency in the chaos. And pugs too. I think there's more chaos. You're working with different comps. It's never the same comp. And, I think half of the pugs, they're just out there. So, I'm looking for synergy, looking for consistency in my own gameplay, and then also in the comps that I'm joining. And I think that'll help me kind of break through and get on the other side of these 24 keys that I've been working with. So that's kind of my assessment of this week in Mythics. And then for the test we were doing, I was just testing the new fiber, and I think it's fine. I mean, I can't really tell that it's any better than the internet that I had before, which was some pretty high latency, shitty cable. I had that because that's all that was available. It's like all the fiber was across the street, and they didn't want to bring it to this side of the street. And then finally they did, in a big way, by the way. They really upgraded. They put us some really nice infrastructure. But the infrastructure is perfect, but after it kind of leaves the infrastructure, it gets really shitty really fast. So it's kind of like, again, silly, shitty ISP stuff that's going on kind of. But it looks like pretty good. I will say that all of my ping times have gotten lower. So even my in-game latency, which I'm looking at right now, kind of in the bottom corner, it's probably covered by some of the overlays, but like the home ping and the world ping went down by at least 20 or 30 milliseconds. And that's about, that's like the cable modems. Cable modems have like this inherent like 20 millisecond ping, 15 millisecond on a good day. But it's never a good day on a shared cable modem. So the fibers definitely brought my ping times down. Does that make my internet better? It should. It should significantly. Even 20, 30 milliseconds should make a dramatic impact, especially when it comes to low latency applications like gaming or like low latency video and voice. So it should be better. Can I notice? I'm probably like old man Psynaps can probably barely notice 30 millisecond differences. But it does seem to be a little snappier. Hopefully it's increasing my HPS, but I don't think it's that much better. That's all I've got for that report, because that was the test for today. So I streamed on it for the first time, and as far as I can tell, the stream went fine. I've got the preview up. Nobody said there was a problem. So hopefully I can put all of my ISP woes behind me. Right now is a really cool time, though, because I have both my old ISP and my new ISP. They're both gig, but one is cable, one is fiber. And so I've got them both running. And when I use both of them at the same time, I can do, like round robin with connection. So it's not true aggregation unless I bond to the cloud, which I could, but it's not going to bond. There's going to be added latency if we do that. But I did try out, I took the round robin for a spin, and those speeds were actually pretty impressive. So it's basically what it's doing is, on every connection you make to the internet, it will pick it'll pick one or the other internet. So on a website, typically the typical internet experience is you're connecting to a lot of servers at the same time. And so you can actually pull from all your internet connections at the same time with this modem that I have. It's called multi-WAN load balancing or multi-WAN failover. It's built into fancy firewalls and open source firewalls and stuff. And it's pretty cool. So if I do a speed test with that, it'll, speedtest.net will do multiple connections. So you can actually be pulling off of both internets at the same time and get some pretty cool speeds. That was pretty cool. I wish I could just keep them both. If I had both of them, I would probably make the cable like a backup to the fiber or something. But I honestly don't want to send the cable ISP any more money because they kind of suck and their support is terrible. Like I would love to have two internet, and I do. I actually have I've got a Netgear. I've got AT&T, for the IRL stuff. So I'll use the wireless modems as my second backup internet if the internet goes down. So by the way, guys, you should try that too. If you can, it can get expensive, but you can find like a pretty inexpensive AT&T deal. If you have got a hotspot anyway, you can use your hotspot as like your backup internet if your primary internet goes down. Perfect use case for a Netgear Nighthawk because it has Ethernet. So try that. And I found out too that Comcast business offering, like they have some business plan where there's a SIM card built into the router anyway. So if their primary internet goes down, it'll like do a backup with a SIM card on like the Verizon network or something. I thought that was pretty cool. But the funny part about that is I do that anyway. Like I've always done that. Like if my internet goes down, I go straight to the fucking, the little 4G, 5G modem, plug that in because you can't go without internet for very long without going crazy. I don't know about you guys, but I have a business to run. So if I'm completely disconnected, I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, damn, like I'm offline. I need to get back online. Kind of like, you probably think I'm like addicted to the internet, but my whole business runs around the internet. So I have to be online at some point. I could take a little break, but not forever. Anyway, that's all I got. Thank you guys for hanging out. I did have fun. I got to stream for like 6 hours, about 6 hour test. I'm multi-streaming to YouTube and Twitch on the Psynaps Restream system. So it's on my infrastructure. I think I'm going through some of my nodes in West Coast or whatever. And that always works. That has 100% uptime, which is really cool. That one never fails. So it's never. Oh, Kimbo. Yeah. Squares. All right. You followed on here. Yeah, thanks for the follow. I'm glad you checked in. And I'm glad I saw your chat. I felt like I didn't see it, but I guess I saw it right in time. But yeah, that's awesome. So yeah, I'm looking at both. I've got like YouTube on one side, on one monitor, and I've got Twitch like on another monitor. You can there's apps that let you combine the chat, but I'm not fucking with all that. I'm old school. I got one on one side, one on the other side, and that's how it is. And I've got the game in the middle. I'm testing out this new gaming monitor. It has like lots of colors and stuff because I'm testing out new stream tech. We're going to be streaming a lot of HDR and stuff, so I had to get one of these HDR monitors, which is pretty cool. But that's for the stream tech, and I'm gonna try to go live again pretty soon, and I'll go both on YouTube and on Twitch. But one of these times, I want to try the HDR streaming on YouTube. I just haven't done that because I don't think Twitch supports any of that kind of stuff. At least I haven't tried it. It'd probably look like shit on Twitch. Plus Twitch with the bitrate limits and all that. So yeah, I might just go exclusively on YouTube. So that's another thing I should probably say. I should have said it earlier, but if you're watching on Twitch or watching the VOD, you should probably click on my YouTube just in case, so that when I do those YouTube specific tests, it's going to be on the YouTube side and probably not on Twitch, because Twitch is not at the level of YouTube when it comes to stream technology. Even if you like Twitch more, like I think most people prefer streaming on Twitch. There's a lot of good things, better things on Twitch than compared to YouTube when it comes to live streaming. But the technology itself, not as good on Twitch, better on YouTube. So I'll be checking that out. That's it, man. I literally can probably ramble on for another 2 hours if I don't just stop streaming. So I'm stopping. See you guys later.
We safeguard the Isles.